Give it to me like.
Hey, 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 hey. Ooh. Hey, 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 hey. Hey, 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 hey. Ooh. Hey, 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 hey. Wake up, every day feels boring. The same thing, routine in the morning. Grew up too fast without warning. And when it rains, it's pouring. I got dreams, big dreams. I wanna do big things, but I just can't seem to put it all together. I just wanna be seen. I'm jumping ship, I'ma dive in. Middle of the ocean, swimming till I find it. I see an island, out ahead, filled with things that I've wanted since I was a kid. Swim to it.
Hey. Yep. What's up? What's up, Chris, Kendra, True Texan, Sly Angel, Rockabit, Rody Gal, So Flow, Crystal, Amber, Kendra, Allie in the house, Queen Bella, Rockabit, Sly Angel, True Texan, Denise, Sweet One, let's see, Lily, Barika in the house. What's up? All right. So how you guys doing tonight? I am back at home, thank God. But I have to go back to the fucking doctor tomorrow. What's up, NC? Hey, Audacity. Tonight might take a while because we have a lot of lives to go through. And a lot of things I heard bits and pieces. I didn't hear the whole thing, but I did hear bits and pieces. I'm feeling okay. I'm leaving for New York in 3 days. So there's something that I heard that a couple things that I heard that really, really like bothered me. And some of it is kind of a flashback. Only one video I found that was a flashback, but it really does speak volumes in a lot of different ways. So the first thing I want to start with, though, there is a lot of comparisons in this community. I don't know why everybody wants to compare, but there really is a lot. You see it a lot with Betty. You see it a lot with Queen Bee, not Queen Bee, with Crime Sleuthin'. You see it a lot with me. There's a couple of people you see it a lot with. And I found an interesting a video that kind of puts things in perspective a bit, I guess you can say. So I want to start this long video with this, and because I want you guys to kind of keep this in the back of your mind as we play other videos. It's kind of important. So I'm going to start there. I don't know who this guy is. He's got over 1 million followers. But he's kind of cute.
Video space. More on how we built this next week, but today we are going to talk about comparison. But first, a little question. I know you've probably heard about being catfished, but have you ever heard about being hatfished? That's right, I am super duper bald. I look like if Machine Gun Kelly had a baby with 2007 Britney. Now, going bald early in my life was a journey. There was a moment in my mid-20s where I had to choose, do I be a balding guy or do I shave it and become a bald guy? And I shaved it and became a bald guy. And this was mostly liberating, but for the following year, I would find myself just staring enviously at people's hair. I played this super unhealthy game in my head where I'd see somebody with hair and I would just think, man, how much locks or people just walking around, and I'll be like, you get to hold on to your youth while I have to hold on to my stupid hat. It's safe to say that I felt jealous. I felt all sorts of jealous. If this feeling of insecurity resonates with you, then you are not alone and you are hopefully watching the right video, because that's what we're going to be talking about. Comparing yourself to other people and how we can reduce its impact on our mental health. I'm going to divide this video into 3 sections. The first will be definitions, the second will be historical context, and the third will be a practical.
Now, also keep in mind, that is the one thing that we hear around this community over and over and over. Oh my God, mental health. Oh my God, my mental health. Oh my God, her mental health. Keep that in mind, because a lot of these people might be fucking contributing to their own mental health.
Exercise. And just a little disclaimer before we start, this is just what's worked for me. Take my words with a grain of salt. I'm just some bald guy on the internet. So cherry pick the good stuff, leave the bad stuff, and let's dive right in. Part 1. Definitions. Let's kick things off by defining the problem. Comparing ourselves to other people creates a negative feeling, which leads us to act in a suboptimal way, which leads to a suboptimal life. It's a clean little flowchart for a pretty nasty process. There are 2 main factors that I identify that create this feeling. The first is insecurity, and the second is comparison itself. My insecurity from before was being bald, but man, I got plenty more if we want to pick and choose. Yours could be anything. Maybe you don't feel smart enough, extroverted enough, like you pull off a crop top like influencers do enough. Whatever your insecurities are, we'll just acknowledge them and move on to the second definition. Comparison. Comparison is just one of the many tools that we use to understand the world around us, and in and of itself, it is not harmful. If I take my hands and compare them, this one can draw, this one can't. Which one do I use to draw? The one that can. Thanks, comparison. Comparison can just be an efficient way to make decisions and find the relationship between objects. But it can also be harmful. Where it gets dangerous is where comparison meets insecurity. When we start to compare properties within ourselves that we believe define our worth as humans, like being intelligent, being talented, useful, desirable, that's when those negative feelings from the before flowchart kick in. If whatever childhood.
Like, for real, how many times have you guys heard on a daily basis, I'm so much smarter than Betty. I'm so much prettier than Betty. My hair is so much nicer than Betty. Oh, Laura, you're dumb. Oh, Laura, I'm so much smarter than you. I'm so much better than you. I do this better. I do that better. How many times have we hear that on a daily basis from so many creators? Exactly.
Reason you have this belief that you're only ever as valuable as you are intelligent. The second that you inevitably meet somebody who's smarter than you, you're going to not feel valuable as a person anymore. It's going to hurt, and what's worse is we'll probably feel this pain a lot more than our ancestors did. Part 2. Historical context. Unfortunately for you, me, and everybody we know, comparison has been set into overdrive over the past 100 years. Consumerism has preyed upon this natural human tendency. Advertising says you're not pretty unless you buy this makeup, or you're not a real man unless you drink this beer. Cool, right? Wrong. It's not cool. All this messaging creates an extremely specific mold to fit, and not a mold that most of us identify with. The result is we become silently insecure with a lot to prove. Enter social media. Social media gives us an out, but it's also a trap. It gives us an avenue to say, even though I'm not great in this category, I'm really good at this category. Even though I don't look like Kimmy K, I can be funny, so maybe I'm just gonna focus on my humor. Basically, we get given a framework to hide our flaws and show our best self. And I know that the whole highlight reel thing isn't exactly a new insight, pretty lukewarm take in 2021, but hear me out. The more people that join this system, the more that global comparison ramps up. But the worst part of all this is the numbers. Before social media, when we compared ourselves so innocently to our friends and family, there were no numbers on which to judge. We had to use our intuition, which has a margin of error. But now we can literally look at 2 posts and say, this one has 1,000 likes, this one has 100 likes, and say, this is 10 times more valuable than this. Where this gets really dangerous is where the posts get confused with the people, and people say, well, this person is 10 times more valuable than this one. While nobody wants their insecurities to be exploited, I don't really see that system changing anytime soon. So let's look at what we can control. Let's look at reducing its impact on our own mental health. Part 3, the practical exercise. So this is the system that I like to use for me when those feelings are getting me down, man. And once again, this is just what's worked for me. When I have a negative feeling that comes from comparing myself to somebody else, I go through 5 questions. So I'm going to take you through those now. And I'll use examples that span from superficial, like being bald, to some slightly more real stuff. So things will get a little bit heavy at the end, but it's all in the name of creating a bit of self-love. So it's worth going there. If you're into journaling, maybe try writing them down. If you don't have as much time, maybe just answer them in your head or like a voice recorder on your phone. Alrighty, let's dive right in. Question 1. Are you jealous? Jealousy is when you see your potential being lived out in somebody else. If you think that you have the potential to become a celebrity chef and you see somebody else becoming a celebrity chef, you might get jealous. If you see somebody winning a gold medal and you don't think that you have the potential to win a gold medal, you won't get jealous. It's a natural tendency to want to reduce the gap between you and the person that you're jealous of. Now, if you're in a good headspace, you'll probably just try and rise to their level. But if you're in a bad headspace, you might pull them down to yours. Anything to reduce the gap. That's where we get things like hater comments.
And that right there holds so true to this community, that people don't want to bring you up, so they're going to bring you right down to their level. See it every day.
And stuff like that. By asking such a simple question, are you jealous? We get to recognize two things. The first is that we get to understand jealousy as a natural feeling. We get to see it non-judgmentally, like in the way that we might see being hungry or being tired. The world around us tells us not to be jealous, which I think shames us from being truthful with ourselves, which is a horrible thing. The second thing that we get to recognize is that we can't control other people. I can't control how good that celebrity chef is going to be. You can only control yourself. Question 2. What are you jealous of?
Again, you can't control other people. You can only control yourself. You cannot ban somebody else from the community and not worry about yourself. And we're going to get into all that in a little while.
And what aren't you jealous of? Typically, we get jealous of a part of something and not the whole. We might get jealous of somebody's huge bank balance, but we don't get jealous of all the family members who have come out of the woodwork asking for loans. For example, I get jealous of Jay Station's views, but I'm not jealous of his content. The fact that he literally tricks 5-year-olds into thinking he bought a gay potion from the dark web.
What's up, guys? Back with another banger video. We went back onto the dark web and we actually discovered there's a gay potion, guys. Some potion that if you drink will turn anybody gay for exactly 1 hour.
The aim of this question is to realize that we are subconsciously shooting for an unrealistic standard. We want the best of everything. I want this person's hair, this guy's views, this person's money, this person's shoes. Oh, that rhymed. That was kind of cool. Question 3. Have you been comparing down? Comparing down in the moment might feel really good. Like, oh my God, I'm so much smarter than these people on a current affair. But what you're doing is just practicing comparison, which in the long run will eventually bite you. The aim of this question is to realize that indulging our ego will eventually work against us. Question 4. Can you rephrase the jealousy statement as a prefer statement? Instead of I'm jealous of people with $1 million, say I'd prefer to have $1 million. Like, who wouldn't prefer that? Everybody would prefer that. By transforming what feels like a need into just a normal preference, we can start to see it with a little bit more objectivity. There's something really sobering about saying, yeah, I would prefer to be able to dunk like LeBron. You realize everybody would prefer that and you're not alone. But more importantly, by calling them preferences, we can see them for the positive that they really are. A compass. I'll give you an example. Being jealous of Stan Lee really just closes you off. It just kind of puts you in a box. But saying, I'd prefer to be able to make comics like Stan Lee, that shows us a potential life path. Hiding within your negative feelings might be a really cool positive desire to build the next Marvel. And the aim of this question is to uncover that. And finally, number 5, add, and I love that. This one's not technically a question, but it is super powerful. What we're doing is we're using the brain's problem-solving nature against itself. By saying something like, I am jealous of people who have hair, and I love that. My brain now has to figure out why. Why do we love that? And now I've got to come up with answers. Why do I love that I'm jealous of people with hair? And the answers that I have are, well, every time I look in the mirror, I get a tangible reminder that time is only ticking one way. There is no hiding from the fact that I am not getting any younger. And that is so motivating. And I might not have that otherwise. Also, just because I know someone out there will be curious, why am I wearing a hat? It's because I marginally prefer it to my bald head. It's like picking pizzas. I like...
Because he wants to look like JLR. For those of you that don't know, the picture that he just showed, that's Cali you or whatever, that JLR looks like.
I like them both, but I prefer the hat. I'll give you a real example. So a bit of a content warning here. I am going to be talking about sexual abuse.
I'm going to cut it there, but you guys get the hint. So my point in playing that is very simple. Keep that, all of that in the back of your mind when you hear the next subject.
Good night, Mom.
Good night, hon. So this goes...
Are you getting medicine tomorrow?
Yeah, they never called me and told me it was ready.
Oh, okay.
So Jones and SoFlo, Nunya, and JP are on a panel together. What do you think happened? Oh, it was intense. But there's a lot of key things to take away from it. So let's watch.
Hi.
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 Listen, I'm trying to put pieces together up here.
Oh, you're gonna need a whiteboard.
I know.
So I really don't know when parodies prior. I don't really remember having issues with her until she started attacking AMAC on when AMAC had Sinner on panel. Now I could be wrong. I don't.
Now, let me also point out, everybody's got a problem that SoFlo stuck up for AMAC. Did people not stick up for Queen Bee? Does Sinner not stick up for Emmy? Does Crystal not stick up for me? Everybody has someone that is going to stick up for them. So I don't know why everybody gets on SoFlo for sticking up for AMAC. I really don't.
I think that's when it started. Can you hear me?
Yeah, but it's like, why? I mean, you're standing up for your friend.
Well, not
You're
only
just-
am I standing up for my friend, I'm standing up for myself because that bitch talks so much shit and I don't have time for her. Like, I really don't have time for her or her YouTube bullshit. Like, I really don't.
But she started talking shit first because she was upset at AMAC. Is that what you're saying?
I guess. I don't know. Only she would know that. I really don't know. I'm not sure. Oh, yeah, Baby Blue is right. I think when I went on Queen's panel, maybe it's when I was in Crimes and Fashion and I wasn't modding. And they had a problem with me and my pool.
That's where it started.
I'm not exactly sure, but I know that she made comments or something. Then I made a joke about the bikini contest, and she was like, "Oh my God, she made a comment about a bikini contest. Who does that?" And I'm like, "Bitch, it was funny, and you took the bait." So then it just started one thing after another. So I really don't know. She said she wants a link so she can explain herself.
Well, I dropped the link. Do you want her to come up?
Oh, I don't care if she comes up.
Okay, now let me also point out, this was Jonesen's panel. SoFlo and Jonesen are friendly. Why JP came up here hotter than hell, I don't know. Because this isn't one of her friends' panel. Jonesen and SoFlo are on, for lack of a better way to say it, on one side. JP's on the other. So I'm not really sure why she came in so hot.
It just seems like so much, like, I don't know, like, why be at war over such trivial things?
Oh, I'm not at war with her. I don't care.
Not you.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. I mean, the thing is like anything she says, I'm gonna say something back. So, and I'm pretty sure it's the same way about her, but I don't know where it originated from or how it started. I don't think it started in Crimes and Fashion with the pool thing, but I think the majority of it was when she went up on AMAC's panel. But I could be wrong. I don't know.
Yeah, because when she went on Queens, I think later, after AMAC's panel, she said she was upset that AMAC dropped her from the panel. Well, that's not much of a reason.
I know I went up on that panel to ask her a question, and then I was off of the panel, but I don't remember exactly. Like, I know she was dropped from the panel, but I don't know why. I forget. There's so much shit that goes on in this place.
So basically, SoFlo is saying it doesn't fucking matter. She never thought about it that deeply, and she doesn't understand why it's such a big deal. That's how I took it.
Is.
So maybe she can explain it.
Well, she told me to drop the link twice, but I've dropped it 4 times.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know either.
But I'm
That's what I'm
like,
saying. Like, I thought her beef was with AMAC, and even that beef with AMAC didn't seem like it was serious enough to fight about it on YouTube.
oh,
you know?
maybe because AMAC struck her, or no, AMAC struck Queen, right?
Yeah, not
Queen.
JP.
Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know. I assume she's fighting other people's battles. That's my assumption, but
155%, 200%, 1,000%. She's absolutely fighting other people's battles.
I could be wrong.
Well, oh, chat's moving. I can't. I'm on my phone. I can't control the chat speed from my phone.
I can't even see chat right now. That's fine. But that's my assumption. Oh, AMAC dropped her before she mentioned the decap of Alien. I don't know.
All right, here she comes. Hey.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so the whole thing started with when I was on AMAC's panel and I couldn't even finish my sentence. She dropped me, said, if you could be a little bit more, and couldn't even finish her own sentence because I wasn't calling Sinner out his name, not one time. I was 100% respectful. Absolutely. In the stream that I was fault struck on, I had mentioned that stream will be back up tonight, but I had mentioned SoFlo Mama and AMAC, like, oh, they run their mouth in all the chats, blah, blah, blah. SoFlo jumped up there on the second time AMAC let me up and said, what do you mean I run my mouth in chats? And so I just told her, I was like, everybody runs their mouth in chats. Absolutely. There's not a single person that can say they don't, right? Okay. So
right.
That was it. Then the next day, I see in chat, she's just running it about me. Absolutely running it about me. She's got bad skin and teeth. She's got bad skin and teeth. She's not pretty. Why is she talking about AMAC? This and that. So clearly you wanted my attention. Now you got it. You got it. All of it.
SoFlo, how do you feel? What do you think? Oh, hold on. She's trying to come back up. It's going to add 2 of her. Hold on. Let me remove this one and add. Hey. SoFlo.
SoFlo had a little bit of a problem for a minute.
Hello. I got 2 SoFlos.
Nunya asked who struck my channel. It was Cupcake and Lemon.
Right, and they run with. Okay, so AMAC and SoFlo are friends of theirs. Is that like so guilty by proxy?
No, I just said it. Did you not hear me?
Yeah, hold on. Let me add. I'm trying to add her back. It's being weird. Hey. Oh, I don't know what it keeps. Hello. Oh. so confused. I don't know. It seems kind of senseless. Like, it's little bitty petty things that y'all are fighting about.
No, it's that you're going to keep the same energy. If you're going to talk about somebody and then somebody's going to talk about you, you're not going to sit there and call them a stalker and say that they're obsessed and everything else. What's good for...
Okay, so my question is, so what happens when you talk about someone and you make videos about someone and that person never talks about you? Answer that, JP. Because you are like the biggest fucking hypocrite in this video. And yeah, I would like some answers because I didn't even know who you fucking were when you were making videos about me. Like, didn't even know who you were. Never talked about you, never did a video on you. You still going. Make it make sense.
For one is good for both. That's it. That's all. I keep that energy. I expect other people to keep that energy as well.
You have to care to keep that energy. And since I don't like think about you at all, I would never keep that same energy. Just saying.
But wasn't you talking shit about her before?
No, not until she started. No, absolutely not. I said, I see AMAC and SoFlo running their mouth in chats. That was the first time I had ever spoke their name at all. Typed their name, said their name, anything of the sorts. That was the very first time. And
You spoke of me and Tracy, and we never said a word about you. We never talked about you. You ran your mouth about us in chats all over the place. Explain. Make it make sense.
it was said just like that. I was like, yeah, I see SoFlo and AMAC running their mouth in chats too. That was it. Moved along, kept it moving. So then she turned it into a whole situation about how she wanted to say this and that in the chats, followed me to 2 different chats, started shit. The troll account, which, like I said, in my heart of hearts and my gut, I believe it was her. Don't care if anybody else believes it. I do. That's all that matters.
No, that's not all that matters. Just because, all right, I truly believe in my heart of hearts that you are a piece of shit. Does it make it true? No. Just because I believe it, what does that mean? Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. Just my opinion. Doesn't make it true.
So there was that. And so obviously you want my attention. If you're going to go into other chats talking shit about me, you want my attention. Now you.
So that right there is what she does. She wants my attention. She wanted Tracy's attention because she goes chat to chat talking shit about us. So I guess you want my attention. Well, this is about the best you're going to get. So take it.
You got it. Don't cry. And then you're going to threaten a lawyer? Okay. Get on with yourself, Colin Betty Jr.
Hello? Sorry, Jason, my laptop died. I had to get on my phone. Are you there?
You're good.
Okay.
Yeah,
I can
can you
barely
hear me?
hear you, though. I can barely hear you. Okay, I missed everything because my laptop died. So when did she start talking shit? What was it Sinners Live or Who's Live?
No, that's not what I said.
Okay, well, I didn't obviously
She
hear
didn't.
what you said. Like I
She
just
didn't
said.
hear.
Okay, well, obviously, like I just said, I will repeat it again. So what I said was that after AMAC
Fucking awful.
Live,
Go ahead.
after AMAC, are you listening or are you not?
I mean, I really don't want to listen, but I will. Go ahead.
Okay, then don't. I mean, don't listen then. You just asked me to repeat it. So, yeah. Anyway, like I said, she after AMAX Live, she had gone into the other live and was running her mouth in the chat. I kept seeing it and I kept seeing it.
Are you talking about me or are you talking about AMAC?
I'm talking about you specifically. I've only said about 2 things about AMAC.
Oh no, you talk so much shit on AMAC. Do you not think that we all clip you and screenshot you and everything? You're constantly talking about AMAC's looks, how she's a catfish, how she's this, how she has double chins, how I'm left eye, how this and that. Like,
Yeah.
how do you say that you don't talk shit when all you do is run your fucking mouth?
Yes, I did. I absolutely said all those
Oh,
things.
so don't sit up here and fucking lie. Just
I'm not
own
lying.
it like you say. You
I
stand
am.
on it, right? Don't say, oh, I only said 2 things about AMAC because you fucking didn't.
Well, you didn't let me finish my sentence. See, that was a comp.
Maybe okay, let's go. You call me slow, so let's hurry it up.
I'm not the one that has problems, but okay.
You're not the one that has what?
Look, my personal feeling, if you are going to talk shit about somebody, then guess what? You better be able to take it. And it seems like someone is pretty fucking weak and can't handle anybody talking bad about her. But she can run her mouth all day long. That's called a hypocrite. And that's called a weak ass hypocrite.
What problems, JP? What's your fucking problem with me? Get it out of your mouth.
My problem with you is that you wanted my attention. Now you got it. Now you're
JP,
threatening.
nobody wants your attention. You're a fucking loser on the internet that dresses up like mediocre fucking YouTubers. Like I said, your husband should be embarrassed. I don't give a fuck what you say. Like, that's my opinion. Yeah,
shit.
keep fucking laughing. You're a fucking weirdo. And you constantly talk about me and AMAC. Constantly. You run your mouth. You get up on Queen's panel and you're like, did you see what AMAC did? Did you see what SoFlo did? Like, you're a fucking idiot.
Are you good now? You got it out?
No, I'm not good. I got a lot more to fucking say to you.
Say it.
I got a lot fucking more.
Okay,
No,
go.
I mean, I don't really understand who the fuck you think you are talking so much shit. You want to cry and say that I'm a bully. I'm a bully. Oh, you talk shit. Yes, I talk shit on you. You say you match energies. That's exactly what I'm doing to you. You want to talk shit on AMAC? I'm going to talk shit on you. You want to talk shit on me? I'm going to talk shit on you. That's how it's going to fucking go.
Oh, okay. So like I said,
okay. So go fucking dress up and go get in a pool, go shit in a pool, go do whatever you got to do. I don't have fucking time for you.
did you threaten?
You're fucking weird. JP, I'm not threatening you, honey. I'm not threatening you. There's no threat. Do you want my address? Because you want to fucking talk about doxing. You want to lie and say I doxed you? Let me see the fucking receipts.
I didn't say that. That's not what I
Where's
said.
the receipts? You said I doxed you. So where is the receipt? Where's the receipt?
Not what I said. I know you're slow and it's okay, but that's not what I
Honey,
said.
you have no idea what slow is. But go ahead. I'll entertain you for a few minutes because obviously you need to be entertained. Go ahead.
That's not what I said. I didn't say you doxed me. That's not what I said. I gave the whole rundown of the situation.
Okay. For those that might be slow, let me explain this. An implied comment, you might as well just say the blame. If someone says, I believe that you are that person and that person doxed me, you are saying that person doxed you. Just because you didn't say it directly, but you did say clearly, fucking clearly, that you 100% believe that is AMAC. I mean, I'm sorry, that is SoFlo. Then you are saying that she doxed you. It's not rocket science. You don't have to be a brain surgeon to know what an implied comment meant. That's an implied comment. I know there's a specific word for it, but I forgot it. But that is implied. You said that nobody else has to believe it, but you believe 100% that is SoFlo. That implies that SoFlo doxed you. End of story. There's no way around this. There's no like, well, I never said that. Yeah, you did. Loud and fucking clear. We all heard it.
And I said that you came into Crimes and Fashion running your mouth. You got blocked. 2 minutes later, a troll account came in saying this.
I don't need a troll account to talk shit to you.
You were blocked, you idiot.
JP, first of all, I'm not an idiot.
And why all the name calling? When someone feels defeated like this, they throw names out. I don't know why she keeps throwing names out. It's wrong. It's totally unnecessary. SoFlo is not throwing names out, but for some reason JP can't stop.
Idiot.
I
Okay,
think-
that's number one.
I believe-
You can think whatever the fuck you want. You can think whatever you want. But what I'm telling you is, if I wanted to say something to you, like I'm doing right now, I will say it to you. I have never had a problem telling you anything about you that I thought about you. So why would it start then?
How would you say it if you were blocked?
JP, how would I know I'm blocked?
What do you mean? You got
What are you
blocked?
talking? Do you
chat.
think that I sit in the
This
chat
is-
and constantly try to fucking like? I think you think I'm into this way more than
You
like.
can't. I mean, you just said that you clipped me and screenshot me. So yeah, I do think you're into it.
No. I said, do you
No,
not
she said
think there
people.
are clips and screenshots of you because there are a lot.
Well, she said we. She said, do you think we
Yes,
are?
I said we. I did not say I.
So we, that would include you, correct?
No,
Sure.
it wouldn't. I don't
Okay.
even clip anything.
Okay.
Clip
I know
nothing.
Whatever.
English is hard.
But whatever. If you want to think that I clip you, then that's fine. You can think that. But what I'm
English-
saying
Yeah.
is, you can think whatever you want. I do not fucking care what you think. But
You
what
sound-
I'm saying, I sound what?
You sound like you care a little bit.
No, JP,
I
I don't. I just don't understand why you are constantly talking shit when you have no clue who I am. Zero.
Well, like I said, you talk shit in chats. I just do it on my live. That's the only difference.
You lie. You said I doxed you.
That's
There's a
not
big
what I said.
difference.
That's not what I
Okay.
said.
All right. Well,
I was hoping that y'all could figure out like where this stemmed from and how to get past it. Because is it really worth all this energy?
I didn't say AMAC docs or AMAC. I didn't say SoFlo dox me. That's not what I said.
well, and to be honest with you, I didn't listen to your live. I will.
So
listen
that
to
don't
your
come
live
if
for
you're not going to
myself.
come correct. Come
What?
correct or don't come.
Come correct.
Come
Okay.
correct or don't come. Point blank, period. That's it. That's all. Don't say, I heard this, I heard that. Go listen, then come.
She's
That's
saying
your
don't assume that she said something.
That's your stupidity. Don't assume that people say something unless you hear it with your own ears.
Yeah, Remy, you're right. You believe in your heart of hearts that it was SoFlo, that
Yep.
she was blocked, and that so like I said, you're saying that. So you are saying you think I doxed you. So is that not correct?
So I just said that. I said that I believe.
So then
that
why
you-
do I have to go back and listen if you're saying it right now?
I didn't. You said that I told people you doxed me. That is not what I said. Come correct again.
Oh my god, I feel like I'm talking to.
It is total fucking semantics. Total semantics. You, again, implied is just as bad as just saying it outright. I don't know why you don't get this. I'll give you an example. I implied something about Jones and her dad. I didn't say it directly, but I implied it, and everybody lost their shit. But it was implied. It wasn't direct. It was implied. It's the same thing. If you imply something, you are saying it. You're just doing it in a different way. So stop with the, oh, I didn't say it, when 10 minutes ago you just did.
my fucking 4-year-old.
I don't think SoFlo told anybody that
I
you
didn't
doxed
tell
her.
anybody. That's what I'm saying. Like, I just don't. This is like so stupid. I can't. I
No,
just can't.
that's
Because
That is not what I just said. I said, SoFlo said, here's where the quotes begin. You told people that I doxed you, end quote. I did not tell anyone that she doxed me. I told people what I believe, and I said numerous times, make your own judgments, make your own decision. I believe this. That's all I said. So like I said, come correct.
Yeah, you are basically saying that I doxed you.
No,
That's my opinion.
why are you trying to?
You
Why
are insinuating that I doxed you.
It's
That's what you're doing.
insinuation, yeah.
Yeah,
Your
you may not
inability-
be. No,
your
JP, honey,
inability
you
to
don't want to
parse
start with
things
me.
out?
You really don't. You need
Your-
to stop. You think you
your
are way
inability-
smarter, honey, than you are. You need to stop. Like, I'm not
Your-
fucking around with you anymore. I'm really not. So I came up on this panel. If you can't talk like a fucking adult, then get the fuck off.
Your
Like, I
inability.
don't have time for you. I really don't. It's like tit for tat with you. You straight up insinuated that I doxed you. You said that I got blocked in Crimes and Fashion, and you believe that I made an alt and said whatever was said. What was said?
You can. It's on video. Go watch it.
Southern Gal,
Where
I
is
can't
it on
grab
video?
the clip.
Where is it on video at? Because I want the video. Where is it?
Video it's live.
Where?
I said I made a video and it's in my live. I played it on my live.
Today?
Sure did.
Okay, well then I'll go watch it.
I just think that you can't parse out words, and that's fine. And I understand that people struggle
Oh my
with
God, you're ridiculous. Really.
it. It's okay. though.
You try to degrade people and it just doesn't work. Like, it doesn't work with me because I don't care. I really
You'll-
don't care. So right now you're wasting time. So
You'll
unless you have something to say,
Like I said,
of substance, that's it.
you'll be okay.
Well, I was just hoping that y'all could squash it and be done with it because it's really not worth it. And the beef
What?
wasn't even between you two.
So, Flo, what gives you the right to speak on people's husbands?
What do you mean speak on your husband? Define speak on your husband, because I said your husband should be embarrassed that you dress up like mediocre YouTubers. Is that speaking on your husband?
And there was more. You can go to my
What else is more?
community
Let's
post.
hear it. No, I'm not going to your community post. Say it again. Just say it.
I'll tell you why. Because people like Queen Bee tell her how amazing she is and how funny she is. So all of Queen Bee followers fall right into that, and they all think she's just so wonderful. Most of us can't seem to find the humor in any of it. Just saying.
What else was said?
I don't think JP necessarily came to work things out. True Jedi forever, because they said don't insult her if you're trying to work shit out. I think JP was coming up here to clarify because I was trying to figure out how did shit hit the fan the way it has.
Exactly.
Like,
That was it. And now it's been clarified. Her own words are in the community post. The video is
I'm not looking at your community post. Why can't you are here right now talking to me? You say stand on it, so stand on it and say it.
You can read it. I mean, you can
I'm
read
not
it.
reading it. I refuse.
can you read
to
it
give-
to her? I can't show it because I'm on my phone.
I'm
I'm
on my phone too, and I'm not
Yeah.
doing that right now.
I'm on my phone as well. So no, I cannot, like, if I exit out, it's gonna kick
That
me.
sucks.
So I mean, it's just a whole cluster of phones, but it is what it is. It's on the
I'm
community
gonna have to charge my laptop, and maybe when I get off, I'll read it.
Well,
Okay,
maybe your own.
See, Headstones, I thought the exact same thing. Why can't she remember what she said? At least a general idea of what she said. Like, I still don't understand that. Why she had to jump into go read my community post. Like, that was like, okay, everyone, go see my community post. Make sure I get the views. Maybe you'll like something else. That's how I took it.
Words
You're-
you should have said, but that's okay.
JP, if I said something, I'll own it. I have zero problem doing that. I'm not sure what.
Okay, can someone tell me where SoFlo called me mediocre in the last 10 minutes of this live? Because I don't remember hearing that at all. So let's rewind a minute. Because I'm sorry, I must have missed that. Whoop, oh shit. Where was I? Does anyone remember what minute I was at?
YouTuber? Is that speaking on your husband?
And there was more. You can go to my
What else is more?
go to my community
Let's
post.
hear it. No, I'm not going to your community post. Say it again. Just say it. What else was said?
True Jedi forever, because they said don't insult her if you're trying to work shit out.
That was it. And now it's been clarified.
Can you read it to her? I can't show it because I'm on my phone.
I'm on my phone too, and I'm not doing that right now.
I'm on my phone as well. So no, I cannot, like, if I exit out, it's gonna kick me. So I mean, it's just a whole cluster of phones, but it is what it is. It's on the community.
I have to charge my laptop, and maybe when I get off, I'll read it.
Well,
Okay,
maybe your own words you should have said, but that's okay.
There you go. Exactly. Nothing was ever said about me. So where'd that come from? Why did I have to be brought up in this? That's what I want to know. She dresses up at you. What do you mean dresses up? Soflo said dress up at mediocre YouTubers. Oh, I gotcha.
JP, if I said something, I'll own it. I have zero problem doing that. I'm not sure what you can't comprehend about that.
Okay, then own it. Because you said it and it's there.
If it's my words, then I own it. So, okay, and what next? What else do you have?
Well, don't ask me.
Not for nothing, I am a mediocre creator. I'm actually a very small creator. I'm kind of lower than mediocre. Mediocre, I'd say at 50,000 subs to like 100,000. That's mediocre. I'm less than. So I'm small YouTuber. Small.
Me, how did I speak on your husband? I just answered the question.
The thing is I don't care if you speak on my husband. That's the thing. I don't care if you knew my address. I don't care. Like you guys are fucking weird. Like I don't need to dox you. I don't give a shit where you live, who you are, what you have. I don't care if you know what I have. Like that's this weird like fantasy world that you people live in. Like I don't care if you talk about my husband. He doesn't give a fuck about you.
Right, but don't.
Your husband doesn't give a fuck about me. I understand that. So what do you keep talking about this for?
You asked me a question, I answered it, and then you said, "Okay, what next?" That was your question. I answered it.
I asked you to tell me what I said about your husband, and you said to go read a community post.
Right, because I can't.
That's what you said.
Right, because I can't pull it up. So I was directing you to go read your.
I'm about to pull it up right now on my laptop. So.
There you go.
Good. And then if you see it and it's something you feel like you need to own, you'll own it. But if not, you won't. Hey, good Nunya.
Hey, I just came up real quick because I know the Kool-Aid had said that that JP had mentioned me during her live, something about dropping dimes or something like that. So I just wanted to get more context, clarity.
Let me just state, Nunya was brilliant in this. And the funny part is that I really don't think that JP was smart enough to understand what Nunya was saying. I gotta take a shot. My fucking retainer's annoying the fuck out of me. So now you're gonna see my crooked tooth. But Nunya was fucking brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And I really don't think JP was smart enough to understand. I really, truly don't.
If she remembers what she had said or like what she was talking about.
I have no idea. Dropping dimes?
Yeah, something about me and dropping dimes. That's what she said.
We said that you're the kind of person that would ask for homework right before the bell rings.
Okay.
What?
Do you know me?
No, I said you seem to be the kind of person. Actually, somebody said it in my chat. I read it out loud and I said, Nunya would be the kind of person. I said, she seems like the kind of person that would 100% ask for homework before the bell rings. And I said, that shit just took me out.
I know, but like, I'm curious because like, if you don't know me, right, we've never been around each other other than one panel at the same time.
Know anybody.
So I'm curious as to how like you come to a conclusion and Like,
That's-
and then you go on from there. That's not the only comment you made, because you did just drop that video. But that's not the only comment you made.
No.
Like, I'd be the person who dropped dimes on people, or like I'm somebody who does stuff behind people's back, and then, you know, but tell everybody I'm not doing bad things. But I'm
Yes.
curious, like, what you obviously have an opinion, and that's okay. It's your opinion. I don't, you know, that's fine. I'm
Yes.
just curious, like, what at what point in time, like, did you either gather any information about me to be able to come to such conclusion, or did you just like fully leap there because other people had the similar opinion?
No, it's I base my things off what I see people do on YouTube. I don't care about how they are as a human or what they do or anything like that. That doesn't matter to me. I don't care about that.
Okay. She bases her opinion off things she sees on YouTube. So somebody talking about the same fucking person every single day, you have no problem with. Somebody going after someone's business, someone going after someone's life, someone picking apart every single aspect of someone's life, you have no problem with. Okay. Somebody who doxes, you have no problem with. Somebody who can't even stick up for themselves, you have no problem with. Somebody who is about to ruin Summer's day, you have no problem with. Somebody that's fake as fuck, you have no problem with. Just going on behaviors on YouTube. But you have such a problem with Nunya? Please show me what things Nunya has done on YouTube that would make you not like Nunya for all the things she does on YouTube. Bitch, get your fucking facts straight for real, because your facts are whacked, like totally whacked. The people that you associate with are some of the most vile fucking people on YouTube. By their actions on YouTube, by the things they do on YouTube. But you're perfectly okay with them. But you have a problem with someone like Nunya, who I don't think has ever done anything bad on YouTube. Just saying. Priorities, flip them.
Okay. So what dime did I drop on somebody on YouTube that you've seen?
The whole snakes thing, you don't remember that?
I'm not a snake. That wasn't me. That was Joneson who said that, and that was involved in that.
Gang, gang.
That's right. So I'm confused still what that would have to do. So is it like I'm guilty of that because Jones and I are friends?
No, you
Guilty
just seem the kind of person that would drop on people. Absolutely. Yes.
Okay, so you just leap to that conclusion about me, which is totally fine. Like, you're entitled to your opinion. I have my
Right.
opinion of you. You have your opinion of me. That's fine.
That's
But
all
I
it
just was wondering exactly how you got to that point. But I didn't
Oh.
realize you were that type of person to just leap and bounds to conclusions on people that you do not know anything about.
I don't, once again, that was my opinion. Absolutely. So it is my opinion on you from what I have seen on YouTube. Yes.
Please tell me what you've seen on YouTube that Nunya has done that's negative. Because honestly, I can't think of a fucking thing that Nunya has done that would give someone a bad impression, even if you don't like her. I know people that don't like Nunya. But she hasn't done anything to give such a bad impression.
Yes. You got that correct.
Okay, well, you definitely haven't seen that on YouTube, so I'll clarify that for you because you haven't
that's
seen
what I'm
me
trying
do
to
that
figure
kind of
out.
stuff
When
on
do you think-
YouTube.
yeah.
1000%. So I'd be interested in watching my very first stream of yours for you to show me what I've done on YouTube that proves that for you in your mind. I'm totally fine with that. That's first off. Second, while we're sharing opinions, I'd like to let you know my opinion of you, which again, just like I don't care about yours, you probably don't care about mine. I think that it is a very sad existence to have to sit around and talk so terribly about other women, other people in general. Now, again, the people who come for you, right? If they came for you and you're just answering the call, like a good soldier would.
Guess who never came for her? That would be me. Again, didn't even know who the fuck she was when she was making videos about me. Had no idea who she was. Didn't even understand why she was making videos about me. Had no idea. Then she went after Tracy. She even said that someone struck her for having such a vile video on me. Why would you have such a vile video on me? You don't even know me. What behaviors have I done to you that have been so bad? It's the biggest crock of shit I've ever heard, honestly.
Allegedly, then I can understand that, but you don't. You go for people who you have no fucking beef with, people who have said an opinion on you or talk shit about you, and you go so fucking low on them that it's gross, in my opinion, of course. And I truly believe that it's only to build your page and to do whatever in the world Queen Bee would like for you to do. That's my opinion, because I can guarantee you, you would never do a stream that talk bad about anybody who has anything to do with the hive. You never would, because you know what the ramifications of that would look like for you and your channel. But I do hope, I truly do hope, and I do pray for you that at some point in time, you protect yourself.
Nanya, I said the exact same thing. I guess she wanted my attention because I didn't even know who she was. I had no idea who she was when she started making videos about me. She got 1,000 subscribers just talking about me. I never even mentioned her. This is literally like the first live I've ever done on her. And it's not even a full live on her. I just happened to be playing this.
And your channel at some point, because at one point in time, you will become, and you will, like, you'll be tossed to the side. And I hope that you're truly prepared for that. That's my opinion. Thanks, Jonesy, for the link.
You're welcome. So, Flo, did you read the community?
Hi, yes, I did. And then I'm gonna have to jump off because I got stuff to do with the family. Yeah, it was
Same.
basically the same thing. Glow made a comment that said something about her husband being trash, and I said I'm not sure about who her husband is, or don't know. I don't verbatim. I screenshotted it, but I'm on my phone. Not sure who her husband is, or don't know anything about her husband, but I'm sure her husband would be embarrassed of her acting this way or dressing up like something. Basically the same thing I already said. So yes, I did say that.
Okay. All right. So she's taking accountability for her part.
But I do have to go. I got to get my kids ready so we can go. And I appreciate you bringing me up. And that's it.
Absolutely.
All right. Have a good night. I'll talk to you later.
Okay, I'll talk to you in a little bit. Oh, Jay.
Whoops. All right. So remember the video that I played earlier? And the video was saying about comparison and comparing. Here's an adult. Just because someone talks about you doesn't mean you need to talk about them. If you're that insecure, and so many people in this community cannot understand, just keep your mouth shut. Don't care about them. Like, who gives a fuck? If somebody, there's so many people that talk about me, I could care less. I never think of them. I never run my day thinking about them, but I fucking own them because I live completely rent-free in their heads. I can't even comprehend how many people that I live rent-free in their heads. They just don't shut the fuck up. I don't even know if I'd call it bullies. I would just call them fucking idiots. Just plain old idiots. Oh, you can't hear me? You should be able to hear me now. I was muted for a minute, but it should be caught up now. 19 months. Woo woo. You know what I'm saying, though? It's absolutely fucking ridiculous. So I'm not sure if I want to play Dietz next or I want to play Joneson next. But there is a video I found. Hey, Kim, there is a video I found on Joneson's channel. that I don't know what I feel about it. But I read some of the comments and it kind of bothered me because they're wrong. And the take on this video was wrong. And it's still up. So that's why I kind of want to go through it and explain a couple of things. So we're going to call this a blast from the past. Where'd it go? It's right on your homepage. Where'd it go? All right, I'll have to look in history because it was just there. Now I lost it. Okay. It's only a 6-minute video. It is from 11 months ago. Johnson said on Tiffany Marie's channel the other night, Laura spewed a lot of lies. This is only one of them. I didn't spew any lies. But looking back now, maybe things have changed. Maybe your opinion has changed. But I think it's important to address. What? I think it's important to address simply because there's a lot of people in the chat, I mean, in the comment section, that seemed to think or thought that I was lying about a bunch of stuff. And I just want to know if your opinion has changed since this video on this particular subject.
Where we go over trippy true crime and the drama that surrounds it. Don't forget to give me a subscribe.
Some of the things tonight have to do with Queen Bee. Now, Tiffany and Queen Bee are friends. So I just want to put it out there that my feelings towards Queen Bee have nothing to do with Tiffany's feelings towards Queen Bee. Tiffany is allowed to have her own friends. She's allowed to, get along with people I don't. So I just want to put that out there. So because of her panel and because of her, and we've gone back and forth at each other, don't get me wrong. But I have said a couple things here and there. She thinks I doxed her because I showed a picture that everyone else has shown. She didn't have a problem with anybody else showing it, only when I showed it. So way back when, according to Queen Bee, the reason why her and I have this issue or this started was because she took Veloma's side when Veloma told me that she was going to have a party and that she would be thrilled if I ended up dead. And Queen Bee took Veloma's side and said, a lot of them laughed like it was no big deal. And a lot of them were like, oh, it doesn't matter.
Okay, let me also point out, there was a text message from her in a chat that stated clearly that she, that she didn't understand what the big deal was, and it is what it is, and that she was mad. She wasn't mad at Veloma. That was in a text message. I mean, in a chat room.
Who cares? It's not a big deal. They all thought it was fucking hysterical. But someone tells you to wrap yourself around a tree and that she would be thankful if you died, that's a problem. That's a big problem. And if you think that that makes you a good person, that's up. That's my opinion.
That wasn't Joneson that did that. That's Hartley. Joneson took a video from Hartley.
What I do not support, what I will not support is telling someone that their children need to be taken or that they need to be wrapped around a fucking car pole or where their car needs to be wrapped around a pole or whatever the fuck all that was. No, I don't approve of that shit. I don't like talking about other motherfucking people's kids. None of that shit. None of that. You want to talk like that? That's cool. Go do that. Do that on your own channel. Do that on your own time. But don't fucking bring it over here because I don't want it over here.
But let me say what I wanted to say.
Yeah.
If I said some bullshit like Veloma said.
Now, let me remind you of something. if I'm on Queen Bee's panel, we're obviously still friendly. This wasn't the kicker, but if I'm on the panel, then we were still friendly at this point. We weren't like not friends at this point. This video happened when it first went down, not days later.
That 15 clip channels would have it. I would be the worst person in the world. And oh my God. But Paloma says it. Now, let me go back a second. Remember when Dolly went off in Aileen and said the most horrible things? And everybody was like how awful he was. There was never an excuse made, nothing. You couldn't make an excuse for what he said. What Paloma said to me was 10 times worse than what Dolly said. And people are making excuses. Okay, my son lost his dad 6 months ago. And that fucking cunt says that I should die and leave my 14-year-old with no parent?
Where did she say
keep making fucking excuses. Keep saying, oh, it's okay. What
I didn't say it was okay. I never once said it was okay.
She said that on Sweet Tea's panel. She said that she should wrap her car around a fucking tree and die for all she cares. And said Whitney should take her fucking kids. And then I'm a horrible mom.
On her own
But
panel,
everyone's making excuses because it's Paloma. I have never, ever.
I wasn't talking about Sweet or well, I did talk about Paloma, but I didn't know. I thought she said that on her own panel when y'all went at it.
No, it was on Sweet Tea's panel, and 3 people on that panel said nothing. Let her say it and said nothing.
What I do feel like is, you know what? Sweet Tea's been one of my friends from the very beginning. So for y'all to get down and voice this, you know YouTube. Y'all know YouTube. So for y'all to get down from here and go over to her channel where it's all tiny and little and she doesn't know shit about shit and she's just learning and sit up on her fucking panel and allow shit to be like this, I'm not happy at all. Not happy at all.
They all just let her talk.
Lauren, nobody over here is in agreement with what was said.
Yeah, not at all.
And Queen Bee took Paloma's side and said, a lot of them laughed like it was no big deal. And a lot of them were like, oh, it doesn't matter. Who cares? I just heard a lot of excuses.
There were more than one panel on this particular subject. There were multiple panels, multiple chats, multiple places. I was just kind of summing it up for Tiffany that this was totally fucking not cool. This particular one was only one of them. And this happened in the very beginning.
Excuses being made for what was said right on this panel.
I like Paloma, I really do. I hope that.
Yeah, I'm a little bit shocked.
I mean, I don't know. I need to talk to her because I mean,
no matter who she is, that wasn't okay. You don't say shit like that. No matter who you disagree with. She was really having a hard night last night, but that's still not okay. There's no buts about it. Like, that's fucked up. That's not okay. I just heard a lot of excuses being made for what was said right on this panel.
Like what?
Oh, maybe something's wrong. Maybe this. Maybe that. No.
Wait, did something happen with Paloma?
She said some stuff that was ugly. You know, I was honestly shocked at how upset she was. And I can only help but wonder. I've seen her in Laura's lab.
That's making an excuse. That's like an implied excuse. Maybe something was this. Maybe something was that. The only person that did not make an excuse was Captain Napton. She's the only one that said, no, it doesn't matter. No. All the rest of them made excuses.
And she was a member and all that. So maybe she felt like, you know how sometimes people get so involved with the creator in the chat.
Rockabit, please tell me what I said that's even remotely close. If you bring up negs, I'm going to shut you down. Not block you, but I'm going to prove to you how wrong you are. But other than someone coming at me, tell me when I've randomly said that to somebody, even close to that. Let me know. I'll wait.
They feel betrayed when the creator does something they don't agree with.
Absolutely.
I'm kind of almost wondering if it didn't stem from that. But even that being said, it's not okay to say things like that because what if it happened? Like if that happened, you would not feel okay.
I just heard a lot of excuses being made for what was said right on this panel.
You know, honestly, I got to give her a little leeway because she's came up here and she's talked about it. I mean, I'm not saying it's okay or she should make remarks like that or whatever. I'm not trying to make an excuse for it or nothing like that. I'm not trying to make an excuse for it or nothing like that. I'm not trying to make an excuse for it or nothing like that.
Oh, maybe something's wrong. Maybe this. Maybe that.
No. I mean,
that's an excuse. Seriously, that's an excuse.
Like that, because like I said, I still haven't talked to her or nothing like that either. So, but she has, you know, she did lose a child, and when you are in this kind of a community, and you hear things and you see things, and you know what I mean? She's sitting back watching. Here we are on day, 8 of these protesters going out here screaming this shit. I'm sure it's probably bringing some PTSD back. You know what I'm saying? And it's,
thank you for that clarity. Yes.
Yeah.
All that's excuses. Every single thing that Queen Bee is saying is an excuse, which goes back to my original point.
I think that what I heard was a definite emotional response. So I agree, you know, like it wasn't, normally Paloma is pretty articulate and will tell you not only how she's feeling, but why. So that was just kind of out of left field for me. I felt like maybe I just don't know her. I don't know. No, this shit wasn't okay.
I just heard a lot of excuses being made for what was said right on this panel. What she said was fucking disgusting.
Something's it's out of character for what we know of her, so we're still trying to.
And that's an excuse. It's out of character. That's an excuse. Do you guys get it? Those are excuses.
In all of the years of YouTube, of all the horrible things that I've said, I have never said anything like that, ever. Not even close to something like that.
I've never heard that from her either, and I don't know her very well. I don't agree with saying shit like that at all. That's bad to put in the universe. That's bad karma, and you didn't deserve that, in my opinion. Some people might think that you do deserve that, Laura, but I don't feel like nobody deserves to be talked to in that way, in my opinion. Okay.
And Queen Bee took Paloma's side and said, a lot of them laughed like it was no big deal, and a lot of them were like, "Oh, it doesn't matter. Who cares?" But I'm just saying, where are the clip channels? How come nobody? If I said something like that, oh my God. You're right.
The video's not there anymore. The video's not there anymore. The video's not there.
Hold up, Rock a bit. Hold up. Okay. Do you know why I said that? I mean, do you have any idea why I said that? Just saying. See, it's shit like that that I can't handle. Because if you knew why I said that, then you would understand why I said that. But nobody pointed out the fact that that was said. They didn't point out what caused me to say that. They only point out what I said. So I'm sorry, Rockabit. I can't even remotely come close to accepting what you just said. Because the real truth is, she turned around first, lied and said that she got in my portal. She was running panel to panel saying that I was lying about having cancer. She ran to multiple places saying that I had cancer. I mean, that I was lying about cancer to hundreds of people. She also said that she contacted my doctor, I believe. So then when she was running around saying how I was lying right after I was diagnosed and saying how she was getting in my portal, that's when I said that to her. And I simply said that to her because she was saying that I was lying about cancer. That's why I said that. And I'm sorry if you didn't know what caused me to say that in the first place. But yeah, I had very good reason. Just saying. Yeah, she said that she went into my portal and I was lying.
There anymore. Everything Paloma said was on Sweet Tea's panel. That's why Sweet Tea was played.
So what sparked her to even say this? Because that's such an over-the-top statement.
Because she misunderstood something that I said.
Okay.
So instead of actually listening to the entire thing of what I said, she jumped on something, a small clip, and made it out like I was going down there to be a tragedy pimp, and the only reason I'm going down there is to grow my channel. And that is not what I said at all.
And I agree with that, SoFlo. Absolutely agree with that. Well, if it was 6 months after Brad died that I was on her panel, that would have been 2022. Brad died in April. So it would have been somewhere around September of 2022. And I believe, well, no, it had to have been after that. It must have been right before they went to Quentin's house. Before they went to Georgia. Had to be somewhere around there. Yeah, I heard that they were saying how Now Christine's lying about having cancer. No, sorry. I'm so sick and tired of people accusing everybody of lying about having it. No, sorry, not sorry. People need to stop. Yeah, when the devil went down to Georgia. Ah, next up. It's this video, Jonesy. All right, next up, Deets. So once again, Deets, Melissa Jade, Crime Sleuthin', and this one Jones's in. They go live. Thanks. I got this at a chemo place. Like you can pick a hat. So I picked this one. I kind of liked it. So Deets has been, I don't know what the right word is. Crime Sleuthin' has issues. 100%. Yeah, Deets on the motherfucking streets. Crime Sleuthin' has issues. I think she wants so desperately for Deets to accept her, for Deets to like her, that she can't stop. So every time Deets is live, she needs to go up there and scream for attention. But is it bullying? Or is she asking for it? There's a thin line between bullying and asking for it. And I'm sorry, but I kind of think that Crime Sleuthin' is asking for it in some ways, and in other ways, I think that it is bullying. So this was another stream that happened when I was away. I didn't get to watch all of it, so that's why I'm reviewing it now. She is asking for it. I agree, Heather. She really is. Thank you, Jonesin.
It wasn't under Crime Sleuthin', remember? It was under the other name.
No, I could go back and find it, not to show it, but to find that you're tagged in it.
Yep.
So how can I prevent the whole of the internet from searching for Crime Sleuthin'?
And that's not synonymous with doxing. Deets never showed anything.
It is this. You of course don't think so because it hasn't happened to you.
Excuse me,
But
it hasn't happened to me. You want to be careful with what you say.
I don't care.
Of
I'm
course
just
you
saying
don't.
You're not understanding what I'm saying.
I do.
You don't.
I have
You
been doxed. I
clearly
don't
don't.
think- no, you better
clearly don't.
hear it.
If you don't understand that showing a video which does have doxing information in it, even if you stop before the actual doxing, you've already showed everybody where to go to get the doxing.
There's
Now,
no
I have
article
all
in
kinds
this description.
I told
Sleuthin'.
you nothing was in the pastors.
There's no article in this description.
I tried to say.
That's what Voices said on Laura's.
All right, I'm going to say this one last time. Doxing. Let me explain to you what doxing is. Doxing is if I have Crystal Langford's social security number and I post it on a live, that's doxing. Doxing means that you give out personal information, private information. If I go on a news story or the news captures me on a story, guess what? And they use my name, that is not doxing me. That is a news story. If someone says, hey, Laura was on the news, and showed that doxing story, shows that story, that's not doxing. That's not private information being leaked. So this whole doxing thing needs to stop. Voices did not dox her on my panel at all. At all. That's another thing I want to address, Jones, and that you brought it up. TT has always been just as bad as Voices. So Voices naturally assumed that she could go on TT's and dox her because TT has always been as bad as Voices. Ask Granny about that. So for everybody to act like all of a sudden Voices went on TT, Voices probably thought there was no reason that she shouldn't do it because she's always done it before. So why not do it now? TT never had a problem with it before. Now all of a sudden she's got such an issue with it. Why all of a sudden you got a fucking issue with it? That's the problem. So I understand where Voices is at. I'm going to get to Voices after this.
Panel.
No.
I've never
What's the
even been
actual
to it.
receipts?
Okay, well here
There's nothing on the YouTube video. Nothing in the description.
The other
nothing
one
with
the
you.
snake thing.
I know the one you're
Yeah.
talking about, Sleuthing. You're talking about the clip right here, and it doesn't show the name of the channel, but it has nothing in there.
Right. No. Did you go to, without showing it, can you go to the pastor one? Because I've never personally even been to it.
Oh,
I've
that's
never been
lovely.
to it.
That's the one I showed though. So
I
yeah,
was
I can
there.
go
I
to
have the full
pastor
video,
one.
not just the clip that he put.
Dude, it's like 12
But
minutes, not really.
this is
Yeah.
the one that says protest claim. That's the one I played. And there is no link to your article in here.
Nope.
That is
I mean, you
what,
can-
okay, then that's what, then Voices lied. Because that's what she
Okay.
was saying.
No shit. Are you kidding me?
No.
Duh.
That's what Laura said. I mean,
Voices
there's
has been
nothing on
adamant.
here.
She has been,
Okay.
and I don't defend Voices, but
So-
she has been adamant about there is no private information in the pastor's YouTube video.
Right. And
But
also
she
here
did
in
play it and tell everybody that that's me. She did tell people that that's
Okay,
me.
so now it's not about showing private information. Now it's the fact that she distinguished it's you.
Oh my God. Well,
But
you know
Sleuthing,
what?
that's not Deet's or Melissa's fault.
and we're trying to
No?
figure it out. Honestly, I'm trying to figure out why you're claiming I'm doxing you or leading people to your dox, because there's nothing in there that shows like a link to that article. Again, you're tagged in it, so it's not like I can stop the whole of the internet from going there. But you came up here and claimed that it was in there. Like you've been standing on that, like that's in there. You're leading them there, and then you said you weren't doxed or you weren't tagged in it, or
Did they
maybe you
change
didn't.
it?
I
or
don't know.
There was something.
But
Now
how am I supposed to prevent
filed,
that?
I did file a privacy claim on that video, the one with the snake. I think they might have edited something in it because I believe there was at some point something in the description. So, and I'm just remembering this now.
So you
I had made
didn't
a
come with
claim.
receipts.
I didn't.
Okay, so if they edited it, Crumb Sleuthing, that means that like there's no way to prove either or.
Not a
So
screenshot.
what can
not a
we
screen
do?
recording,
What can
nothing?
we do to move past this?
But crime sleuthing is not a victim. This is what I have a hard time with. The bitch is not a victim in any capacity. She wants to make it out like she's a victim. She dragged Voices in this. She dragged me in this. None of us had nothing to do with that whole situation with Tia, but she fucking dragged us in it. Why? I don't know.
Well, I had already moved past it. I simply filed a privacy claim on it, and
Girl,
You were on Queen's panel today out of
and
nowhere.
you just got
It
done
was like,
live
what the
about
hell?
it.
because of Voices, because she was up there lying about doxing me. She said that
So
she
did
jumped
you
up on
address
panel.
Voices?
She'd already jumped off by the time I got word of it, and I had to back up the live and watch it. And she was up there saying that she only jumped up on the panel at TT's because we were up there talking shit about her. And that was a bold-faced lie. We were talking about all kinds of miscellaneous stuff. you know, all kinds of cool stuff. We were having a great
So
conversation.
what made you go into Deets and MJ on Queen's panel if you were there to address voices? Even if voices jumped off before you got up there, like why did it have to go even further?
I don't remember what all I said. I just know if you have that clip, I mean, we can address Melissa.
No,
I could
I'm
probably
not
go
clicking that
find.
shit.
I could
Hell
probably
no.
go
Like
to
a
it when you hop up
5-year-old.
on panel.
You can't dictate my chuckle. Sorry.
I
Well,
think
she's
it's
not going to
so
dictate your
funny
chuckle
that
either,
I
Sleuthing. Like,
never called Melissa Jade a freak snake.
Oh
The
my
only time that
God,
I
girl.
called,
Wait, listen, we have so much to address, and you're
Such a
going
funny
for
name.
that.
Just
You
stupid.
referred to Sonia as a freak snake in the email. We
Yeah,
started
so
all
then you
giggling.
guys
Let me
started
finish.
saying you were all
Let
freak
me
snakes. I'm like, okay,
finish.
freak snakes.
hey,
And that's
hey,
what happened.
if
You
we're
see?
going to get to any sort of resolution, we're going to have to take turns. Everybody, okay?
But the
Let's
fact
finish.
that you're even addressing this out of everything, exactly what you just did that day, you turned around and called us all freak snakes. It's
It is a continued
Sleuthing,
immature
let her
dick.
Sleuthing, let her finish, please. And I will do the same when you are speaking.
And then, by the way, Deets, just so you know, I don't know if you're aware or not, but Infamous put that stuff in the back for you.
Yes, I see.
And I'll try. I'm just kidding. I was just like fucking with you, promptly. You know
It
that.
is hard for me. I admit it is hard for me to not talk when something's just itching to come out. I will try
Okay, well,
harder.
jot it down, but let her get out her full thought towards you, or we're not going to get
Okay.
anywhere.
Okay.
I
She
don't
might.
even feel like the freak snake comment is worth, like, there's so much above that. That's so tiny. How do you think it's okay to drop a video referencing to the Deets' panel and the situation with us and compare yourself to a girl who was pushed to the point of trying to unalive herself, along with holding me and Deets accountable for you not being able to get a medical procedure?
So you want me to address
Yeah.
both of those things as kind of like because they're separate.
Mental
and
health and physical health. You held us accountable for both of them.
the
What
Okay,
did
first
so
we
address
do that
one at a
pushed you
time,
so bad?
promptly.
Okay, the first one is on the video. I wasn't blaming. I was just saying all of the bullying all over YouTube. I wasn't saying
No,
anything
you
about
said,
you guys
yeah,
specifically.
you said this has happened to me on 2 panels so far, berating me, ganging up on me. You quoted a
I wasn't
comment
just
from
talking about
somebody
you guys.
specific in the chat. So don't say that you were talking about all of YouTube in general.
I was talking about, yes, I said it's happened to me. I didn't say any names. And I said I've seen it happen a lot and it needs to stop.
So my question to Deets, though, what is the point of constantly trying to get her to understand? She's never going to get it. She's never going to understand. She's never going to change. She jumps panel to panel to panel to anybody that will fucking listen and just spews the same bullshit over and over and over and over again. What's the end goal? And this gets intense. I'm not playing the whole 6 hours, but this gets intense. This goes for hours.
So you
That's what I
think that
said.
we're pushing you to that point?
No, I didn't say that either.
So then why'd you make that comparison?
Because I said
Because that's the way it looked.
Well, you know, it's just translation and perception, interpretation. Interpret it however you wish.
Well, wait. So just a minute ago, you didn't like the way TBE interpreted something. Now you're saying that this was just somebody's interpretation of that. MJ and I just interpreted it wrong, and that's the problem.
Well, yeah, because she summed it up wrong. And I did state in the beginning of my live today that anybody can play it. I don't care.
No.
I did say that.
We've learned our lesson.
It's in it, and it's stated in it.
Don't self-promote.
And I'm just saying, because MJ had actually mentioned something about that. Well, we play it, but we'd pull it up and play it. But
no, I
Are
won't
we
be playing
I'm just
wrong?
saying, if
anything.
there's something in it you need to refer to, you're welcome to
Yeah,
for
you
the
said that
purpose of
last
this
time too.
conversation.
You said
No,
that last
I
time too, then
didn't.
struck deets, then pulled it back, and then
And
said, you know
Jay,
what, I'm going to save up all 3 and I could get your channel down. That's what happened.
You
okay.
did. But
Have I
you
have
did,
I done
Sleuthen.
any?
We had that whole live that we were up here on my birthday on. It started on March 5th and went into March 6th. That several times you asked me to pull something up and play it. You asked me to do this or that, and I did, and then you struck it down. She's not wrong. And you know
For
what?
one day, I took it right back
And then you
when I
threatened to
was
do it
over on
again.
Queen Beans.
You
Queen
threatened to
Beans
do it
channel.
again.
And you know, have you? Let me tell me the last thing that you said something in anger that you didn't mean and
This
certainly didn't
isn't
follow
a
up on.
one-time slip,
Huh?
kind Sleuthen.
Yesterday.
We all do that. I
No,
never did
but you're
anything. Have
actively
I
doing it.
struck you again, Deets? Have I?
But
No.
I said
you did.
something
How
in
many other
anger.
people? How many other people have you hit this week alone, Crime Sleuthen?
But you said, here's the thing though.
Mhm.
You said just now, you said it over on Queens Out of Anger. No, you said it here. You told me on my very panel that you were going to strike me again and that you were saving up to strike me 3
I was
times and
in
take my
chat.
channel. No,
No,
it was up
no.
here.
I
I
have
can
the
pull it
clips
up
of
for
it.
you.
Was it? I don't even remember. It
I
doesn't
have the
matter.
clips of it.
Like I
Mark
just
this
said,
down, people,
we
as the
all say
receipts I will
things.
bring.
We all say things in anger. I was extremely frustrated. I'm trying to not get like that.
Okay,
So
why
I've
did
had
you
a
say
lot
me
of
and
downtime
Deets?
since then.
Sorry,
Why
everybody started talking at the same time. I don't know who started first.
We won't even do the you interpreted it wrong, because when it came to your medical procedure, you named me and Deets. So how was it on me and Deets that you were not able to get a medical procedure?
Well,
It was because your
because
blood pressure was too high, right?
yes. And I actually heard somebody get on another panel after that and say, well, that's a lie because you can still get it if your blood pressure is high. No, you can't. Not my doctor.
So you're telling me
This
that
is for
you were
specific
fine
reason.
enough to go on your own line.
Look, here's the bottom line. Anybody, and I do mean anybody, that tries to put their mental health on you needs to be shut down immediately. Your mental health is your mental health. And it's not for anybody else. You can't put that on someone else, and you never should. Oh, this person unalived themselves and it's all your fault. No, it's not. This person did this and it's all your fault. No, it's not. This happened to this person and it's all your fault. No, it's not. Every single human being is responsible for their own actions. Every single person in this world is responsible for themselves. Exactly, Jen. Emotional blackmail is not okay. And I see it happen so much here. If someone comes after you, if someone hates you, that's on them. Yeah, human being. That's on them. If someone doesn't like you for something you said, that's on them. That's for them to deal with, not you. You have that choice. You have the choice to give them that power or not. Personally, I choose to never give someone that power. Nobody should give anybody that kind of power, ever. It's just not worth it at all.
Live for 6 hours that night, but you couldn't log off and put your own health first and say, hey, I got a medical procedure tomorrow. So if this is stressing me out, it's on me to unplug and go and do it. But even if you're going to say it was me and Deets, what did specifically me and Deets do that pushed you so far over the edge that you couldn't get a medical procedure?
You're rich. I will. I'm not going to go there.
What?
I don't want to.
It's a seriously valid question. You accused us of
It doesn't
affecting
matter
your
what I
actual
say.
physical
It doesn't
health.
matter what I say. It was affecting the continued harassment that I was receiving
How
at
are
that
we
time
harassing you?
by several people was crazy.
What are you
And
considering
I'm not
harassment?
going to go further than that.
Hang on, Melissa. But
Period.
you didn't
Move on.
state several people. You stated us specifically
You
on
guys,
that one.
you had continuous hours and hours and hours and hours.
Newsflash. if you constantly put yourself in a place that they're talking about something else and you interrupt that and jump on panel and make it about you, you're fucking up your own mental health. They're not doing anything to you. You're doing it all to yourself.
Hours and hours of lies. Just because you guys come to an agreement that, you know, oh, we've got the receipts for this and it must have been this super thanks reverse and that's where she's lying. I gave you everything that I possibly could. Everything that I possibly could. And everything that I gave you was just twisted.
First of all, I don't care what happened with the money situation. I stated it from the very beginning of you hopping up and starting to discuss that. I was not involved in that. I had no clue about it. I was just along for the ride. I repeated that several times. So everything that you gave and everything that you presented, yes, it all came from you.
Sleuth, and honestly, Dietz doesn't want to be your friend. Deal with it. Melissa Jade doesn't want to be your friend. Deal with it and move on. And I don't mean to say that in a rude way, but you're trying so desperately to be their friend. They don't want to be your friend. Just move on.
And you agreed to this number, this night, or whatnot. But then later, new information was found and that was questioned. That is not harassment.
That wasn't relevant. It was not relevant.
How is a $500 super thanks not
because
relevant?
it never processed into my YouTube. I chatted with them and asked specifically and have that in writing.
What? So Sleuth,
it was never part of it.
Sure. And just think about this for a second. If you've I didn't mean sure is a bad thing. I'm just I want
an educated opinion. I do agree with that. But all right, I'll give you an example. If someone is constantly being berated by someone, but they keep going back and they keep running back to that person, whose fault does it become? Is it come to a point where you kind of ask them for it because you keep running back? She keeps running back. So although I agree with you to a certain extent, if you keep running back, you keep running back. And then it comes to the point where, well, now you must like it because you keep running back to it.
I want you to pause because I want you to think about this for a second. If you were debunking another creator, which you have, you know, by your own admission, you've debunked things on this platform, and that type of information showed up in something that you were debunking, something huge like that. Now, you can't see that other creator's backstage to prove if it had processed or whatnot later, because we didn't see your backstage on that one. That came later. So would you not add that to your debunking?
You can ask it you can add it as a question like, hey, is this? You guys just said, oh, wait, is this? Oh, wait, it is. And you just decided that that's what it was.
No. So
and nobody came to me and asked me.
Crime Sleuth, and what you're angry at is that at the end of your explanation, I wasn't satisfied with it. That's what you get angry. Let me finish, please. That's what you truly get angry at, is that at the end of an hour and a half long stroll down a journey that somehow does not lead to the destination, I wasn't satisfied with it. And you can't just accept that, hey, I can't convince Melissa. These are my receipts. She doesn't believe me. Okay. You keep going and going and going. And let me take every route to this destination and try to convince her. That's not harassment. That's not bullying. But you came up all on your own every time, even when it wasn't about you. You did countless panels. You are the person who started it first.
Oh my God. Is your sentence ever going to be over?
You
is this a speech or a question? Because this is not.
Says the one who goes in circles every time somebody fucking tries, every time she needs to speak. So it's funny that she's trying to shut Melissa Jade down. Okay, crime.
Not going to work like this.
How is it
just
not
not?
Can you admit that you want to micromanage the situation? Like you're complaining about the way she's asking the question. The same thing as when I read the email, I wasn't reading it right. Like, why could she not? Who cares if she has a long run-on sentence for a question?
God, though, because she wants me to answer all that.
I didn't even say my question yet.
Exactly.
I was giving context.
You're giving your context, your side.
Yes, of
and that is
course.
just-
I'm
it
the
is-
one speaking.
Let me just say this. None
Okay,
of it
and
was
you'll be able
any-
to give
I'm
yours.
answering. None of it was any of your business.
Okay,
None of it
so
was
she dropped. First of all,
anybody's business. But I still, when I heard about the accusations that she was making, I was like, hey, I want to address this because I knew that that wasn't true. I came willingly on my own, happy to address it. But nothing that I gave was ever good enough because it just wasn't going to be good enough. That's what
that
it
was
was.
a really long sentence. Are you going to take a break? No. See, that's what you just said, and do you see how insensitive that is to do that? There are a couple people in the back chat. I'm not going to add you guys right now just because I want to focus on this conversation. So it's nothing against you guys. It's not me, coddling, sleuthing. I just want to stay on topic for this minute. But and you're welcome to chill back there until I add you, or you can hop down and come back up in a bit. I just want to get through some of these.
You want me to jump down?
No, you're
I think
fine. You were
I'm-
already up here. I'm just not going to be accused of shit out there on the streets over and over. That I absolutely did not do. So it's going to be the same 3 people that you hopped up here.
Same. That's exactly what I'm going through. You guys haven't understood what I have gone through on my side with the false allegations. It
What
has
false
hurt me
allegations?
emotionally and on my channel. It has
Do you not
hurt me.
think it does the same to us? How do you know that this isn't making my blood pressure go through the roof? How do you know that this isn't stressing me out? Do you still stand by holding me and Deets accountable for your alleged not able to get a freaking medical procedure instead of it being your responsibility to say, hey, I'm getting stressed. My blood pressure is being affected. I have a medical procedure. I need to prioritize my health and I'm logging off.
Well, I did do that finally, but yeah, I was caught up
When?
in it. And even Tia said she was all caught up in it.
No. Do you still?
The one I'm going to fast forward a little, but the one thing I need to point out, please do not ever feel bad for her because she brings this all on herself. When she realizes that she brings this all on herself, the world will be a better place. I promise. This is sick. Like truly sick. I did not hear all of this because I was out for the weekend, but I cannot believe how fucking insane she is. Like, I really can't. She never seems to amaze me.
Still stand
We
by
get
that.
caught up in the BS, I wanted to address it how I wanted to address it.
And that's fair, but you're putting shit on me that doesn't belong on me at all.
And went sideways.
No.
Kind of a review on that. Did you know, and the family directly, when she reviewed their interview, they said specifically, both Steve and Christy at the very beginning of that interview said that Steve and Christy and Olivia themselves, those 3 run the Facebook account only.
No,
So who
That's
runs
what they
his
said
account?
at the very.
Who
You
runs
want
his account? Who runs his account? Because you claimed you spoke directly
his
with his
personal account. I
Facebook
spoke to
account.
both. To both.
Okay.
So why are your
th-
messages
it's
with
the
Steve's
same.
personal account even different than what?
Okay. Let me point this out loud and clear. Crime sleuthing. Steve Gonsalves is a victim of a child that was murdered. He's not your buddy. I know that you want him to be your buddy because you want to feel like you're in with him. He is the victim of the worst horrific crime that anybody could ever go through. A parent's worst fucking nightmare. He's not your friend. He's not your buddy. Please stop talking about him like you're related to him because it's frustrating and it's annoying and it's sick. Just saying.
I was shown, and I never showed publicly everything I have. So
I never
when
showed
I
any of
let
my
me
messages with Steve.
finish, when I'm sorry, not to you, Deets. When I say I cannot verify who was typing the same way that I see Meatfoot in the chat right now. I think it's Meatfoot's account. I could verify it's Meatfoot's account, but how can I say it's not somebody else typing under her account? That is where I cover my butt because I don't want to say 100% certainty if I don't know 100% certainty. But how the hell is saying that I've seen this and I've seen it's not a fake messaging app the way you said, slandering the dad when Everything that you just repeated back to me, my own words, as far as this could hurt the case, I said that defending them. While I'm saying, do not reach out to this man anymore, leave these families alone, look at the disinformation. It's getting to the point where these are getting leaked. It could hurt the case. I have always advocated for them.
No,
No?
you actually, no.
I hope you
By
bring receipts to prove I
you,
haven't.
you do.
What do I do?
No,
ahead.
she did not say that her sister helps run the account.
What
She
do I?
said
No,
her
stop
and Steve-
deflecting. What
Well,
do
no,
I
there's
do?
a chat on the thing, and I'm going to address it real quick while it's happening.
Sure.
Sure. That's my bad. That's my fault. That's on me. I know you don't like them up because they distract you.
Yeah,
And perfectly
I guess
even
they do,
reminded
but
me.
no, Christy and Steve both said
Of a murdered child?
I
That was
got
the whole
that.
point
It's
of it.
It's
That
the
was the entire
insinuation
point
of
of
the
it.
things that he was saying.
But she barely even
Mm-mm.
touched on that, and you're obsessing on that.
No,
It
she
was-
did touch. She
even
more
touched
than
on that.
touched on.
Dude.
And
She more
who
than
knows?
whatever.
No, she did not more than touch on it, first of all. And second of all, who knows if
Okay.
Steve did feel that way? He might have felt that way back then, and maybe he doesn't now.
Right. He
But
could have felt
what
that way
Brad
based on the
did was
disinformation.
just
Look, Steve Gonsalves can feel any way he pleases. He can say whatever he wants. He can feel whatever he wants, and nobody can judge it. Nobody can even think to judge it unless they've been through it. And unless your child was brutally murdered the way his was, you have no right to speak on it. You have no right to question it. You have no right for anything. And again, he's not your friend. He's not your buddy. He's not your bestie. Leave him the fuck alone. I don't even know why you talk about him so much. It's like you feel like you make it out like he's, something so amazing. He's the parent of a murdered child. Leave the guy alone. Even if he said fucked up things, even if he did fucked up things, it doesn't matter. He's the parent of a murdered child, period, end of story. There's no way around it.
He didn't talk
she
about
was
any grand
calling
jury leaks.
out.
Nope. He didn't talk about any grand jury leaks, and he didn't say
All right,
anything
Chrysler,
ugly about
Listen,
Dylan.
he's talked about grand jury leaks with other creators.
Oh my God, that is so perfect, little Irish girl. So perfect. She is a crime groupie, 150%.
He has.
Who?
Oh my God. Why can't you just let us
we're
not
talking
agree
about.
with you? We don't agree with you, but don't ever say I'm slandering that man ever, unless you're going to come with receipts to back it up.
So is that what this really all
They
comes
can just-
down to?
Yes, Joe. Yeah. Yes.
I believe
She couldn't
Steve,
let
and
me.
she doesn't.
That's okay, though.
No, I don't not believe Steve. I've never spoken to Steve. I've never heard Steve say anything about these. You want me to trust you when you tell me Steve said this. I don't trust you.
You got very mad that she didn't
I
trust.
showed the screenshots that I was
showed
allowed
the screen
to show.
recordings.
And I don't know if
we don't have to believe each other's receipts. It's
and
simple as
Jones, and
that.
I don't know if you've seen them or not, but I showed what I was allowed to show. And I don't ever show private messages.
She doesn't ever show private messages, really? I think she shows private messages.
That I'm not specifically allowed to show.
Well,
I'm not like that.
I do.
Thank you,
yeah,
Bendy.
I
Because
don't
it's
cross the
very
line.
aggravating. My entire point of all that coverage was the families were being exploited and they deserved peace and to be left alone. And how do you know that those messages, as right, Steve wouldn't say that. Well, maybe it was based on the disinformation he was being fed. That was my entire point, was leave them alone. And what did you do? You were like, nope. Let me reach out, right? And now you're speaking on behalf of Steve while pointing the finger at me. Shame on you.
defending
It's
him.
disgusting.
I'm just defending
And
him.
perfectly's right. He did multiple interviews. He would say things that were just wrong, or they were dumb and wrong, and then later, play dumb about it. Absolutely happened. And that's not hating on him. It was a father in the midst of what is probably the most traumatic thing that he'll go through. But are you
There's no
saying
way you're going to tell me that an intelligent man
We don't care
who's
about your opinion.
fighting for justice for his daughter and the other people is going to tell a complete stranger without knowing who he's talking to
He did.
all that bullshit? No.
He knew what he was talking. Crime sleuthing. We're not
Well,
trying to.
nope.
Do you understand the difference? I'm not sitting here trying to convince you I'm right. I'm saying this is my opinion. You can have
no,
yours.
telling you, it
Velvet?
doesn't make
He did.
sense.
He
Okay,
didn't
you don't
come
have
out
to
and
believe it.
say that it wasn't legit or that it was slander himself. He decided that his only way of debunking it would to have crime sleuthing correct it. That's the only correction.
And
he
they
has
thanked
made
me for
today.
reaching out and told me what I could share.
Sure, great. Thank you.
And you choose not to believe him.
Yes, they're talking about Steve Gonzalez. That's why I said it really doesn't matter what Steve says. He could say whatever the fuck he wants, whenever he wants. I don't care. He could lie. He could not lie. He could tell the truth. He could change a story. I don't give a fuck. I really don't. Hey, Dayton.
I mean, that's just
I
sad.
choose not to believe you.
I don't believe
Whatever.
There's
That's
a
just
difference.
stupid. That's stupid. I would never put out
You
messages of a
are an
family claiming that they're the
established
family and they're not.
liar. You are
No,
an
I'm not.
established
In
liar.
your opinion, but that's not
Yes,
that.
in my damn opinion, you are an established
Well,
liar.
don't state something as if it's a fact then.
Okay, well, everybody in the chat can state their
I don't
opinions. If they
care.
disagree, they disagree.
Oh, can
Not
I finish
any
my
other.
sentence? Let me finish my sentence.
Sure.
You
Why?
guys started debunking me and bitching about me debunking Melissa Jade. Make that make sense?
No, that didn't
No.
happen.
You were mad that
We
I put out the video
debunked-
with
no.
my receipts from the family
We
themselves.
debunked your
and
debunk.
whatever.
Sleuthen.
You can
Sleuthen,
just debunk it up your butt. I don't care.
Hey,
I don't
stop it.
care. She's
Stop it with the
wrong.
low
She's
brow.
just wrong. I will
I
stand
don't
with Steve.
care if she's wrong. Stop it with the lowbrow shit. We're having an adult conversation. Just chill
It's
with
sad.
it.
It's just really sad.
Okay, it can be sad, but you don't have to like say crap like she can debunk it up the butt. Come on.
Whatever.
Grow up.
It's sad.
Seriously.
Oh, really?
You're making my blood
What have
pressure
I
increase.
stated that I need to grow up on?
Well, then you need to log off for a while, MJ, right?
That's great advice, crime sleuthing.
I had to let
hypocrisy.
me explain this to you because I have talked about it, and I will give you that. Yeah, I have long ass lies, so there's probably things you don't hear and you miss. And I'm not saying that as shade. I get it. I had debunked your debunking after your first live.
In
But
your
I had a
opinion.
lot. No, I had debunked what you were stating. Like you claimed on your very first live that you could prove they were fabricated, and you walked through that process, and I was able to easily debunk that. But I had a lot of.
You guys don't understand. She hates me because I didn't want to be friends with her. She was on Queen Bee's panel crying and screaming how I don't want to be her friend. That's what started this thing between us. She could not handle it. She was like, oh my God, Laura, why don't you want to be my friend? What did I do to you? Why can't it was so weird. I was like, because I don't want to be your friend. And Queen Bee was like, she's entitled to not want to be your friend. Well, why don't you want to be my friend? What did I do? Oh my God. But I don't know where that live went.
Other stuff going on, and it wasn't until you had made 3 videos on it that I finally had time to address it. That's all that happened. It wasn't like nobody was mad. I wasn't mad. I love, you know that several of me and my creator friends love to dig into true crime, find the facts. You like to do it yourself. I've seen you do it on things yourself. There's nothing wrong with that. But there was no malice, there was no hatred, there was no screaming or yelling in the debunking of
When
you.
I did my videos, I didn't call anybody out by name. MJ called me out by name on her channel.
Do you remember earlier when I first started the live and we talked about the comparison? This is where it really comes into play. All she does is compare herself to Melissa Jade constantly. It's that constant comparing. Well, that's her own insecurity and her own jealousy. So, Crime Sleuthin, we all understand that you are jealous of Melissa Jade. This is facts. You need to deal with it and stop putting it on Melissa Jade. And you need to ask yourself, why am I jealous of Melissa Jade? This is where the beginning of this live falls into play.
I
On
will
her
bring
channel.
the
Well, I mean,
receipts. I will bring the receipts.
I did call you out by name because I was debunking your
I'm
video.
talking
What
about
was I
her on
supposed to
her channel.
say? Hey,
I'm talking
debunking
about
a
her on
random
her
video?
channel.
I will bring the
Talking about
receipts.
her channel.
Do you have receipts to back what you're
But
claiming?
what
up?
She did 3 lives. She did 3
No, I did
lives
not.
on it, and I
We
did 3
already
lives on it.
debunked
We
that.
did
Do you
equal number
remember?
of lives on it.
Deets, do you remember when we
So,
pulled up my channel in real time and
Yeah.
asked her to point those out?
Yeah, I can do it again.
Show
my
me
God.
what 3 lives. There
No,
was
if you're
one
gonna make
You
live.
did 3 lives
accusations.
in which you called
Nope.
me out and mentioning the
Nope.
messages. That's
No,
all there needs
girl,
to be said.
girl,
Pull
you
up where
said
you did do that on 3
no. You
lives.
listen. If you're claiming something, you bring the
Which
receipts.
ones? Yeah, you're gonna make the claim. If MJ's
Are
gonna
you
make a claim
serious
about
right
you,
now?
we'll
We
have
already
it.
did
Which
this.
ones were they on?
There was the one members only Monday,
Where
open
was
to
the
the
first
public.
one? The leak?
The
That's
leaked
not the first one.
messages.
Is that's the
You
first
said
one, is it?
3 back to back. Where?
I didn't. It
Yes,
didn't
you
matter.
did.
It was 3. It was 3. It didn't
You
freaking matter if
did
they were
say
back to back because you do
you
your
s-
Letitia stuff too.
you said back to not tonight, but you already said
Whatever.
back
Okay,
to
I
back.
stand corrected.
No,
But you
it's
did
not
3 in a
whatever.
row on
It's
that topic.
it's not
3 in a row
whatever.
is 3 in a row.
With a lot other than the Letitia stuff.
No, because there was conspiracy stuff too between it.
Hey, Robin.
You really want to just nitpick?
No,
This is
what I
you
want you
do.
to
But
do
that's
is
what
bring
you're doing.
receipts
But
for the
wait.
things you
Okay, so
claim.
just
There
1
were
second.
3 lives in which each of my lives, the reason that I know what the fuck I'm talking about is because my lives were after her lives.
So you did your lives because of hers?
No.
I'm
Sure.
asking.
Sure, whatever.
No.
I did 3 lives after she did each of her 3 lives on the topic. Not
Nope.
like the whole thing wasn't on just the messages, but she brought them up in the 3 lives. The first 2 lives, she kept saying, "There's a creator who says this. There's a creator who said." No. I'm sorry. I'm backwards. The first 2 lives, she called me out by name. And then on the third one, then she said,
you got it
"Oh,
wrong.
there's that
No, okay.
creator," and everybody already knew who she was talking about.
Dude, you are
Okay,
so
so
wrong.
let her explain her side of it. That is Sleuthin's side of it. Let's hear her side.
There really is no side. There's one live where I flat out addressed because you had already done your lives about trying to debunk what I was doing. And I addressed at that point because people came over and said, "Oh, I saw that these were debunked." And I said, there is a creator who tried to prove that these were fake.
Why is she so fucking mad at what Melissa Jade does on Melissa Jade's panel? It's like she tries to mimic everything she does. Get over it. Seriously, just get over it.
X, Y, and Z. And the whole live was not about you. Okay. That is the one and only time I straight up addressed you. Now, if you're referring to maybe there was a comment the night after Deets saying, "Yeah, that shit was crazy last night," because it went an 8-hour panel, that's not a live about you. So if there are 3 lives I've done about you, please point them out.
Hey, so just for some good vibes, y'all should totally read the back chat. There's a whole party
I
going
did.
on.
I was cracking up. Well, you know, I haven't let anybody up here because I really do want to find a resolution on some of this. And I do agree that this is petty and silly.
But accusing us
But
of affecting your
that's a
health,
very big
physical
thing.
and mental, no, don't. And
Okay.
don't
Yeah,
accuse
that
us of
is
doxing
big.
you.
I definitely
Well,
did not dox you. I didn't
disagree on
lead
that.
you.
It's okay.
You disagree that I
And
led
we're
people to
sorry,
your
voices.
dox.
And like, from what I understand, like 80% of her lives, of Melissa's lives, have to do with Letitia Stouch. So Crime sleuthing is in a totally different genre, kind of like a totally different wavelength. I don't know why she's always trying to compare herself, because Melissa Jade, majority of her content is just Letitia.
It doesn't matter. I'm free to have my opinion, right?
That's not an opinion, though. That's not. We
That's
didn't
not
dox
an
you.
opinion.
Okay.
We doxed you.
Explain how I doxed you one more
We
time.
already
You
went
claimed
over
it.
this.
Yeah, we did, and we proved you wrong. So please
No, you
explain.
didn't.
I
Oh
showed the
my
freaking
God.
description where it has nothing linked to anything in there. So how did I lead people
I
to
would
your
need
dox?
to go back and
So right here, CS is losing a fight, can't get a point across, has to then deflect, and now it's back to doxing. Crime sleuthing, you weren't doxed. Why Dietz even entertained this, I do not know. I honestly don't know why Dietz entertained this. I would have kicked her the fuck off right then and there.
look at the live again. So I don't want to go there. I'm just saying,
Yeah,
I'm not
because you
saying that
said maybe
Dietz
they deleted
herself.
it, right?
But you have, Sleuth, and that's the thing, is you have said that Dietz herself has led people to my docs.
Yes. All these creators up on this panel directed everybody to I was doxed again last night. That's what you said. And again,
And
if
by
you
the
want to
way, we're
argue any of this,
sorry
I
about
have
what
all the
voice.
receipts. And when
Yes,
I get
I do
home,
think
I'd
it's
be
some
happy to
bullcrap
show
what
it.
she did. Absolutely. I gotta pee, so hold it down. Please don't scream at each other. Just like 3 minutes.
I'll be respectful.
And his voice is saying she doxed you because you doxed her with an article or something.
I don't know. She was already shown the article days like on the 10th. It's on my live today that I did. I showed where she was shown that article way back on the 10th. And it was clearly not about her. She might think it was, but it didn't have anything to do with her. I shared news
Okay.
articles all the time. It didn't have anything to do with her. She started talking about her vax card issue where she'd made fake COVID cards and sold them to people.
But
and
Okay. So it's okay for her to do it, but not for Voices to do it. Make it make sense?
She assumed that it was about her.
Isn't
That's
your
not my
argument that a news article was shared about you or a YouTube video? What's the difference?
That's not a
Don't you understand?
YouTuber. That's not a YouTuber.
It was a YouTuber's video that
What
did
are
not
you
have your
talking
name.
about? Oh, God. No, but y'all say everybody who shared it around was being very clear that it was me in the video.
But it's a public YouTube video.
That wouldn't have been found if somebody hadn't doxed me.
No.
Duh.
How did we come full circle back to doxing? Oh, wait, I know. Because she is losing a battle. So that's why she goes back to it. Typical weak ass move.
Are you going to say that you never used your full name?
I myself have never used my full name on YouTube that I am aware of. Why would I do that?
Did you use it on Facebook? With
hello, it's Facebook.
Hold on. No. Actively regarding cases with Bullhorn Betty and Olivia, so everybody who is in the true crime community was able to see it, right?
I never gave out my name on YouTube. Period.
All of the people who are part of their channels and in that group, right? They overlap.
Would know. Yeah.
But see, that was something that actually happened way back in 2022. And it was like, old.
So does
it was
it not
forgotten.
count?
It was just old. It was brought back in
do you
now.
think that
so that's a new dox.
Do you not think
It
that
shouldn't
there
happen.
are hold on. Do you not think that there are a portion of people who came from that community and was there that already knew what your name was?
And
So she's saying that's how it could have gotten out of who you were.
And I don't agree with, let me be clear, I don't agree with putting even your name out. I'm going to address you by crime sleuthing because that's your damn name. But you also can't go around screaming if you've used your full name and there are people who knew you by that at one time. Like, what if I just take Jade out of my name, right? And in a year from now, I'm referred to as Melissa Jade. Well, I was established as Melissa Jade. Just because I only go by Melissa in the future doesn't mean that there isn't a huge portion of people who knew there was Jade there.
Right. Just like, okay, use Papa Jones as an example as well, crime sleuthing, because he came on here under his government name because he didn't know nothing about YouTube. He come in here as Cody Jones. He's been.
Let me just say this to put everyone's mind at ease. So everyone knows that I own a business that I sell candles. I am the easiest motherfucking person to find on the internet. Since the assholes of 2019 and 2020, I have sold thousands of candles, literally thousands. Nothing has happened to me. And my address is on every one of those candles. Nothing has happened. People know where my kids go to college. Nothing has happened. So I think people need to just relax a little. Most people don't give a fuck that much of who you are. A lot of people's names and addresses have been out there. Nobody gives a fuck. So I honestly, nobody's going to show up at your door. Nobody's going to go knocking at your door and kidnap you. I mean, some might, but for the most part, if someone wants to find you, they will. Plain and simple. So everyone just needs to take a deep breath on this whole doxing bullshit. You're not important enough for people to really fucking dox. Honestly, you're not. Nobody cares that much.
And Cody Jones for a year. He just now changed his name. Does that mean next year that
No, that would not be a dox because he used his name here on YouTube.
But you did as
If
well.
he used Cody Jones over on Facebook, but Papa Jones here, and somebody found Cody Jones on Facebook and said, "Hey, Papa Jones is Cody Jones," that is a dox.
But not just found on Facebook. You were actively part of all of these groups with these YouTube creators. They're tagging back and forth, correct?
Just for the first 3 weeks of my YouTube.
I actually remember there was a whole video on PewDiePie. That PewDiePie, this is his real name. This is where he lives. This is his address. They do that with every big YouTuber. It's not a big deal. Yes, before 2020 timeout. But I'm saying that I'm so easy to find on the internet that since that last crew of 2020 with all the CPS calls, since then, nothing has ever happened. Since I own my business, nothing has ever happened. But my point is, if somebody really wants to find out who you are, they will.
YouTube live way back in 2022.
Baby, that matters though.
matters.
That really does matter on YouTube. Yeah,
Yeah,
I wasn't aware of any of that.
And I understand that. I wish I never used my name either. Like I
just
get that,
because
if
I
you
did
weren't-
and didn't know better doesn't give anybody a right to now bring it up and use it against
Okay,
me.
but that's what I'm
I
trying to
agree.
say. I feel you on the level of, oh crap, like I shouldn't have used my full name, and you learned quickly. Like I get that. But people, even with that 3 year, right? And then you go back and do a live and
Like I just said, we can disagree on the definition of doxing.
But
I
your
believe
definition, she didn't even do.
Even just with the Facebook stuff, that was just telling
What?
everybody
She
where to
did-
go get
oh,
it.
you know
I
what?
wouldn't even do that. I wouldn't even
Girl,
do that to
you
anybody.
could change that right now. Log off, go onto your Facebook, take out your last name. Now, anybody who goes to that post, if it's still up, it won't be your full name. It's simple as that.
And you can also remove the tag itself.
Yes, you can, but you just want to sit here and complain and be the victim.
She has gone on for an hour about this doxing.
It's simple as that.
I do have a question. I did hear your answer to Jones's question. Thank you for answering, Jones, and I
I'm
appreciate
gonna
it.
mute you, Tia. You got some feedback on. Sorry, go ahead, Nanya.
That's okay. I just am curious, like, what I feel like I've always been pretty fair in listening and asking you questions, Crime Sleuthin. So I'm not quite like understanding why you struck my stream, an hour-long stream that was maybe 5 minutes of covering your video, and definitely fair use, and also very fair. Like, I acknowledge when you were being sincere in your apology. I acknowledge that. So I don't understand why you instead struck the video and sent it to YouTube saying the whole video was your content being used.
I just handle that privately, but apparently I'm not going to be allowed to do that.
Yeah, I mean, again, I don't feel like there's any reason for us to discuss anything privately. I've never discussed anything with you privately prior to this. Maybe if we had had a private
Yeah.
conversation prior to you striking me, or even if you would have
Oh, I
emailed
tried
me,
that.
if you would have emailed me and asked me to edit that part of the video out, I'd probably, being a fair person that
Now, this is where bullying comes into play. And I'll tell you why. Not that Good Nunya's doing it, but when you have all of these people that want nothing more than to throw a dig at her, I don't agree with this either. I really don't. It's like everybody is taking their shots at her. There's no reason for it. Nunya has every right to say her piece because Crime Week struck her, because Crime Week likes to strike everybody. That's why when I did a stream on her, I went over to Kick. So she couldn't do that. But I could see why Joneson stuck up for her at this point, because it's too many people on her. Granted, she put up with it, but it's just too many people.
I am, I would have edited because it was the last maybe 5 to 10 minutes of the hour and 12-minute live stream. So I would have edited it out, but you didn't even take the time to reach out to me privately to ask me to remove that part of the video. So you emailed me?
So the question
the
then,
last 5 or so minutes of your live. That's just not true.
But what I'm saying, Melissa, I know why you're up there. I know why Dash is up there. I know why Nunya's up there. Earth has her own panel. She could address it. Eve has her own panel. She could address her on her own panel. Kimberly, I see why she's up there. She doesn't have a panel. She just does videos, but she doesn't go live. But you see what I'm saying? Like, certain people could address her on her own panel. They don't need to all dogpile on Dietz's panel. Just an opinion.
it is true.
It is absolutely true.
She said about 10 minutes, and that's about
5
correct.
to 10
It was
minutes.
literally the very end of her live that someone came in and said that you had done this apology video, and she reviewed it. Your video was only a couple minutes long, and she did a very quick review of it.
Okay, whatever you say. I can't find my notes right now. I'm not prepared to speak about that this time, but I do know that it wasn't no 5 minutes. Because the
I would
video
like to
itself was
ask-
5 minutes, and she paused continuously, and it was just rude as hell. It was rude. That was a sincere apology.
So you didn't like her
And you
commentary
picked
of
it
your
apart.
apology video, so you struck it?
And reported to YouTube that my whole video was copyrighted material by you.
Like I said, I can't see the video.
I want to become friends with Crime Sleuthing because I want to know how the fuck she strikes all these channels based on nothing. Good Nunya did not do what she claims she did. So I want to know how she does these strikes. So Crime Sleuthing, come talk to me, girl. We're going to be besties. Because I really want to know how you get all these strikes to go through.
Well, nobody
go
can
back
now.
and
It's
look at my
down.
screen
Struck it
records of
down, of course.
Yeah.
I am curious though, why not email me if you had a problem with it and ask me
I've
first
tried
as
that
another
before.
as a creator?
I tried that before, and it
But
didn't
not with
work.
me.
With
right?
Nunya?
Not with me. Maybe with other people.
Wait, hold on a second. So she struck her using her real name, not even her YouTube name. She struck her using her real name and then wonders why it gets out. Gotcha. Okay.
But you did not give me the chance to even edit that part of the video out if you were bothered by it.
Why
right?
did you even do it? Tell me
Why does
that.
it
Why did
matter?
you?
She's allowed to commentate on other YouTubers' work on YouTube, just the same way that you are, the
A
same way
very
that you
sincere video
allow
asking people, hey,
the
give me some space and time.
the
I need some space and time.
the same way that you are allowed to debunk whatever MJ was showing
Apparently
is the
not.
same reason that she is allowed. Sleuthen, do you not think that a bunch of us could go and strike something that you've done on your lives? We absolutely could. We just don't do that because it's petty and ridiculous.
This isn't petty and ridiculous.
Do you listen back
This
to
is
this
worse than a
sometimes
strike.
and
You know that, right?
realize the
No.
deflection that you put out there?
This is worse than any false strike.
How is that? I'm very curious.
It's
How
just
is that?
it's below the belt.
Then hop
How,
down.
though?
I have
Like,
engaged with you for 2 hours, just the 4 of us. No one is being rude or
matter if I'm here or
aggressive
not.
towards you up here now because you're saying this is petty, this is rude, this is
The whole
horrible towards
the
you.
live, the stuff about just let people be. Even the stuff about Brittany. Just can't you
Just
like
let
leave
people be. Stop lying and saying they're part of cases and situations they're not a part of. Stop doing this, stop doing that. Everything could be said back to you as well. Stop striking people who are following terms of service.
Crime Sleuthen, did you take to Twitter on the 16th to report Dietz's stream that have voices up here?
What?
You heard me.
No, I did
No,
not.
Voices
Yes, you
wasn't up
did.
here. No, Voices wasn't up here when she struck
But
the
no,
stream
but
she struck.
No, but she did take to Twitter on the 16th.
Oh, did she?
Yeah, I
Well,
do.
that was
Yeah,
the
you were
report.
told
That was,
about
you
it.
showed that on that day. You showed it on that day because
That
she
was the
over
March
there.
16th. The one I showed was from
Yeah.
March 16th.
Let me see.
That wasn't when Sleuthen was or Voices was up here.
No, let's be sure.
I think
Well,
for
she
me,
was up
where
here during her 7-day ban, so I think it was the 16th. It was like 4 days
No,
ago.
you know it was the 16th, Crime Sleuthen. It was April
You can
16th.
still go to channels when you're on a ban.
I
Yeah,
was
you
agreeing
can.
with you.
No, you weren't. You were being a smart ass. Please don't be a smart. I'm being nice to you right now, which is very hard for me to do right now.
Yeah.
Don't.
She was thinking that it was March, and I was agreeing with you because I knew that it was during the 7-day ban.
You went to Twitter on the 16th of April and you reported Deet's stream with voices being up here.
I reported the stream. That doesn't matter.
Yeah, it kind of does.
You can report any
You know
stream
what?
that you want.
All right, that's it.
can I?
I've had
It's
enough.
up to YouTube from that point to decide if they're going to do anything with it. You know that.
What was
Can
your,
I-
can I ask another question? So,
Okay.
Sleuthen, you're saying it's all petty and people should just leave it alone. If somebody was lying about you, would you just be silent about it?
That is why I'm not silent.
Let me just point out people lie about me all the time and I ignore it. Just saying.
About Steve.
This
Okay.
isn't.
So if you feel like, I don't agree with you, but if you feel like somebody has lied on you and you constantly have to defend yourself against said allegation, then why would the rest of us who you have accused of things, right? Why would we not go live and defend ourselves?
Yeah, why can't we do that? Are we exempt from doing that ourselves? We can't defend ourselves, but only you can?
You guys all like gather in one space and then do all this hate bonding, spreading rumors, additional
No.
lies that I had to correct in chat.
Okay, wait.
People
Can
lying
we?
to other
No.
people in
Hold on.
chat.
Spreading
Hold on.
rumors?
No.
Wait.
All of it, a lot.
I have a question. Wait.
I
One
haven't
at a
seen plenty
time.
of it.
One
I've seen plenty of
at
it.
a time,
fast.
everyone.
I
I'll
have
do like
heard,
a
and I
freaking
can't point to anything in particular because there's been so damn much. But yes, there have been false rumors and false allegations about me said on this channel. Many.
There have been rumors and false things said about you on this channel, but there are so many that you can't even point out one of the said rumors or lies. Or
I could tell you,
accusations?
I could
Whatever.
name them, but I can't tell you like what stream and timestamp and all that.
Okay. All right. So what can you just name the first one for me? Because I'm trying to get a better understanding of why you truly feel like things have happened that I just don't recall happening. So I'm trying to understand it better. So can you let's start with
There's
number
so
one.
much. My God, it started with the MJ stuff, and then it warped into not actually like the whole thing about the money thing got all just that was a mess. It should have never been discussed anywhere anyway. And
So hold
I
on.
didn't help that.
Okay,
But
can we pause there? Can we just handle one at a time? Okay. So the MJ thing you guys already talked about. You have a difference of opinion.
Mhm.
She says this happened. You say that happened. All right, we're moving on from that one. You guys have a difference of opinion. The money thing, and so what part of the money thing was a rumor?
claiming that I had scammed
Or are
her.
you saying that is that a rumor? Is that in the rumor category or the accusation?
That would be a false accusation
Okay, so what do you feel like the accusation made against you was?
that I had scammed her.
That you didn't give all of the money to said person, right? I just prefer
That
not to
was
say the
the
person.
I see, Allie, I 100% agree with you, but I also agree with what Little Irish Girl said. I think it was Little Irish Girl that said she is a fascinating subject to watch. And from a psychological point of view, every single thing that is wrong in psychology, she check marks. Every single thing that you learn about in psychology, she check marks. Everything. So I agree. She is a completely fascinating subject to watch, from gaslighting to like, it's almost like you, and I think this is what Dietz is going through when she goes on panel. You almost have to listen to her, not because she demands your attention, but because you're trying to study how somebody is so fucked up in their own head. And you're trying to figure out, does she really believe her own bullshit? Or does she, honestly, is this all a game? Or is she just this sick? There's no other way to put it, but she really is that fascinating in that regard. Similar to Letitia Stout. Probably. I don't listen to much Letitia, but I'll go with that.
that was the tip of the iceberg, it turned out.
Okay.
So who said you scammed her? That's my question to add on to that before you move on, Nunya. Who
And
said
like
you
I
scammed
said,
her?
I can't point to a specific name and timestamp. So that
Did
is how
I say
messy
you
this
scammed
has
her?
gotten. And
Okay.
tweeting a link is not reporting.
What is it then?
Oh,
What do
I'm
you do
glad
when you're
I'm
tweeting a
glad
link?
you said that, because I did not instruct people how to mass report you. I went back and played it twice. I said, if she has false struck any of you, this is what.
Okay, let me just point out. Thank you, Kim. Let me just point something out. Crime Sleuthin said, I spoke with the supervisor via chat and I'm waiting now. That is a blatant fucking lie. She did not speak to any supervisor from YouTube. I have way more subs than she does, and I could not get a supervisor on the phone. So I know for a fact that's a blatant lie. Molly Golightly had 85,000 subs when she got canned. She couldn't get somebody on a phone, and she had 85,000 subs. So Crime Sleuthin, that's a blatant lie, and I know that for a fact.
What you can do. Subs can't go do shit about that unless you have false struck a sub.
And I've played it
actually,
too
was
on my
that the
stream.
time where Voices was actually telling me what wording to put in to fight my Counter-Strike? That's what you considered us mass reporting your channel because she was.
Thank you, Box. And I want you guys to know this weekend, I told Katie, we're going to be in Brooklyn on Saturday for some concert. But I told her I want to go into the city and I want to go into a YouTube studio because I just think it's cool as shit that they even have them. And there's like none around here. But I want to do a live from YouTube studios. I think that would be fucking so cool. And I have over 20,000 subs, so I can do it. So I told her I want to do it. I want it just one time. I want to walk into a YouTube studio and fucking do a live from it. Even if it's like a 15-minute live, I think it'll be the coolest thing in the world. So she said, okay.
Trying to help me put the right wording in to fight this false strike you put on my channel?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you know what? I'm not the only one who got the impression that I got from what was going on. Period.
So who else got the impression?
Several of my friends were very concerned. And that's
Well, I mean, I could pull it up and play it again, but I did it twice. There is no instruction to mass report your channel at all. In fact, it's speaking specifically to creators on how to counter a false strike. So unless subs can file false strikes on you, or unless you can file false strikes on subs, it wasn't directed at anyone except for those that you did it to.
But and I played it on mine as well from this stream. Nobody did it.
Wonder if you have over 10,000, I think it's 10,000 subs, you have special privileges like at YouTube, and wherever there's YouTube studios set up in like major cities, I know there's some in LA, New York City, you can actually film from their studio. Like they have rooms set up and studios set up where it's one of the perks of having over a certain amount of subs. And I always said that would be so cool to do a live from one of YouTube studios, but I'm not sure how it gets set up or anything. I have no idea.
To you. And it was not directed at you. It was to help people from the likes of you, to stop you from doing it to others. Because you're filing false strikes against people that are not doing anything to you.
And did you not notice that I got that from YouTube support, 2 different sources of YouTube support?
Exactly.
How is that mass reporting?
So you're calling somebody from YouTube support? Oh, you're saying that YouTube support's trying to mass flag you? Is that what you're saying? Because it ain't nobody over here trying to mass flag you. So you're saying that YouTube support's trying to mass flag you? Because that came from YouTube support.
And perfectly said that it was a chatter that called you a scammer, not someone on panel.
All right. Okay. So you felt like you were accused of being called a scammer, not by anybody on panel potentially, but somebody in the chat. And so that accusation or allegation that you felt like you had suffered from, that actually was not, unless you later on find a timestamp for it, that doesn't appear to have come from anybody on panel, which are the people who you are currently false striking and saying on your channel have done these things to you. What is the next one that you feel like is a rumor or accusation that's been put out about you? That,
I mean, just when I came in chat today, there's somebody in chat telling Granny's Watching that I had doxed voices first, and I've never done that ever.
So you want me to control what everybody says in my chat? All 730
not control,
people.
But could somebody keep an eye on it? Because that is where a lot of rumors and bullshit starts. You know this.
How do I know that it is a rumor? Don't say "oh my god" to me.
I said that. I said that, honey. I said that. I'm sorry.
Well, don't say that.
Okay.
How do I know that it is a rumor or a false allegation? It is something I can ask you about, and you can debunk it in real time. You have no problem coming in and debunking it yourself in real time.
And I did that, and
what do you
people
want
were
me to
telling
do
me,
when
go
I
away,
have
just
been-
shut up and go away. I have a right to defend myself.
You sure do. Crime Sleuthin, do you not realize that there are some times when we go into chats, every last person here on panel gets that same treatment, depending on the chat that they come in. There are a lot of people who get that. I have been very open since the beginning of my live streams that all opinions are welcome. Just don't be a dickhead. Flat out. And dare I say that the one in the upper right-hand corner has been a dickhead more often than not to others in the chat.
You know, whatever. I'm just
be cool. Don't be uncool.
I've tried. I've really tried. I've tried ignoring it. I've tried begging. I've tried pleading. I've tried getting mad. I've tried screaming. Nothing's worked.
So, but crime. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry.
No, please. Nope. I apologize to you.
It's okay. I'll be quick. I think that the thing that you kind of miss is there's a lot of like lumping together that you're doing. If somebody in the chat does it, it immediately becomes they, them, us, we, that group over there. And the reference and the inference is always, for the most part, that I take from it is Melissa or Deets. And there's
Well, I
others
don't
depending on
know.
what you're talking about. Sometimes it's Tia, sometimes it's this person, sometimes it's that person. But I think that it would be helpful if you feel like somebody has wronged you, one, to have a conversation with them, but two, if you feel like somebody has wronged you or wrongly accused you of something, then address it with that person specifically, say names, so that a lot of this can be avoided. Because what happens is when you lump people together like that, then it ends up feeling like, okay, you're attacking us all, let's just say, right? Because everyone is involved at that point in time. And then everybody feels like they have to defend. Like for me, I don't, not that I don't care, but like if Deet says something, that's Deet who said something. If Tia says something, that's Tia who said something. I don't take responsibility for her words. She doesn't take responsibility for mine. You don't take responsibility for my words. I don't take responsibility for your words. Like that's just how it works as adulting. So it's very hard to hear you constantly like lump people in together. Like they did this. Well, who is they?
All right. Then if I address anything in the future, I will be very specific.
Well, and the reason that I take issue with this, and this is just my reason for taking issue, others might feel differently, is I've watched you go into other channels where their chat does the exact same thing to you, and you're not accusing those creators of the shit that you're trying to accuse me and Melissa of.
And not to mention, it's a lot easier to clear things up in one live instead of hopping on 18 different panels trying to get the truth on the matter when we're already here and you're here.
Very true.
I agree with that.
I agree.
Crime Sleuthing, can I address you for 1 second?
Sure.
Thanks. I did do a live, and you are absolutely right. We did say that we weren't going to talk about you anymore. Slight problem. You went on 2 different lives and brought us up again, which is why.
So I've been trying to find New York space in New York, and some things are saying that it's closed, which I'll be really disappointed, but I can't find anything else.
This continues.
By Nate, what are you talking about?
You went on 2 different lives and talked about us.
Where?
Please
What
don't.
live? I'm asking you for specifics. I have kept my mouth shut about y'all.
You didn't allude to us. You didn't lean into us. You didn't do any of that. You
Can you
really
quote me?
didn't. I can play it if I can find it, but I don't. Here's the deal. I don't want to embarrass you anymore. I really don't. I want it to stop because there are so many people here who know you now and know what you do and how you operate. I did tell you I would stop, and nothing would give me more pleasure than to stop. Also, I'm going to tell you, this is entertainment, which sucks. That
Wow.
really sucks because I feel bad that this is entertainment, but I'm also looking at the group in here and there's a lot of people. So one of my questions that I have for you, and this is an honest question, and I'm not coming at you, it's a truthful question because I'm willing to do the same thing. I'm willing to ask myself this question. And the question is, where do we stop this and take responsibility? Where do you stop and take responsibility? Where do I stop and take responsibility? Where does it stop?
Well, I'm wondering if you have thought that by me doing the whole lumping thing that I was talking about you, And I know that I made a comment that there was certain creators who had agreed, that we were just gonna, go our own ways. We were gonna let it go or stop or something. I didn't name you guys. I was trying
But
to
who are
make
you
a
talking
point that,
about?
hey, it is possible for
But
this to
who were you
stop.
talking about?
I'm looking at Chasing's picture. Did she get extensions? That just doesn't even look like her.
Don't remember.
That's convenient.
Well,
I'm going
maybe
to ask
that's
the
the
question.
problem.
I'm going to ask the question again. Where do you accept responsibility and where do I accept responsibility to make this stop?
Everybody stop doing
No.
these.
Where
Everybody
do you
needs to stop.
accept responsibility and where do I accept responsibility to make it stop?
Just stop.
No. No. Where do you accept responsibility and where do I accept responsibility?
I mean, you can ask the same question 3 times, but if I'm not understanding
I've asked it
the
5.
way, well, then
How does she not understand what she's saying? I mean, she can't make it any clearer. I think Tia's doing a wonderful job of being as clear as fucking day. Crime sleuthing. She's trying to tell you, take responsibility for your actions. The answer she's looking for is, I take responsibility from my part, and I obviously can't take responsibility for your part, but I can definitely take responsibility for my part, and I can only do what I can do and stop on my end. That's what she's telling you. It's not rocket science. You don't have to be a fucking brain surgeon to figure out what she's saying. It's pretty fucking clear as day.
maybe you need to rephrase the question because it's not clear.
I'll rephrase the question for you, Tia. I think I understand. Give me a second.
Thank you, Nunya.
Okay. I think what she's explaining is if you want it to stop, right? And everyone else wants it to stop, right? When do you take the time on your part to actually make it stop?
I have not fired up any lives about this situation.
No, ma'am, that's not the question. That's not the question.
I
I'm looking to move
stopped
forward.
feeding into it, and I have
But
not
you
fed
didn't. You did a
into it.
live today, and here's the
That
deal.
Honestly, Allie, I don't even think buying a value, not a vowel. I don't think buying a vowel would even help. I think every single vowel filled in still wouldn't help.
It was about voices, and I had every damn right to do that.
But
We don't here's the deal.
on that
We
live,
don't have rights.
yeah, well,
We don't have
on
rights
that live
to
though, did you speak in the theys and the thems and the everyone's harassing me's and all that stuff? Because then you're not just speaking on voices, because voices is just one person. So then you're speaking of a group again, right?
I can't possibly remember every word that I said
you-
today. I just don't.
How about
Did
you,
you go on the
Kristen? Do you
panel
remember
I
and
know I
talk
hadn't
about?
talked. I know I have not specifically talked about Tia. Or
Yeah, see, I haven't heard any of this yet. This is all brand new to me.
I can't. Hold on. Hold
Did
on.
you talk?
wait.
No, hang on, Earth. Did you talk about me and MJ today on a panel?
I don't know.
Yes,
I haven't
on
named
Queen's
anybody.
panel.
I've been like,
Oh, that's the oldest fucking cop out in the book. I don't remember.
well, but do you remember what I said?
No.
No, I didn't listen to it. I was just told
Okay.
about it.
Some
But I
people
believe
remember
Jonesy.
everything we say.
Melissa, absolutely. I'm not going to throw out a bullshit excuse of I don't remember everything I heard, but no, they told me, and I believe them, that you did speak on us.
Well, this is what
Like
she
talking
said.
shit or
No, hold on, Crime Sleuth. Hold on, honey. Hold on. This is what you said. You said that the email hacking or whatever, okay? You can't definitively say who hacked your email. You can't definitively say 100% that it was voices. You can't. You also want to say who else would fuck with my email. So that to me sounds like you're trying to say who else, meaning one of all of us that you've looped together. That's what
No,
it sounds like to
specifically,
me.
no,
She
no.
actually
I
did
was
call voices
specifically
out,
talking
and she
about
did.
voice.
Yeah, she did talk about voices, and she did say, come up here so I can beat your ass or something like
I
that,
didn't say anything
or
like that.
oh, girl, please.
I didn't say
I've
anything.
got the
I
whole
don't want
I
to
didn't
embarrass
talk
you.
anything about beating anybody's ass. No.
I mean, frankly, voices
Please
deserves a good ass beat.
don't make me.
But
Here's the
then,
deal. I want to know when we can
If you're
accept
if you're
it and
talking
move
about my
on.
live today, then I did, as
I didn't watch
said.
her live today. I didn't watch her
Well,
live
then maybe
today.
you should. Maybe it will help you understand exactly what I was talking about.
No.
And Earth, if you haven't
That's
watched
part
it,
of letting
I
it go,
explained
though.
do you want
everything.
me?
Okay?
Do you want me to pull it up?
No,
Because I will.
no,
You don't want me to, but
no,
I'm going to tell you.
I don't.
Has anybody really taken the time to watch Crime Sleuthin's lives? Because we've done it in Discord a couple of times. I want to pull my hair out. Oh, wait, I don't have that much hair left to pull out. But yeah, she's rough to listen to. She never gets to a point. It's the same shit over and over and over. You like literally want to fucking kill yourself. Like, no joke. It's like, oh my God, get to the fucking point, psycho.
I don't. Here's the deal. Because I said I would stop. And I haven't watched you. I didn't watch the live from whatever, how many days ago that you did when I said I didn't watch it. I haven't watched
Well, that's the
today's
problem.
live.
Everybody's watching Deets and
No,
nobody's watching my
actually,
side of anything. Okay,
Girl,
great.
I haven't been
no,
live for like 3, maybe 4 days.
I'm
Well, I don't know how long it's
asking
been,
you
but
how
come
to
on.
stop, and you're continuing. Listen to what I'm saying to you, please. I'm literally
Right.
like
I
no, and
understand what you're saying. And Queen might have asked me a question, but I didn't throw any shade at any of you guys today. I was specifically going for voices
how about
for what she did.
yesterday? How about yesterday?
Where?
I don't know, or day before, whoever's panel you. Oh, let's see. You were on
On
TT's
TT's, that's the one that I
today,
told you
or
where I said the early morning where voices did that shit. That was where I
it
had
would, yeah.
we were talking about I said, there's been some history of but I was only talking about her specifically and named her.
And on
So I'm just
Queens,
not
you meant
sure.
who exactly? Because you're not stopping,
Play it.
and that's what I'm
really not
asking you.
sure. I was
Okay.
talking about voices today.
Okay. Well, here's the deal. You're really not sure. Okay. So let's leave it at that. Now, I'll agree to disagree with you on that. However, I want to know what it's going to take for you to stop. I want to hear from you how it's going to stop. And please don't tell me
if I get doxxed or major, I have a right to address whatever
I don't dox
need
people.
to address.
I don't agree with
I don't
that.
want to
I think
address
that's
anything.
bullshit. I think doxing is awful. I don't agree with it. I've never doxed you. I said this in my live. I didn't even know your first name till last week. I swear to God. I don't watch your channel. I don't, like I said, the email that you sent to me was like, I support you. Why don't you support me?
Well, because I was a mod on your channel from almost day one, and I'm
day
so
one,
sorry.
honey bunny, because we've been around for a long time. How long have you been around?
Since my day one. As soon as I started into your channel, you had very few subs at that time, and I fully supported you at that time through everything.
Very few subs. That's the best thing about me.
Well, 3,000 ain't bad. Whatever you got now, that's not bad at all. So I'm talking about like when you had like 500 or whatever. When you've just starting, it was a lot less. Is all I'm saying.
I think she's clueless as to what a dox really is. So yeah, I can't get into, I can't stand behind the whole doxing when it's not a dox at all.
You've grown. So
no, we haven't. Go ahead, pull us up. We encourage it. We haven't grown. We started back in the Watts days, babes.
Okay, I remember when Henrietta was.
Henrietta was last year. The first anniversary is coming up. And you didn't have a wrench back then. That's when you came to our channel. Okay?
When did Henrietta happen?
A year ago, May 1st. Why does that make a difference? How is this going to stop? That's my question.
Yeah, Henrietta's 11 months ago. You're right, Tia. She's on it. Dang.
I talked to the family.
And how do you know since Henrietta? I'm just curious.
She said you've been a mod since. That's like how long you've been around.
Because
That's
you're
what she's saying.
and that's where you came into our
I may have been, no, I didn't just come in and become a mod day one. I'd been there for a long time.
Did you not just say you've been with us?
Chosen, I had you on screen.
Chosen.
What was that?
She always does something silly in the backstage so that I know it's
Baby
her
girl,
and she
stop.
got caught on screen.
I love you, Johnson.
Sorry.
Did you not just I'm using your words. You're saying them. I'm asking the questions.
Oh my God.
When
It's
does
just-
it stop? Crime sleuthin'? When does it
when people leave me the fuck alone.
No, you
Stop
need to
doxing
leave
me.
people alone. I've never doxed you.
Nobody's doxed you.
I've never
been doing this shit. I have left y'all alone.
And
I've
Crime
never
Sleuthin',
doxed you.
I've never doxed you. I don't
Yeah, she left them alone and came after me for absolutely no fucking reason.
even
I
know
have
why
left y'all
you even
alone.
put me in the middle of this when I only commented on Tia's community wall, and
I didn't
you
put you in the
put,
middle of anything.
yes, you
So you're
did.
completely
You tagged
irrelevant.
her.
to
No,
this, in my
I
opinion.
need to pull it up. Do I need to pull
You
that up? Because
tagged
I
her.
do have it too. I'm tagged in her community post. Are you kidding me? You're gonna sit there and call me a liar. I wouldn't do that if I were you. Unlike you, I come with receipts all day, every day. Do not underestimate me. I have told you that numerous times,
Mhm.
and I have proven every step of the way that you are nothing but a liar.
As a direct, see, that's the problem. That is your opinion, but it is not
Well,
true.
All right.
We have a lot of opinions.
So
and that's
whatever you
cool.
say, whatever, it's not
Listen.
true. You think I'm lying
Listen.
about XYZ, and I'm just not.
Right.
Okay, you're not lying.
Okay, well, let me ask.
But what about? Go ahead.
Let me ask. You said that you have never gone over the line with anyone on this platform. It's only happened to you. Should we go through what you said about me and others?
Because
and my husband and my family, do we want to go through the list? Because you have done some egregious things against me and my husband.
And I was here for it. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm here, because I'm standing up for her and her husband for what you in a purple pigeon have done. That's why I'm here. I have no stake in this game.
Again, standing up for
Calm
victims.
down.
Again,
All right, sorry.
standing up for victims. Yeah.
No,
There has
no, no.
you
That's not what you did.
No.
Eve, you have gone for Brandy and Tyler since day one, pointing all kinds of fingers.
I'm not we're not bringing them in here.
No,
that's
we're not bringing victims into this. We're not bringing them in
People have
here.
had enough of you going after them, and that's why they went after them.
It doesn't.
Including Sleuthin, everybody. We are not bringing any victims into this. This is no, we're not doing that.
It doesn't matter the reasoning, right?
No,
put that
it does, because no.
Put
it does.
that.
Purple Pigeon, I think, is Purple Phoenix, not me. Hey, Amanda. But I just want to tell you guys real fast, as I'm pulling my hair out in clumps, my hair is reminding me of Betty's hair. Every time more hair falls out, I'm like, oh my God, it looks like Betty's hair now, except it's not as blonde. And it's freaking me out. I'm like, I should just fucking shave the whole thing off. But I don't want to do that. But it just keeps falling out in clumps. It's fucking creepy. But yeah, I just keep thinking Betty.
Aside, because Brady and Tyler are big boys and girls, and if they need to come to me, they will. They don't need you.
And they have.
We're talking about me and you.
Yes, and like I said, after she came up and talked about that one talked about that, where was it on Granny's? That was supposed to be left there. So why are you bringing up stuff now? Why?
Because you have not been accountable or have said shit.
No,
you don't remember what all we said on that panel. You need to let that all stay
Let's
there
hear,
where it's supposed
hold
to
on.
stay.
Let's hear finish. Let's hear finish. Let's hear finish.
I just want to know how to make it stop with you. And I want you to take accountability for the things that you've said about me and my business, and I will do the same for you. That's all I'm asking. Don't bring my name up. Don't bring my business name up. Don't talk about me. Take us out of your mouth. Like I said, we can go on for years. I promise you it'll be expensive. But we can do that. Or we
Yeah, but I did cold capping, like real cold capping. It shouldn't be falling out like this. And for some reason, I don't know if they doubled my dosage or something because they knew I wasn't getting another one, but it's just falling out in clumps. Like even Sage was like, "Mom, why is your hair falling out in clumps?" And it's only this last round, but it's just getting thinner and thinner and thinner. And every time I brush it or touch it, more hair comes out. I'm like, you know what? I'm just not going to brush it anymore. I'm just going to leave it as is. Just going to leave it in a bun all the time.
We can stop. If you take accountability, be the adult. I'll join you. I'll join you.
You go ahead.
I asked
This
the
is your idea.
question,
So,
lady.
are you wanting us to take accountability for what?
Granny, hello. You said you didn't harass and bully over the line. It's only been done to you. You've said that multiple times today. Can you admit that that is a lie? Can you admit that?
Yeah.
After everything that you've done and supporting a named suspect, I'm not going to address you. Period.
Okay, no, you know what? Hold on.
Speaking of that,
Okay,
Earth,
okay,
do you want to take the floor?
Yeah, I will take the floor. Crime sleuthing. Weren't you asked in your live stream by some troll that I think it was, did you ever speak to the prime suspect in a missing child's case? And you said no.
No, they asked if I ever interviewed him, and I said no.
Do you really want to go there? Because I happen to
Fucking
have
go
the
there
proof.
because I know what they asked.
I
They asked
have
if
the
I ever
proof.
interviewed him.
I
Everybody
have the
remain
proof.
calm.
I have the
Everybody
proof.
remain calm.
I will send
Well,
it to Deets.
I addressed the chat that I saw, and then
I
after
will
that
send it
point,
to
I think I
Deets.
blocked them.
So
You
so
said
real
no.
quick,
You said no, meaning you never talked to him.
I
Interview,
have made it public on my
or
fucking channel
not,
that I talked to him. I
you
showed all the
said no.
messages.
Are you sure about that? Because even
I never
interview or
interviewed
talk,
him. That was my
interview
answer.
or talk, you still spoke to him and you still said no, you did not.
Are you crazy or something? Come on.
You
I just answered your
specifically said
question.
no. You still
It is
said
public
no.
on my channel, my interactions with Stacey Wandra.
Really?
Period. It's all right there on my
That's
channel. I
fine and
put up all of our
dandy.
messages.
But why would you
I
still
didn't
say
interview
no
him.
when
He
it was
wanted
asked?
money and shit
Because
from
she
me, and I
plays
said no.
semantics.
Yeah.
No, you're
She's
playing
playing
semantics.
That's not true. That's not true, Crime Sleuth. So let's get the receipts.
I'm sending them to Deets right now.
We'll do those receipts in a second. Let's let Tia and LFT finish. Maybe we can resolve one thing while I'm pulling that out.
And Deets, the reason why this is important is because the multitude of times that she has bashed people for the interviews and the money and all that stuff, and that's fine. Have your opinion on it. But when the receipts show what they're about to show, you are a hypocrite. And are you going to take accountability for your part? And blaming others for doing this, that, and the other, but because you weren't successful in succeeding,
I came at you. I said some rude things to you, and I called your husband honey because I was mad. Whatever I said.
No, but you
because of the
also
things
went
that
after
you
her
were
husband.
doing.
But you
All I did
also
was say I
you
was going to
sat
call him
on a
honey a
panel
second.
with
So
the doxer. You
You
sat
did.
on panels with
no,
him.
Purple
Yes,
and
never
you
doxed
did.
anybody. Purple
Okay,
never
one at a
doxed
time.
anybody.
What?
Okay,
Wait,
this is
one
becoming
at
a
a
gang
time.
up.
I've never
Yeah,
seen
one
a
at
it
a
was
dox
time.
almost
on
making
you.
progress.
So
Yeah,
I was
one
never
at a
present
time.
for a dox on you. Never.
You
Okay,
sat there
that's
with him
What?
and was cool with it.
But
You sat and talked mad shit
No.
with
You did.
AD. Oh,
was
you
she
didn't?
present?
We
okay.
were
So
all
Was she
that's
present
all
when the
watching.
docs took place?
No.
Was she on
Never.
panel with the docs?
No.
Granny, you're glitching
yeah.
bad.
You're glitching really bad, babe.
It's always me, damn it.
I have never been present for any docs of Eve ever, nor would I have been.
So then why did you say you want to come after Brandy's husband? We're going to go after yours. Why did you say that?
Figure it out, sweetheart.
Oh my goodness.
Because of what
Because
you
she
were
was
saying
called out
about
for
the
the wrong
family.
question.
Because of what you were saying about the family and the fact that you were in constant communication and assisting Stacey Wandra. That is why.
How am I
It's
assisting
disgusting.
Stacey Wonder? Which, by the way, you never proved, and I proved you wrong, and you've yet to respond. So there's that. We know what you do.
Admitted you gave
We
him
know what you
money and what was it, the hotel and an Uber and send him money for food.
So you're allowed to like commentate on what other creators may do and you not liking it and calling it out. But if we dare do that to you, it's harassment, torture, and bullying, correct?
Does anybody think that it is okay to give money, food, and rides and hotels to a named suspect?
I don't think it's okay what
I
you
didn't
did,
do
but
that.
right, that's the entire point.
It's on your own live. You said what you did.
But you feel like you have the right to call it out, right? You don't
It was
like
disgusting.
It, you don't
That is
appreciate her
disgusting.
coverage.
Yeah.
Let me finish. You feel
Two things I want to say. Yes, all I use is Olaplex. But here's what I want to say. I agree with Crime Sleuthin in that. I really do. I fully agree with her that I don't know why anybody is sending victims money. I mean, I'm sorry. Possible suspects money. I don't care who you are. The only time that's okay, I covered a case of a little boy who ran away. And we all fell in love with this little boy. And the mom was sketchy. And he ended up being found safe, but he was in with this like drug addict. It was a long story. And I don't remember the whole story. I think he was found in a cage. I don't remember. I don't want to cross stories. But we bought the boy a watch, like a smartwatch, so he can never get lost again. That I understand. Something like that I'm cool with. I have no problem with that. But Stacey Wandra, from what I understand, was possible suspect. JLR did a wonderful interview with him. I think that's who he interviewed. Did a wonderful interview, and I am not a JLR fan. But nobody should be sending money to him. I think it's fucking weird. Nobody should be paying for hotels, nothing. It's wrong. That's what I've been using, SoFlo. CSN Carrot Cash, yeah, I agree with that too, Sofa. I never understood that either.
like you have the right to do that, right? Like it's what she puts out on her platform. I'm not saying you do. I'm just saying in your point of view, it's what she puts out on her platform. It's how she gets involved with cases. You don't agree with it. You talk on it. Yet if me and Dietz did that, it turned into harassment, going real life, torture, bullying.
Well, this was it wasn't harassment. It was one live in which the conversation was had.
You email. Hold on. Let me take this one. You emailed me asking me to use information that Stacey gave me, and then turned around, slammed me,
asked you to,
and was
what?
You emailed me and asked me if you could cover the live that I did with Stacey, the geofencing data stuff, or the Google stuff, and then turned around and falsely accused me of editing that and changing a timeline, which first of all I can't do. Yeah. You did that maliciously and on purpose to take over, just like you did
him with getting access.
How am
to
I
these
assisting
photos.
him?
You said you helped him get access to the photos.
I didn't. No, I did not.
You gave him instructions. You said that.
I told him, look, listen, it's really simple. And I've said this 100 times. I told him if he wants to clear his name, he has to prove where he was and where he was doing. That's well, then what did I say? What else did I say?
You said more than that. You told more on another live about how you had assisted him with gaining access back to that account.
No,
get to
I
those
told
photos.
no.
And
My
on the
live
photos
was
themselves,
specifically
if we want
saying
to rehash
crime,
that
sleuth, and
bullshit,
stop.
you are the one.
That's a
I'm still
lie.
speaking. I am still speaking. You are the one who, on the very messages that you said could not be edited, there was a big edit thing right there next to what you were claiming couldn't be edited.
It's not. I
Yeah.
proved it on my live, and you had nothing to
No,
say.
only
Have
the
yet to
iPhone.
respond.
Only the
Well,
iPhone ones. And you
and
know
the
what?
recording you put
After
out
we
with the
had,
TBI
hold
agent
on,
that you
because
said
I want to
wasn't
clear this up.
sliced is very much
This is the
sliced.
time when you know who jumped up on panel and asked everybody to let that go and stop it. I didn't even complete my video that I was working on at the time. I dropped it. So it doesn't need to be discussed now. I feel
No,
that this is
me
improper.
and you, but no. What you say about me doxing you, I've never doxed you. I have never doxed you. And
I
you
never
said that I did that.
you
You went and
specifically-
cried. Yes,
No.
you did, ma'am. You went on
Okay, show me
purpose.
where I
See, I don't know who Eve is at all. I've never watched her.
Said
Thank you.
Eve doxed me in my probate. I did not.
Oh yeah,
You
you
said
did
that-
get up on that
You
panel
did
and
say
start
that.
discussing my probate, and you claimed
That's
that I
not
said
doxing.
I did not discuss your
You were
probate.
misquoting. You were misquoting.
You said they spoke on your deceased
It
father.
was just.
And I never even mentioned your father.
You just interrupted me. You went up there and you were discussing
Listen.
private information for my probate, which you could have never gotten had you not gotten my name, for one.
Your name
That's
is
not
already out
true.
there.
That is true. There is no
Thank
other
you,
way to
Matt.
get to that probate without having my
It's
name.
public record, and
It is
probate
public
has a
record
docket.
if you
honey.
have my
Your
name.
name.
I was just gonna say that, Scara. I was on the panel when when things went down with Tia and CS. And Psycho told her, and anyone on that panel that day, I'll be happy to give you all of my probate info. I will be happy. I played a video of Eve a long time. Oh, did I? You thought she was pretty at the time. She had black hair and blue eyes. She probably is still pretty. And she went on and on and on and on about, I'll give you all the info for my probate, just let me know. I'm sure she offered that info to way more than just Tia, because all of us were on the panel. I could have said, give me the info. Dietz could have said, give me the info. So yeah, I'm sorry, but I think that you're pretty, I think you're wrong. I think you probably gave the info to a lot of people. Just saying.
Was
No,
already
listen.
out there.
They're listed out
established
there
that.
for the world to see.
Just right after Voices
Your
announced
name's
on
on it.
QBs that she
That's
was
that.
going to find out who I was.
Okay.
Just a total
Listen,
coincidence,
did you,
right?
Hold on. Did you tell me to go look up your probate case?
I offered to send it to you privately.
No. Did you?
You said it on a
No.
live. You said it on
You
this
said it.
channel.
I
Yes,
have
you
the
did.
clip of it.
Yep,
She
we
did.
have the clip.
Did you so you said that I never did it. I would never do that to you. And I told you
And that,
hold on.
yeah,
I let
twist
you
that
finish
shit
your
too, y'all. Whatever.
No,
I
no,
never
no.
told
No,
the
it's
public
not.
to go look
Wait.
up my shit.
Crime sleuthing.
Listen,
I
pause for
allowed you
1
to
second.
speak.
It is
I
not
allowed you
out.
to speak.
Tia, you can speak right after me. I promise. It's your turn. But I promise you, because when that came out, I was like, wait, no. Surely no one would say, go look up my probate. And yeah, you said it twice, actually.
You did.
So
So
it
much
did
that gavel
happen.
had
It
to
did
say,
happen.
do you hear yourself? You just told
Yes.
everybody to go look up your probate.
Did I say anything in response to her?
Yeah. You
What
were
did I
very
say?
sassy
My
back to her that
goodness.
Well, what
you
did I
have nothing.
say?
Yeah. I don't remember.
Okay,
Oh,
here's
okay.
the point that I'm trying to make.
Yeah.
I didn't do that. I wouldn't do that.
But don't you need more than a name to look up someone's probate? I can't imagine it being as simple as a name.
I don't. I didn't.
But there
when-
was a specific reason that I was doing that.
But
Let
you
Tia
told
finish.
publicly for people to go look it up. I
Oh
don't
my
agree
God.
with looking it up, but you told people to do it.
Yeah, let
Here's the
Tia
deal.
finish, please.
I didn't do that. I wouldn't do that to you. And back in November, when you sent me the email and gave me the whole spiel, you didn't tell me to go look your probate up then. I wouldn't do it then either. Because I don't care. Because it's not my business.
Well,
I
it
don't-
was the panel here that you popped up on the first one. That was what I
I'm
remember
trying.
saying.
Deets, I'm really
know.
trying. I
Look,
promise
I
you. I
appreciate it.
promise you. I'm really trying.
I'm gonna
really-
mute. I'm gonna mute. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. I really appreciate that. I'm going to go back to my original question because this, you know what, we're just going round in circles here. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do it. What do we have to do to accept responsibility to move the fuck on? And you know what? I'm going to mute because that's fair.
Where'd Nunya go? Damn it! What did she help?
Sleuth, she's
Okay,
wanting
guys,
you to answer
I need
her
to explain
question.
something. I need to explain something. Okay. I have with MS, you get lesions on your brain. Okay. I have been having some, not very much, but some short-term memory issues. So bear with me here. And I'm having, I think I might need to just go ahead and step down because I think I'm having some hard time understanding things and I'm not trying to. No, because I'm not understanding her question and I'm feeling bad.
Can I maybe try to read?
I really don't want to upset you.
Yeah.
That's not the goal here. I don't want to upset you. I said this in my live. I stand by it. Your health is more important. However,
110%.
if you want this to stop, we all need to accept some form of responsibility. All
Just
of
tell
us.
me what you need me to say. What do you want me to say this time, Tia?
No,
I said
that's
what you
not how
wanted me
it
to say
works.
over on Queen Bee's channel. I said specifically what you wanted me to say, and then the very
I
next
don't
day
want
you were
you-
up on
no.
Laura's panel doing the same thing.
I was defending myself on Laura's
You
panel
were.
because Laura
She
called
was
me
the
out.
one doing the. No, she was the one
Laura-
doing the live. I
Yes,
wasn't
pause.
there.
One at a time. Everybody calm down. What?
Okay,
Someone hollered my
my
name.
point is, I don't think it matters what I say because I said
It really
specifically
does to me.
verbatim. No, I'm.
It really does to me. It
Mm.
really, really matters to me.
When we were on Queen Bee's channel,
It really
I
matters too,
specifically
because-
said what
Wait,
she
time
wanted
out,
me
time
to
out.
say.
So I know
really-
that you want, wait, real quick. I know you want Nunya up here because she helps you with things, but we need to let somebody off the panel. So someone's going to need to hop down to make that happen.
I vote Earth.
No, you don't know. The only reason why you want that is because I
I'm
can
hoping
prove
there's
it's
one
your money.
volunteer.
So I would
You know, I
stop
can make a
if I were
freaking
you.
joke. You know, don't
It
get
was
your
a
panties in
joke. It
twists.
was
It's
a
all
joke.
right.
It's
Don't even
fine.
start. See how fast it went
I'll
from
go,
you
Deets,
going
Deets,
from
I'll
low
go,
to
and if
high.
you can let me back up, if that's okay. I'll go.
I would fear it's enough for you to want to respond, you know, when you give your rebuttal or, you know, defend yourself. Pretend it's like an email for a second. I'd literally like forget what everyone else is thinking right now. Just talk to me for a second and tell me what is it, like off the top of your head, just talk it through. What is it that you need us to do? Like how do you, when you close your eyes, what is it that would make this better? Like if they would just stop and just be specific. Does that help? Sorry, and I don't gosh.
Can someone please explain to me why this needs to go on the same fucking question for 2 hours? 2 hours they're asking the same question. Just give it up. Just fucking boot her. Done. Finished. Finite. Like I said I think I said it to Dietz or Joneson, one of them. I said, you know what the definition of insanity is? Doing the same thing over and over and over, but expecting a different result. That is exactly what's happening here. They keep bringing up Crime Sleuth and asking the exact same question over and over and over, and they keep expecting a light bulb to go off, and she'll be like, yeah, now I get it. No, it's never going to happen.
It's really quiet. That was really quiet, and I was like,
when you guys did your live, I was like, okay, that is one piece of the puzzle, you know, that can have a little rest, a little peace, you know? And so I, without even, you know, acknowledging or commenting or anything, I was just going with that, with you guys saying, you know, you were just going to let it go and stop talking about me and move forward and all that stuff that you guys were saying in your live. And And I have left you guys alone. I really have. In fact, I even commented on how nice it was.
I left you guys alone because all I'm talking about is Voices and Laura. Thank you, Denise. Love you, girl.
About that.
But honestly, she's not lying. She did leave them alone. She absolutely did. She left them alone and just talked about me and Deets. I mean, me and Voices. And me and Voices were like, what the fuck? Why, especially me, like, why are you even talking about me? I did nothing to you. I wasn't even on this panel. I had nothing to do with it. But she didn't want to talk about anybody on this panel. She just talked about me. It was fucking weird.
Without calling you out by name or anything.
Didn't leave us alone. That's the thing.
I have. You might think, okay, so my lumping in when I've said like, oh, y'all and whatever, they, I
There's a
wasn't
channel that
including you
remains
guys.
to be, that I will not state, that has said they will leave. Listen, don't make me quote you. Don't make me pull it up. I'm really trying to resolve this, girl. Okay.
And you're going to have to if you're accusing
Okay.
me. Because I was very happy to hear that. I was like, yay, some peace. Why the fuck would I stomp on that?
Okay, we all agree.
Because it's not what you said, love.
Please
That's not
pause
what
right
you said
there.
at
It's
all.
not. Please don't call me love.
Okay.
Well,
not-
to
she's
be
not a-
fair, she calls everyone love, kind of like I mean, I call people love all the time. So it's not, I don't think that was a dig at all.
It wasn't, but that's okay. I can accept that.
So
Crime-
basically,
crime
though, what?
syndrome.
Can
So
I just ask
can
this
you
real fast?
understand like where they're coming from for a second? Because what they're saying is even you're agreeing that like their stream that they did, if they're moving on, they're gonna let it go, leave it be. You were like, okay, I appreciate that. Like that's one set of the people you felt like was, coming for you in air quotes, agree or disagree. But like one set of the people that was coming for you, right, was done with. And you guys were on the same page at that point in time, it sounds like. But then what it sounds like Tia is saying is then after their live stream, there's another opportunity where you took the time to either throw digs at them or mention your situation with them at some point. And for them, they're like, okay, well, if we're saying we want this to stop, you can't just keep going around and keep talking about it without and expecting, like the expectation can't be, well, even though you guys are done talking about it, I'm not done talking about it. So I'm going to keep talking about it, but you just say nothing. So I think
I understand that. And
okay.
I have absolutely zero recollection of speaking of Tia or LFT in the last, 3 or 4 days since they're live. I have left them alone. The only thing that I remember saying was on TT's when I said, I've had these issues going on. There's been a lot of harassment. Speaking about Voices, and I named her in that. And
so did you mention the situation about the pledge at all?
No.
Okay.
No.
So
no,
Tia,
no.
was it about your specific situation when you from what you heard? Or was it like more general terminology of like they're harassing me, everybody's a part of it kind of a thing?
It's a great question, Anya. And the way that I can answer it is that she said there's a channel that has agreed to stop talking about me, although I highly doubt it.
Oh, okay.
And then proceeded to go on.
Oh no, Irish gal, she's scared shitless of me. She will never come on my panel. Ever. It's really funny.
And on. And it was like, oh my God, lady, we just told you.
You just to be fair, you just told us all that you're having some short-term memory issues. Is it possible, and this is not a dig, but is it possible that you have forgotten what Tia is specifically talking about?
I know for a fact I haven't said any of their names. I've been super careful, and it wasn't said in that manner at all. It was in the spirit of peace. And if it was taken any other way, then I am sorry, because that's not at all what I meant. I said I was happy about it. I was happy.
And I don't think that you said you were happy. I accept your response.
I'm saying that was my mood. I was happy. I was like, this is a good thing.
Okay, but your tone is something different. So I can't read that very well. I'm going to have to work on that, I suppose.
But
I think-
moving forward,
think
crime
if I-
Sleuth, to avoid that potentially, would it be better so that your words are not mistaken? That for them, because they do want to be able to move on and they want to be able to not continue this merry-go-round that they're on, is it possible that you could agree like they've agreed to just let it go and not even infer towards them in any way?
Sure, but like I said, I really was speaking about it in a good way.
But I think it kind of circles back around to what that beginning discussion was, is like,
but I'm glad we clarified that so that they know.
She tagged you in with who she perceived as all these other doxers.
Yeah, I'm also being included in harassing and doxing her with the others that Tia has tagged.
Can we go back? Whose post was this?
This was Tia's.
This was under Tia's.
Yeah, nobody doxed her. No one was harassing her. Nobody. All Tia did was just state her opinion. That was it. Wanting to be left alone.
When is this from?
Last week, I think.
Yeah, it was last week.
Past week.
Yeah, this past week or so.
You know, all this discourse,
confusion.
You know? Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm better about it. Just to like any kind of just snarky comment takes a lot. I think Jen Lou said it earlier. Before or after Sunday night. Yes.
Comment, and I didn't even see the comment before. Penny Monroe, how do you fucking know what the money was used for? It's got to stop. Crime Sleuth, is this your friend?
No, let's not blame Crime Sleuth.
I'm not blaming. I'm genuinely asking because
okay.
this is where she comes every time.
I promise. I understand how it looks, but that was not about you. It really was. It was, yeah, you're a part of that, but it was explaining it was not about you. And I think it's really important that you just understand that we get this moving forward. That's not what that was. We understand it may have looked that way, but I need you to trust us when I say, I promise you that is not what happened.
I understand that may not have been what it was for you guys, but it was all content for Laura. Point blank.
So I get that, but that's what I'm just saying. So that's where I'm respecting how you probably perceived it or how it came across to you. That's what I'm telling you that. But I just don't want to. I'm saying it for moving forward, and in the spirit of like we just said, letting it go. I don't want that to like manifest itself, and become like some of the things, when you refer to us as that fundraiser or whatnot. Just know that we're all in agreement right now and understand that I think that's where things kind of went awry for us is because that next night or that Sunday night, yes, we were on.
Yeah, it was the
went
very
up on
next
Lars.
night.
You're right, it was, and that's exactly why we went up. But like I said, all I can do and all I can know that Tia echoes me in saying this is I promise that was not for us as Decipher it was.
Let me also point out, if someone has short-term memory loss, they don't remember things. So it's funny how she remembers everything except taking accountability. That seems to be the only thing that she can't remember.
Our intentions and our purpose and what we said was not to go up there and attack you. It was about something to do with Decipher. And I just want that to be clear because I don't want these missteps. And I think, especially since I know things aren't easy for you in general right now, and just hoping this, like, you can put a check mark on your list and know that we are, thanks to Deets and everyone up here, we were able to kind of, at least cap off one thing.
LFT, I just saw a comment and I didn't even see the comment before. Penny Monroe, how do you fucking know what the money was used for? It's got to stop. Crime Sleuth, is this your friend?
No, let's not blame Crime Sleuth.
I'm not blaming.
Who is she talking about? I thought it was someone on panel. That's why I rewound it. Who is Tia talking about? And what money?
I'm genuinely asking because
okay.
this is where she
Well,
comes every time.
Well, I handled it. It's already that topic that Penny was discussing in the chat. We've already talked about it on a previous live and gone over that information. So I just
Did
feel
she
like
get
it
blocked
doesn't
or
need
something?
to. No, she's not blocked.
No,
it just doesn't
doesn't
need
stop.
to. Yeah, we just don't need to go down that road
Yeah.
again. I didn't realize that, but yeah, we've already discussed that here. So thank you for.
So, Crime
I
Susan,
think
can
you're
you
trying to bring
possibly
it to our
agree?
attention.
I kind of lost where we were.
I'm gonna
now.
jump
What-
down, but Susan, I put a link. I put
Yes,
a
she put a
link in
link
the chat of just kind of of what a dictaphone, just so maybe you can get a visual of what I'm talking about. Just, I think it'll help you. I hope it does.
Okay.
Thank you for
Just
sharing.
take
Thank
it,
you,
you know?
Infamous.
You never know. It might help
Thank
you. Right, take care.
You too.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you, Infamous. Okay, I'm gonna take another potty break, but I do think that the situation with Penny is good. And
I'm just hoping to get Crime Susan to
okay, I'll be right
return
back.
where we're trying to, so we can. Did I sufficiently acknowledge your feelings, Crime Sleuthin?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, good, good. Could you acknowledge ours?
Yeah. No, it's not. It's me, but it's not.
To be honest, I don't think it was, because they said that it wasn't, that the girl was pregnant or something. They think that's where it was going to. But I think that was said on the live. Like, I don't think that was a secret.
Me. Please bear with me.
Okay.
It's emotional.
It's not just that. It's just I'm all hot and I don't know why. And yeah, just I don't know. It's kind of like a flustered feeling, but it's I don't know.
Well, it's a what? I'm sorry,
we
a
at
what?
least have gotten. We've at least gotten somewhere. For me, your health is important. I think that it is important. So if you feel like at this point,
See, and that's where I disagree. It's absolutely where I disagree. I can't help somebody else's state of mind. I can't help, like, without sounding horrible, I don't care what Crime Sleuthin's state of mind is or her mental health. That's not my problem. My problem is my own mental health, my own state of mind. I can't be worried about a stranger on the internet. You know, if it's someone I care about, that's one thing. But some hater on the internet, I don't care what your mental state is. To me, that's just, I'm sorry, but it's honest.
since there is at least one set of resolve, woohoo, go us.
And I
but
just want to say something real quick.
If if your health is being pushed, like, I don't want anybody. I don't know. I don't.
Well, there are other people who have health issues that don't put it out there. And sometimes you don't know what you don't know, but there are people who struggle. So if you know what it's like, maybe have that kind of thought in the back of your head that maybe there's other people who are also struggling with things in their lives. And how would you want to be treated?
I mean, any respect for her, and I'm not interested. I'm just not. I mean, I'm
You
being
said
honest.
that I
I'm
needed
not
a
gonna say anything ugly.
lobotomy. You
I
said
told
that
you,
I
if this
needed
was
a
all
lobotomy.
because
Y'all are
this
gonna
was
go
all addressed
nowhere.
before.
Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold
I
on,
don't
hold on,
care.
hold on.
I don't think y'all are
I
really
don't
ready
care.
Hold
to
on,
resolve
hold
anything at
on,
this
hold
point.
on, hold
Like,
on.
That is when
I
she
don't
popped up and
understand.
said, "Everybody stop!" And
All right.
I acknowledged at that point on that day already, Eve. I'm like, okay, we've all gone too far. Let's just stop.
But Crime Sleuthin, you
My
That
hands
never
are
happened.
ass
wait a
because
minute,
I don't
you
like. I
haven't,
just
walked away to
no.
go get a Mr. Pibb.
Crime Sleuthin, but you haven't stopped. That's the
I
problem.
haven't said a word
Here's
about
the thing,
Eve.
though. Here's the thing. Y'all have two options, right? In my opinion, take it for what it's worth.
Sorry.
You can sit here and talk for days and days and days on the merry-go-round about all the things that he said, she said, we said, they said, you know, she did, he did, whatever. you did this, no, you did that. Or you can say, yeah, some fucked up shit was said, some fucked up shit was done. And now how do you move forward to let the shit in?
And,
Yeah.
and
Or
I'm
you
trying to
don't.
do that.
I will
Listen,
never
I am.
What
apologize.
you need
I
to
will
do,
never
what you need to
apologize
do
to
is
Eve.
apologize
But two
for
people don't.
for being around a doxer who doxed
But
her
of course
husband and
they
put her
are
family in
Yeah, but
danger.
Earth,
But here's
that's
the thing
wait,
though. Y'all always think we have
wait.
to.
Everybody,
Nope.
everybody, wait. Everybody, wait.
Nope.
Okay, I disagree there. Like, so she was around it. I had voices up here the other night. Let her up to speak. She did not dox on my panel. I did, contrary to what Sleuthen says, I didn't lead anyone to Sleuthen's dox, but she is accusing me of the same thing. Like, you have, I guess I'm maybe I'm not getting what you guys are saying. Like, just because she is cohabitating with a doxer, you're ticked?
She's never taken accountability for going at Eve just because she has not been able to prove anything. But she sat up with a doxer who doxed her family, and you threatened to drive 8 hours
Well,
to your house.
Reverse this.
Wait,
You
my
can't
question,
reverse what happened to him or
my
me.
question is, and I don't reverse what happened to your husband because that was wrong. I'm just not aware of it. Was
I
she an active
addressed Eve
participant?
and her husband
Was
directly.
she an
Dee.
act?
When?
Okay, let me
On
finish
the
my
panel over
question
at
to Earth
Granny's.
real quick. So, was she actively participating in the docs? Is my question to anyone.
Well, it depends. I don't know that
I was
100%
watching. No,
fact,
she didn't.
but she had a whole folder that she's not going to go into. There's things that she just won't expound.
All right, let me let everyone in on a little news flash, okay? Like a big news flash. When you're in this community, expect to get doxed. If your husband is part of your life, expect him to get doxed. When you hang out with these kind of people, this shit's going to happen. When you stray from strictly true crime, this shit's going to happen. Deal with it, embrace it, and move the fuck on. SoFlo had the best answer, and I 100% back her for this. Who gives a fuck? My husband doesn't give two shits about you. So look him up. Do whatever you got to do. I feel the exact same way. Do whatever the fuck you got to do. This shit happens. It happens every day. When you sit there and like you're scared or you're bothered by it or you're upset by it, that's only going to fuel people to do it more. I'm not saying that's a right mentality. I'm not saying it's a good mentality, but I know that mentality is shared by many, many, many people in this community. And that is suck it up, buttercup, because the minute you tell me not to do something, I'm going to do it more. And I'm going to do it 10 times worse. Not looking people up, just in general. Eve, I don't know you from Adam. So I'm not saying anything about that or protect a class or anything. I'm just saying when you associate with certain people in this community, shit's going to happen. It's going to go left and it sucks. And I'm not saying it's right, but it just seems to happen. That's all I'm saying.
On or prove otherwise. So the only thing that I can think of is she's associated with it. Because of,
for example, I use Stephanie Harlow. Do you know anything about Stephanie Harlow's husband? I don't. I've seen a picture of him once, but I know nothing about the guy. I know she's never strayed from true crime. She's never strayed and gotten herself involved with shady people. Well, she did, but we didn't know it. That's what I'm saying. When you get involved with certain people in this community, it's going to bite you in the ass. And again, I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying that it should happen, because it definitely shouldn't. But there are some really fucked up people in this community, like really fucked up, whose brains I think are up their ass. So it's unfortunate, but when you're dealing with so many different people and so many different personalities, you got to expect it. I agree. Doxing is wrong. I don't think anyone is saying it isn't. I 100% agree with you.
What she said, so I don't have any closure. I don't know who not to trust or who to even,
Let me help
I
you
have
out.
to always.
Don't trust
Okay.
me. Don't
But-
like me. Stay away from me.
But
Period.
you kept telling her that she's aiding and abetting. You kept saying she's gonna be
That
behind
is
fake
aiding,
glass.
financially aiding a suspect. Yep.
But why weren't you giving the other people the same energy? They were doing the
Other
same thing.
people.
Don't play semantics
No,
with
they
me.
were.
Wanda, I've done that and it doesn't work. Then you just get a bad reputation. But I've done what Nicolina's done, and for some reason didn't make me untouchable.
They're not attacking
were.
the family. They're not attacking the family.
This has nothing to do with the family. We're
Yeah.
talking
Oh, yeah, it
about
has
the suspect. We're
everything
talking
to
about
do
the
with the
suspect.
family.
We're talking
While-
about the suspect.
I know by definition there's public figures, limited public figures. Look, I am just another asshole on YouTube. I do not look at myself as any type of public figure. If I walk in the mall, people do not know who I am. If I walk down the street, people do not know who I am. People do not look at me and say, "Oh my God, that's Perplexed." That doesn't happen. So I don't look at myself as any type of public figure. I just look at myself as another asshole on YouTube, plain and simple.
While out, hold on, let me say a sentence here. While out one side of your mouth, you're attacking the mother and father, and then out the other side of the mouth, you're defending and helping the suspect. No, F you. I want nothing to do with you. Nope. I had nothing to do with any doxing.
Then
nothing
never
to do with
speak of me
any
again.
doxing.
Starting
That's
right
what I-
now.
No, that's not true, Shay, at all. At all.
Well, that's
Never
why
happened.
I'm asking.
Eve, I have always said it's guilty till you're proven innocent. Otherwise, they wouldn't lock you up immediately. So I agree with you. It is guilty till proven innocent. That's why people shouldn't fuck with suspects.
Because I had seen that claimed that you were sitting there
Nope.
while the review of his doxing was going on.
Absolutely false. Nope.
She was on a panel with AB who doxed me, and she knew it was going on. She
No, that's
knew
not
exactly. Do you really want to go there?
I have been
Well, I
on
don't want to
a
go
panel
there. I
with-
don't care.
No,
It's fine.
No. I have been on a panel. I've been on as a guest on ABs, but never about anything about doxing or Eve. No, hell no. I
But
would
you
never
spoke on
participate.
it. You participated by speaking
Nope.
on it and
Nope.
saying, if you want to go after Brandy's husband, we're going to go after yours. So what else am I supposed
And
to think?
Do you, not
never
remember
emailed me
me
and cleared it up.
specifically apologizing to your husband directly for that comment and explaining
But
why
did you,
I was
but
feeling
Crime
that way?
Susan, did you tell somebody in a chat it's not doxing to say anything that the person had already said? So stuff it. Did you ever say that to
That's
somebody in the
not
chat?
specifically what I said. I've always said
Okay.
it is not doxing if that person hasn't already put it out themselves, because that's true.
Okay. We'll show it.
I
Because
would never in my life participate in a doxing or condone it in any
Really?
way.
that's what she
Okay,
said
there
in
you go.
Purple Phoenix's chat.
Okay.
So
That's
that
true.
right there.
So it's true.
That is true.
Okay, so if you say you're doxed,
But
and
you
it was
put it
me,
out.
I can put it out now. It's cool for me to do that to you. Is
Since
that
it's
what you
already been
want?
said. Since it's already been said.
The person has already said, are you dense?
That's you.
But
you
so
are the
you're
person.
saying, so you're saying
We
that
weren't talking
Eve-
about me in this conversation.
Hang on. So
oh
you're
my God.
saying that Eve and her husband doxed him themselves?
I don't remember do you have the whole context of the conversation? I was defining doxing in this chat.
But Crime Susan, right? Like a little bit ago, you admitted that you had used your full name, that it's been shown, and now whatever, you may have not known and then decided to change it, but by that argument you put it out, right? So then it would not be
No,
doxing.
this is way out of context, and no, I'm not
Oh,
doing that.
can you explain?
This
I'm
this
genuinely
chat,
asking.
no, they're gonna have to explain. We're gonna go back.
See, there was someone I posted a TikTok video, you know, because I'm TikTok famous with my 109 subscribers. But there was somebody that was at the concert and they were telling me what a great concert it was. So I told Sage, I'm like, see, honey, I'm TikTok famous. I said, someone that was at the concert found my TikTok. That's right. TikTok famous.
Back to this and explain what they're talking about in this chat.
Well, just your comment right there, right? By
No,
your
no,
own-
you're not going to do that. You're not going to. You give me the context of what I was
Do you
simply
see how
defining
your attitude
doxing.
is to me, even when I'm being
Because you're
calm
twisting
and
it.
respectful? You see
You're
how you're not
twisting
even
it.
You're not even letting her get it out fully before you're claiming she's twisting it. Like,
Because
let her
she's changing the. I want to know what this was right here.
just let
was
her
talking
get
about.
out what she's trying to state to you, and then
I
I'm
was
sure
already asked a
Eve.
question. We're already on this
Okay.
question right here. You just showed this
Okay.
screenshot.
Okay. Okay. We're gonna let her finish her question. Then Earth and Eve, they can retain it for a few minutes, and then they're gonna address that question you had. Go ahead, MJ.
Thank you. I don't, and I do agree context matters, but with that statement, it seems pretty, you don't really need context with it, right? You're saying that if the person has put it out themselves, then they could shove it, right? It's not a dox, but you've already admitted that, yes, there was a point where I used my full name, but then I realized quickly, like, I shouldn't have, and I pulled it back. But with that argument, you already put it out.
Wow.
You know, never mind.
Thank you. Yeah, never mind. Because you're connecting things that are not connectable. It's like apples and
Was
oranges.
that not a valid question to everybody else on panel?
You're connecting things that aren't connectable. I'd say that's pretty connectable.
It was. And it pertains to the
Well,
the
I thought
topic
it
and the
was.
situation at
Right.
hand. Yeah.
It circled back to our beginning
No,
conversation.
they're wanting me to say, okay, yeah,
No,
whatever.
I
and
just
agree.
No,
So
we're
everybody
wanting
needs
you
to say, I've
to.
never doxed her.
I think she's wanting you to realize the talking out of both sides of your mouth thing.
Right. And I
No,
don't
no,
agree
no,
with
no, no.
anyone. Let me be
Nope.
clear. I don't agree with anyone putting your name out, even if you did at one point and don't want to. I respect that. But you have to show the same
But then
respect.
out of the other side of your mouth, you're saying it doesn't matter because I said it way back in 2022.
No, I am not. What I am saying is what is okay for me has to be okay for thee. You can't say it's okay for you and it's not okay to be done to you then. If it's
And I
wrong,
haven't done
it's
this.
always wrong.
And I haven't done this. I've never doxed anybody. I've never revealed anything personal about anybody.
Okay.
But you've never taunted anybody? That I know something you don't, just wait? I have that if you want to
Yeah,
see
that's
it.
intimidation. That's a horrible thing to do.
Whatever.
CS belongs with AB. She can have AB. They belong together.
Horrible.
Yeah, you haven't
But you have
intimidated
that.
anybody.
I have that.
You have
but
lied on my
you've
name
also-
so many times. Hold on, Earth. You have lied on me so many times that at some point
You've
you're going to
lied on
have
the
to
family
shut
so
the
many
fuck up,
times.
and I'm going to have to take legal action. I have
Do
no
it.
other choice
Do
if
it.
you're going to keep doing this.
Do it. I haven't done
Because
anything. I haven't even
nobody
mentioned you
deserved
in
what you
forever.
did.
I'm so confused right now.
I haven't even mentioned her in forever. You're just up
You
here for
just
what?
said that I
What are you up
doxed
here
you
for?
crying on Purple's panel. You cried and said she doxed me with my probate. And I didn't.
You
I
had no
absolutely
business
didn't.
speaking about my probate. That the only way you could get access to it was to get my name and go look.
Okay, let me just point something out. Speaking of probate, when you use probate as an excuse for why you couldn't pay up on this $1,000, then anybody that's involved in it has a right to check to see if you're crossing every T and dotting every I. We need to understand if it's true or not, or if you were really lying. You're the one that used that as an excuse. So because you use that as an excuse, people have a right to look. Just saying. If you didn't use it as an excuse, that's a totally different story. If I said I'm getting an inheritance of $5 million, well, that's nobody's business because I'm not using it as an excuse. But if I said, hey, that Michelle, I'm going to give you $1 million as soon as I get it. Well, that Michelle has a right to take a look. I mean, I'm saying that I'm going to, you know, give her $1 million. If I then say that I'm going to give $1 million and I'm going to pledge $1 million to my channel, and everyone in my channel gets a piece of that $1 million, then every single person has a right to look up that lawsuit to see if I'm really getting that kind of money. So you're wrong, CS. You're just wrong. Right, Michelle? I'm not getting 5 million. I wish I was.
Look it up.
See, and
Stay
that's
the
why
hell-
you're really upset.
Stay the
That's
hell
why
out
you're
of my
upset.
personal life.
You too, ma'am. And quit
I
trying to
haven't come
intimidate
into
me
your
because it's
personal
not
life.
going to work.
I haven't come
Well,
into your
boom, there you
personal
go.
life.
Y'all both agree. Stay out of each other's
Yeah.
personal lives.
Good. Now, shoot.
Hey, no, you don't
You
get
go
to
fuck
do that
yourself,
to,
Crime.
to my
I'm
no,
mad.
you
She
don't
has
get
no
to
right.
my,
She
That's
but
has
you
no
don't have
standing.
okay, so she has no right to state her
Nope.
opinion, that's fine, but you don't have any right to shoo people off my panel.
Well,
So let's not do that.
Crime Sleuth, what we're trying to show you is that you have done all of this and you're still not taking accountability for it, but
I
you keep
didn't do anything.
lying.
Whatever.
Why do you
I
keep
didn't-
lying about it? And
Why
right when
are
it's
you
in your
bringing
face,
up
you keep
things that we
dancing around
already-
it. We're trying to
Why
show
do-
you this is what you're doing.
What I'm doing.
You
Fucking
keep
doing.
saying
Are you
harassment
serious?
and claiming doxing. Nobody has doxed you.
No. This
Can I
was
ask a
already
question?
addressed a long
No,
time ago
okay,
on
you
the
say it was
panel,
addressed.
but
Why
you
haven't
wanna
you
bring it up now.
apologized?
It's
Why?
stupid and
Why?
irrelevant.
No, no, because you know what you just did? Just a couple of days ago, you accused the jerks of doxing. Can you prove that they have ever doxed to anybody?
Whatever.
No, it's
Well,
not
so far,
whatever.
it isn't
I'm done
whatever
with you
because
guys,
No,
okay?
you accused the jerks of doxing. You're right.
Earth,
I'm
calm,
done.
calm, because you have made a lot of accusations about
Yeah,
people
there have been a
doxing
shit
you.
ton, a metric shit ton of false allegations about me on this channel.
You can't we've asked you.
All right, honest question. If someone is making so many false allegations against you, why do you keep running back to them? If Dietz's channel is so bad to you, then why do you keep running to her? That's an honest question. If someone is treating me badly, I'm not going to keep running back to them. I'm not going to keep running there trying to get them to listen to me. It doesn't make sense.
You for one, and we can try to resolve it, but you won't name one.
Please name
Because
one.
it's all over all the lives that
I'm
have been
sure you
here
could
and
think
all
of
through
one.
all the chats, all of them.
I'm
There's
sure you
tons.
can think of one.
I already have.
Okay, what was it again? And I'm genuinely asking.
You were here for all of it.
No,
Melissa,
I've
Dave,
been.
you know what
it's-
every one of them
Deeds,
are.
can you confirm? I told you before this live even started, I would be on and off with me,
She
right?
had to be in and out. She's got some stuff going on. I'm
Okay.
not going to
All
say
right.
what,
Have a
but
good night.
yes.
Can I ask
Can-
some questions?
Yes,
Can,
please.
no.
David.
Can the
No, apparently
she
not.
said that she was here for Eve. I am done addressing that matter. So I would like to
Which
move
matter are
on.
you specifically?
Oh, you want
Anything
to
related
off
to
of
Eve.
my panel? Is that what you're
I'm just
asking me?
saying we're done with that, right?
No, I want to know which. I want to know what the
I don't
jerks
think
got.
there's been a resolution. The only thing that you guys agree on
Mm.
is to stay out of each other's personal information. I think that's the only agreement that you've had thus far. But to be fair, I think that there are some issues that they would like to get clarity and get a better understanding of why you've done certain things. I'm not sure if you're interested in having a conversation about that, but I have some questions about it specifically.
Okay,
Mostly.
I'm not literally, I will never apologize to Eve for anything. I already apologized to her and her husband on that previous panel. I am done with it, and I'm not going to discuss anything about Eve anymore.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of people
Thank
giving out
you.
apologies if they're not apologetic for what they've
Yes,
done.
please don't do that.
So
Yeah,
I don't think forced apologies are a good thing, and I don't think anybody should demand anybody makes
I agree.
apologies. So I don't think any of us would stand with that. I
Well,
am curious though, Crime Sleuthin, would you mind if I ask Earth some questions about what she's talking about? Because there's a lot that she's saying that I don't know anything about.
Does
Like
that need to
what?
be now? I mean,
Well, we're here, so like, you know, we're just,
What better time?
yeah. I mean, we're all here,
Exactly,
and you're
okay.
here, so you can also like you can, you know, once I ask Earth the questions, then you can also give me, you know, your perception of the situation that I'm going to ask
But I
about.
don't want to talk about Eve and any of her
Okay,
BS
so
anymore.
the way that you're talking right now, it's like, should I give you a managing moderator wrench at this point? Because it's not your channel and it's not your panel. So Nunya, if you would like to ask Earth some questions, please do.
Okay. All right. Okay, great. Thanks. Earth, can you help me understand a little bit better? It sounds like there's, or if Eve, if you would prefer to ask, just Earth was speaking quite a bit. So if you'd prefer to answer, I can ask you directly as well. It doesn't make a difference to me. But what are some of the things that you feel like, and specific examples, if we could just start at one and move on from there, that you feel like Crime Sleuthin has done to Eve?
What do you want to say, Eve? Because see, I was here for the whole thing, but see, this is Eve's story. I was the one that exposed it for what it was. And
All
it
right.
was a blatant disrespect to her and her husband, which could put them in danger. And the fact that you made
Okay, so hold on. Let's start there. Let's start
I
there.
have no
That's
respect for
okay.
Eve. None.
Hold on.
She's talking to Earth.
Hold
She's
on.
talking to Earth
You
right
said
now.
you didn't
Yeah.
want to talk about it, Crime Sleuthin.
So Earth, I'm gonna
Just
have
stay
you.
out of it, please.
All right, here's a dumb question. Why is she talking to Earth about it when Eve is right there? Why not just ask Eve about it? Did I miss something?
Pause for a second then. So Eve, in what ways do you feel like your husband, whatever the situation may be, were disrespected by Crime Sleuthin? Can you help me understand it?
Well, basically, when she emailed me asking me to review the information that I got from Stacy, and then to turn around and weaponize it against me and defame me while also being cool with and hanging with the same people who went after my husband, who wasn't even on YouTube, isn't ever on YouTube at that time, no matter how they felt about me, was wrong.
Okay.
But
hold on.
as a content creator, it's
hold on. I'd like to unpack that real quick. I'm a chalkboard kind of person, and I gotta unpack things as they come so that I could have a better understanding. Okay. I hope you don't mind. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
Okay. So the first thing, the email. So she asked you for some information. It threw it via email. You shared that information with her. And once it was shared with her, she went live and she basically took said information to kind of throw back at you in some way. Is that correct? Do I have that? Am I understanding that right?
Well, yeah, she incorrectly said that I had done this and that and the other, which is whatever. I proved otherwise.
Thank you, Tony. Tony coming in left field with the 5 memberships. Thank you, hon.
So I know where my truth is. It's on my channel. Anybody can check it out. But when my husband and the docs happened and she used it to weaponize me because how she feels about my content was wrong.
How do you feel like she
and you
weaponized
can't go
it?
backwards.
Right. I do agree with that. How do you feel like she weaponized it against you?
Because she did just like in the previous issue with MJ and all of that stuff. She takes stuff from you and turns it around and makes it hers. And it completely cut the legs from under me on my channel because no one trusted anything I said. Everyone was coming at me. It was horrendous. It was awful.
And I do remember that because like not the end of it, but a lot of that was talked about when we went over the Michael's timeline. I hate to throw his name in there, but just to give you a reference of that live stream. So I do remember there was a lot coming at me.
Okay. All right. So essentially, she has participated because of, for whatever reason, her dislike of you or her views on how you feel about a family, things like that. She has taken the time to attack your channel and your content and your I don't know, receipts or whatever it was that you had emailed to her. But she took that, turned it against you, and then went aligned with people who were attacking you, as well as started to also put things out about you and attack you. Do I have that right?
Right. Yeah.
Incorrect.
And it was.
Hold on, Crime Sleuth. Hold on. I'll give you a chance. Hold on. I want to make sure I understand where they're coming from first. Sorry. Hold on. Go ahead, Eve.
And so the stuff that's on my channel, it might make you feel a certain way, obviously, about my opinions. And that's understandable. It will never ever equate to what has been done here, no matter what.
The stuff that was done by her, or the stuff that was done by other people that she coexisted with?
Both.
Okay.
Absolutely both.
Okay. All right. Crime Sleuth, how do you see that? Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
I'm so sorry.
Eve, Eve, I don't totally disagree with you. It's one of the reasons I totally stayed away from the case. I never liked the father, but I'm like, I'm not going to blame a victim or possible victim, but it's the reason I never touched the case. And Brandy is she's not for me. I mean, she seems really nice. She's just not my type of personality. So, but I don't think she had anything to do with it. But I get you on that. And I was just going to say that, as a creator, people may not agree with someone's opinions, but that doesn't make them wrong. It's just their opinions.
Like when you see that my kids should see me behind plate glass because I'm editing timelines and doing criminal activity, accusing me of crimes. That is defamation. That is the absolute definition of that. And
are you saying that I said that your kids should see you from behind plate glass?
Yes. Do we want to bring it up to help refresh the memory? Because you absolutely did.
You have you do.
I have
it.
it.
That?
I have it.
Yes.
Okay.
And that Mr. Eve should have never procreated, or the audacity of me to do that with him. Don't tell me that she has kids with him. Oh yeah, you did. You did. The things that came out were so horrendous.
That's pretty. Yeah, that's. I'm
that
not
was
gonna lie.
after.
That's pretty bad. Even if right. Don't get me wrong. Everybody's an adult, and sometimes the way people cover things or the things that they say, yes, they can piss you off. But those are things that are like that. That was some low blows there, and that was a little inappropriate in my opinion.
As I said, already addressed on a previous panel.
No, it wasn't.
So
No, it
can you,
wasn't.
Crime Sleuth, can I ask what panel is it that you're speaking of? Was it one of Dietz's panels?
I think it was Granny's. It was the first one that who came up on, because I thought we weren't supposed to say that.
She had your husband's picture as a profile pic on Twitter and is acting like a victim? Make that make sense.
Name. So she'd come up there and talk
It
to
was
everybody.
it was when Granny was reviewing my live.
And I was the one on. I was up there on the panel, and I specifically talked to Eve and her husband about it, and apologized to both of them right then. So why is this being brought up now?
So, well, I'll explain that. I think because although you may have apologized, it doesn't change the way that Eve feels about it in the moment. She's not there yet. So she's still upset about that and
I'm pretty sure she's saying that CS did. CS had her profile, her husband's picture as a profile picture on Twitter. That's fucked up. Even I've never done shit like that.
Feel some type of way about that.
Because it's
But-
still
Yeah.
out there for the world
We
to
have
see.
a lot in
Are you
common
going to
then.
take it
Okay.
away? Are you going to
So
take
is
that
it
off
have,
of your
I
channel?
just, I just said we
that
have
video?
a lot in common then.
Oh, not CS, the PR rep Luanda. I don't know who that is. I don't watch Purple Phoenix. She puts me to sleep. So anyone associated with that case through Purple Phoenix, I would not know who they are.
Is it possible, Crime Sleuthin, that you could private the video where you said that?
No, I didn't say anything like that on a video. She's talking about we had a pretty good bash in just one time where we came at her because of
It
we were
wasn't
just
just once.
done with her coming at the family. We're just done with it. And then on top of that, finding out about the stuff with Stacey Wanderer, we were pissed. Absolutely.
Okay,
but I didn't do that.
Here we
That's
go. Wait, but hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. Earth, Eve, whoever. The clip that you have of her saying that, is that on somebody else's panel or is it her own panel?
Which one was it? Sorry, I was looking for the screenshot.
The
of her.
comments about the behind glass and the comments
It's in the back.
about.
It's in the back.
No, I
It's
know,
the-
but I'm asking.
It was on Purple Phoenix.
Wait, I don't understand though. He was setting up pedo stings that amounted to entrapment, but how does that hurt police investigations? That I'm confused on that. Because if he was setting them up, wouldn't that be to help the police, not hurt it?
Phoenix.
Okay,
And that was
so
addressed on that panel.
it's very obvious at this point, though, Eve, she can't force another creator, whether it be her friend or not, to take down a video. I don't think that changes like how apologetic she could potentially be after the fact. But to be fair, I'm just trying to be fair here. She can't force the video to come down.
No, but see, here's the thing though. Crime Sleuthin has already said that she did not say that Eve would be visiting her kids behind the glass. But
Right.
I
asked if I said it.
You will okay, that's still
We
the
were
same
talking.
thing.
We were talking mad shit about you. Yep, I admitted that.
No, well, a minute ago you didn't, but then you also said I already apologized and addressed this.
And I
think
did.
the issue.
I did.
Hold
Well,
on.
After this.
Not for nothing, Psycho Sleuthin, you're very easy to talk mad shit about. Not trying to be rude, just saying you're very easy to do so.
That's
Oh
two
my God.
different,
That's
that's two different things.
I think
Well,
the
how many?
problem.
Okay, so do you want her to go
Okay.
through a list? I mean, I don't understand what we're looking for.
Johnson,
I
stop
don't want that. Hold on. Let me
Johnson.
tell you what
I'm
I
so
want.
tired of you doing that to
Johnson,
me.
I love you.
I didn't even
Fucking
see you.
hilarious.
That
Johnson, I
was
love
hilarious.
you.
But
I
I
don't
mean,
want an
so
apology. I don't
say
care
that
about
again,
that.
Eve.
So how
don't
can
want-
we resolve this and move forward? Like
Even if the
each of
resolution
you guys
is y'all
need.
don't mess with each other, you don't like each other, but you just
And that's fine.
go
Yes.
and like go
But-
your separate ways.
Either a retraction of the lie that I edited information, because I did not. I've proven
I'm gonna pop this
everything that I have said in response. It is a fact.
Completely agree to disagree on that.
Okay, so Crime Sleuthin.
Okay, then.
Would you
there's
be
an
willing?
answer.
There are a lot of sleuths in this chat, a lot of people in this chat. Would you be willing to allow us to watch what your version of whatever this is, whatever that we're talking about here, and then watch Eve's version of whatever we're talking about here, and allow the chat to decide which way they believe one way or the other?
This chat, come on.
No, okay.
That's like
I
walking
think
into.
the chat can be fair.
Well,
like,
no,
I don't think there's anybody
I'm
in the
just
chat
saying.
who's gonna
I'm
be
laughing.
like, no.
I'm
See,
laughing
this
only
is the
because
thing. This is
I
the thing.
I
She's
can
just
pick a
gonna
couple
go.
of people that I believe are fair. Like
I mean, listen,
I believe
I
it would
wouldn't
She's just going to go with
necessarily.
what her friend thinks because her friend's covering the case. That's
Jones
it.
is not my friend, but she is fair. I believe that you, good Nanya, are
Listen,
fair. If you guys want to go
I
look,
wouldn't want this chat to judge because of the fact that we do have a biased chat over here.
Okay.
Exactly.
So
That's what
I
I'm saying. If you
wouldn't.
two
Fair
would
enough,
like to
Jones,
look,
fair
you go
enough.
ahead. What I did, all I did on mine was I showed my receipts. How yes, you can absolutely edit the things that she was saying could not be edited.
So hold on. Were you showing that you could edit or that she did edit? Because that's a big difference in my opinion.
I was showing that you could edit, and I don't remember what all I said in the.
She said
you
that
can
I
go back and look.
did and that I assisted
I
a
questioned it.
suspect. No, you said I did, and that I'm aiding and abetting a suspect in a missing child's case.
I said that,
and that I'm
go
hanging
look.
out with a pedophile.
Well,
Sorry, I had to say it.
And
That's what you
exactly.
said.
You
Who's
just
the
said
pedophile?
good
What?
Nanya
I
was
have the
fair, but you
receipts.
struck her.
I have them. I showed them on my
Hey,
panel
Frank.
the other
Melissa,
day.
don't you bring me into this.
I'm sorry. I read the comment and it was true.
It is
What case
true,
are we
but we're
talking
not
about?
there yet. We're not there yet.
Oh, Frank, you don't want to know.
Smashing Rogers.
Who is Frank? What's
Well, I
happening right
told
now?
you
Is this
it was
another Denmark
pretty
Andy?
deep. That's why I asked if you had something to add to it because we're like pretty far in at this point, but
We're
I
trying to
don't
get
think it
somewhere.
would.
It's all good.
It would not be very conductive to go back and rehash it all.
But Crime System, all we want is a yes or a no. We don't need a dance around. That's
But
all it is.
what's the question that you want a yes or a no to?
Did she say these or not? And every time we tell her or ask her, did you say this or did you say that? She dances around the answer.
Well, it
What
doesn't
we
seem like
want.
she's gonna
But
admit
she's
to
not
it
going to
until
do
you
it.
bring the
And that's
What's
why
the
we
first
have
one?
to
Did
bring
she
it up.
say
Like
what?
I said, the video's right there on my channel.
Did you tell Eve that she's going to see her kids see plate glass? Yes or no?
I
That's
don't
what.
recall.
only if
Oh
you
my
bring the
Jesus.
receipts to prove
And
Okay.
All right.
I've already
So
said
Crime
we
Sleuth,
were
and here's
all
my
talking
question.
mad shit about her. We sure were. And I remind you one more time for the last time, I am the
That you
only
did
one
apologize for that.
out of everybody. I am the only one who personally apologized to Eve
But
and
you
her
can't
husband.
apologize
So
to something
let
you
it go.
didn't even admit to. You won't admit to.
Yeah.
And
I
that's
make
apologize
that's
for
retarded.
talking mad shit. I am not going to go down the line. I'm sorry for blah, 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 blah. No, I'm not doing
Yeah,
that.
I don't think that either. But Crime Sleuthin', is it possible that maybe your apology, like if you're saying, I don't recall saying that, but
This is
I'm
what-
sorry, right? Is it possible that it may not come across as like genuine to them? So that like that may
This is
be
what we
causing
want.
them to not like accept the apology that you have given?
Wow.
It did,
Crime Sleuth, this is what we
the
want.
So
apology or not
here's
is fine.
hold on.
That's up
Okay,
to
so
her.
can you see the screen?
Uh-huh.
There's a comment in the chat that says hopefully one day her kids will see her through
I
plate
have
glass.
acknowledged everything that I said, and
You
I already
just
apologized.
said.
No,
hold
you
on,
didn't.
hold on. Well, Crime Sleuthin', when
Not
she
each
asked
and every
you,
minute. Is
hold
this
on.
what this is going to be now? An inquisition over something that happened
What?
a long
No,
time
All
ago?
I
hold on.
said,
Wait.
Everybody pause. Everybody pause. Take a breath. Let Nanya
Pause
get
all
her
the time.
question out.
Yeah. Okay,
I
so
mean, everybody
I
in
just want to
chat and
rewind
we
just
on
for a
live, we were
second.
all
Don't
talking
ignore
Oh
mad
the
my
shit.
chat.
gosh. Y'all didn't even let me finish. Like,
Get over
stop
it, Eve.
breathing. Both of you get over it and stop. Let Nanya get her question out. And then you guys can like eat each other's throats. But let her get it out, y'all.
So we were back to we were trying to understand what exactly happened, right? Earth, I asked Earth, tell me one thing she said. She said the plate glass stuff. And she said, just say yes or no. Did you say it or did you not? You said, I can't recall, right? And so we're pulling up this receipt. It is very clear that you did say it. So can you say, yes, I said it, even though you've already given an apology for saying it?
I apologize again. How about that?
No. See, because that's
What?
just like
No,
that's kind of
y'all aren't
that's
going to force me to say some specific sentence.
no.
She needs to say that apology is not good enough.
Nope.
No.
Done been there.
No, here's my thing though. I think what they want
I
that
talked
shows your
mad
character.
shit about her. I said a lot of things that I should not have said. We were trying to hurt her as much as she had been hurting this family. Period.
Okay. So
So I got up to get a drink. and I see there's some fighting in the chat between Eve and Chronicles. Not sure what's happening, but I think I was confused before. So you exposed the ex-husband of the PR rep, who's also the same guy that showed the Delphi picture autopsy. What are the odds of that? So do I understand that right? The guy that showed the Delphi pictures is also the same person who was married to the PR rep for the Michael Vaughn case? Is that right? Or I'm totally off? Totally off? All right, someone explain that, because that's what I got from reading chat. That's why I was confused.
We were absolutely deliberately trying to hurt her. We were.
Okay.
We were
I
very
feel like
mad,
that's fair
very
enough.
angry.
Like, that's honest. I don't agree with it,
And I
but
said
that's
that.
honest.
I said that to her that night
It
on
is
that panel. I
honest.
said this to her. I said, yeah, we were absolutely coming at you.
What guy on panel? I don't see any guy. Oh, we'll talk soon. All right. That's why I'm like, I don't see a guy on panel.
Too hard, because this was after 2.5 years of her coming at this family hard and then having the audacity to assist a named suspect in any way.
Frank is a guy? I'm not trying to be rude, but did Frank used to be a girl? That does not look like a guy to me. I'm not trying to be rude or anything, but that to me, I thought that was a girl.
Financially.
And to
Zero
be clear,
respect.
to be
Hold
again,
on,
to
guys,
be
this is
fair.
important.
What?
This is important. We
What?
need to show the receipts of Crime Sleuthin wanting to interview Stacy and he backed out. Can we please put those up so that that can be cleared up? Because you were doing the same thing that
The
you're
text
accusing
messages.
everybody else of. Do it.
Can
Well,
you pull
the
them
text
up?
message, Brandy, Brandy asked for that not.
Where's Gina? Gina, there you are. He used to be a girl. And you know, I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just curious. Is he trans like he used to be female? Because he's got very female features. Just saying.
Want to be gone
You
through.
guys seem to be discussing something that is a commonality in YouTube.
If they're the text messages, Eve, I've already sent them
We
to
ain't
you.
got time to
Yeah,
explain it.
Brandy
Frank,
has
they're not
asked for
gonna
that
let
to
you
be let go.
explain. Not today.
Brandy
Well,
has asked for
Brandy,
all of this
and
to be
that's
let go.
no,
And I've already
no, this
said
is
that I
between
feel
me
this
and
is
you.
no.
Okay,
This is
okay.
actually
Oh.
inappropriate and disrespectful to her right now.
No, you just don't want this coming out,
It
but
really
we
is.
need to
She
put
asked
this out.
for this matter to be laid to rest.
Oh, but she also asked you
And
something,
we agreed.
didn't she?
Me and Eve agreed. Me and Eve and her husband agreed. So, and I'm not the one bringing it back up.
This is
I recall
about being accountable for
I don't
getting
need to be
involved
accountable
in
to
a
you
case.
for anything. I don't need to be
Not to
accountable
me.
to you.
I'm not saying that.
I don't need to be accountable to anybody
You
for it.
are involved in the true crime community, and you blame other people for doing X, Y, and Z. But
nope.
because
I own
it's
exactly
known
what
that
I said to you.
well, then let's roll it. Let's
What are you
show everybody that you wanted an interview with Stacy, but he backed out because his lawyer said no.
You
And
But
that's
I'm
what happened.
confused, though. I
So
don't
it's on
understand
you.
why that matters,
Don't
though.
sit there and threaten me. Don't threaten me like
Did
that.
you
Like
see the
were-
live in which
What'd you say?
we were asked to let this go? And we
You-
all
you were
agreed,
not-
and now she's bringing it up now.
Hold on. Wait.
You were not asked. You were not asked to let this specific thing
Oh
go.
my
She
God.
wanted you guys to quit arguing in that moment over the
Over
timelines and
this,
this
over
and
this
that.
exact thing.
I agree with that. It was over this exact thing.
Okay. All right. I've
was.
here, take my word for it. I've seen the proof right here. She absolutely will just say right, yes, she did ask Stacey Wandra and make offers to him.
But I guess I don't understand.
No,
So
he asked
are we
me for
saying,
money.
Are
The-
we
the
saying
receipts are
she
on
can't
my
have that
channel.
opinion of Eve
Tomato,
because she
tomato.
did it herself?
So who is he though? Why did he like pop on that channel? Why did he go to Dietz's channel? Like, how is he connected?
Is that what we're basically saying?
No, I never offered him money for a freaking interview.
no,
He's the
no.
one who asked me for money, and I said, "Hell
Crime
no,
sleuth
buddy,
in.
kick rock."
Hang on.
If
I'm
he
trying to
sent
understand
any
why
text
we're even
claiming
talking about
otherwise,
this.
they're bullshit.
How could you aid and abet a suspect in a missing child's case crime? That's what you said to
Excuse
me.
I didn't.
That's what you said to me.
He's
That's
a
what
freaking
you
liar sitting in prison right now.
So then why would you need to interview him?
I posted all of our messages, him asking me for money, telling me his hotel was 280, and then he knocked it down to 170, and then he was like, oh, maybe 120. He was the one negotiating with me for money, and I said, no, I will not. And he said, well, then you're not getting an interview.
So you've exploited the situation.
Well, how is that exploiting the situation? What are you talking about?
Bro, y'all are still going to sit here and argue about exactly what she asked y'all not to sit here and argue about.
Yeah, I'm done.
I also don't understand what the purpose of it is.
Okay.
Like, what do you, what, like, how
she
did
was
it
okay with
change
me.
anything?
No.
I only
Nobody
said what I said because of what
Brandy
Dee said,
didn't step in
that
and
I
say,
offered him money.
don't
That's
do
not
this
true.
to her. Don't do this to Eve, until it became very apparent that it could go back on.
No, I only said what I
Susan,
said. Because
Money moves, and how does everyone know about Delphi if he just did a random check?
The
what
people who
Deets
were
just
guilty
said.
of it.
I don't know what fake shit you sent
Y'all
her
are
because that's not
literally
real.
arguing about
Yeah.
what she said. Like that. Do you know how crazy this sounds right now?
I get Nanya. I literally, when this first got brought up, I'm the one who said, "Hey, wait, no, this should not be discussed. This was already resolved. I already apologized a long
9
time
times
ago,
out
and
of
it was
10,
asked."
you say don't discuss something. That doesn't necessarily mean.
But I said it was because of what she
when
said.
there's,
I said,
like-
no, she asked for this not to be discussed. And they said, well, we're going to anyway. So I did ask that. I said, please, let's not do this.
Okay.
Well, here's my thing.
What can we do? What can we do without bringing this situation up? What can we do to resolve this with you all? Or is that pointless? And if it's
I don't
pointless,
think that they can
that's
resolve
fine.
it, Deets.
I didn't plan on showing this whole stream, but shit, we only got an hour left. Might as well go for it.
There's only one thing I want to know. One thing. Okay, Crime Sleuth, I want you. And I want you, because since you made this accusation, I want you to find me the proof right now that the jerks dox people all the time. Please find me that proof, and I want to see it
I
now.
don't owe that to you.
Yes, you do, because you made this
No, I don't.
accusation against them, because that is not true. That is a false statement. That is, you have to show proof.
Again,
'cause see,
go back to the
you-
definition of doxing, honey.
No, you made that against them. That's not.
Go back to
they
the
did
definition of
They
doxing.
did not dox you. You cannot prove they doxed you. So again,
Well, it's a matter of opinion, isn't
you
it?
prove it.
Which is it? Is it the definition of it, or is it a matter of opinion?
Prove
It's a matter
it.
of opinion over the
No,
definition.
because see,
of
here's the
Y'all get on my
thing.
nerves.
Here's what. No, I want to hear. I want.
No.
No, I want her to hear this. I want her to hear this. See, here's the thing.
I don't want to
no.
hear you
Stop.
anymore.
I don't give.
I don't
I
wanna
don't give
hear
a
you
shit
anymore.
Then
I don't
mute
wanna- I'm
yourself.
not
I don't
gonna listen
care.
to you.
I don't care. Now you sit up in a
I
chat
don't care
on a
what you have to
panel
say
with Purple Phoenix,
anymore.
who constantly accuses them of
She's doing it
doxing.
again.
You
doing it again.
are doing that because of her. You are standing up for her because she does not like the jerks. So you're going to go after them and call them doxers? I don't think so. That is
No.
the only reason why you're doing it to them. So
Sure.
again, find the proof. Find
Not-
it.
not-
Put
not-
it out.
I'm not addressing anything with you.
I don't give a shit because you know I'm coming with the facts and you won't answer them because you keep
Sure.
dancing around them. You don't have the proof, so you're going to sit there and slander
You're
their
gonna
name.
Come at me with a clip
So-
video. I don't care.
With a what video?
What video?
Another clip video. She does
A clip.
The clip
I
videos.
just didn't hear what
I'm
you
a clip
said. I didn't
channel.
hear what
Get
you
over
said.
it. There's
Yeah,
a
you put
million
out
clip
bullshit.
videos out there. Hello,
You put
duh.
out bullshit,
Think about it.
honey. You put out
I
bullshit.
know I came in like a
No,
rookie
I
here,
don't.
but what is the entire point here? Who are we trying to admit what?
they're just, it's the same stuff. It doesn't.
So, okay, any of the clip channels that are put stuff out about you, those are all bullshit too, right? Good to know.
Most
Good to know.
clip videos are quite full of bullshit. Yeah.
Good to know.
That's kind of the
Good to know.
point.
And
Oh,
only
I'm glad
you
you
on your
know.
channel is getting the information correct. Anybody else on these panels who are defending themselves, they're all wrong.
Yep, good to know.
Melissa, do you not
Good
know
to
the
know.
difference between content and a
disagree.
clip video? Honey, I
No,
can't help you with that.
I'm not either, right? But you're saying that you on your channel
You are
discussing whatever
really
you want.
good at,
Oh,
at
oh
comparing
my
apples
God,
and
you really
oranges.
can't let
I'm
anyone.
talking about clip videos.
To the
Pay
next
attention.
set of people, can we
You
finish
have
this
like a
one?
major
Well,
issue.
she
Like
did state on her
Well,
live
we
stream
can't move
we're
on to
obsessed with
that one
her,
if we
so.
can't finish the last one.
Well, she
So
did
it
state on her
sounds
live
like, and I think the chat agrees as well, there's not going to be a resolution for Eve and Crime Sleuthing. They will continue
Well,
to
I'm
go
just,
on.
you know what?
That's fine.
That's fine
That's
because that's
fine.
fine.
I'm sorry.
But
I'm
don't
being
put out
honest.
false
I am
information about
being
Val, I've seen that so many times. I don't get it either. I really don't.
people
being
that
honest,
are
I
that
don't.
are respected around here, for one.
I
Two,
do
do not group
not.
people together that have not done
Okay,
shit to
dear.
you.
Yes.
And stop telling people that they're obsessed with you when they're not. Because you are the one that
Yeah.
is obsessed
Okay.
with you. You think
Okay.
people are obsessed with you.
That
That's
is
not
your
true.
opinion. Okay, dear.
You said that
Yeah.
on your live stream.
Okay.
Yeah, people are, but okay.
I mean, how does somebody
All right.
defend themselves?
Welcome to that opinion.
Can we? All
God,
right.
you're ridiculous sometimes.
Since
You
we
don't
know that
think
there's
that
going to be no
somebody
resolution
taking
for that.
I can't believe that a man can't speak over these women. Like, I can't even understand him because he's speaking like so quiet. It's like, dude, speak up, be a man.
For this particular situation, can we move on to the next one? Or do we want to stay here? I'm not trying to run your panel.
I think
I'm just asking for a friend or 10.
Yeah, I'm trying to be honest. I have, and I've tried, believe me, I've tried. I just honestly don't have any respect for her. And I'm done with her, period.
That's fine. And I'm done with you. I don't want
Aw.
to talk to you anymore. What I
Yeah,
do
you know what?
want, though,
Yes.
hold on. What I do want is, if Dietz is okay with it, to show my side of my truth on the location data, because no one
It's on your
got to see
channel.
that.
No, it's on your channel. You put it out already on your channel.
Yeah,
This
I
was
don't
part
know.
of
I
the
wasn't
thing
talking
that
about
was
the
supposed to be
link.
let go.
Mel, I thought your name was Mel's Balls. I was like, wow, that's a rude name. But I see it's Mel's Bells. I thought it was Mel's Balls.
No, the location data, like it's just the location data from Stacy's phone info, right?
Yeah.
Why in the
Okay,
world
yeah, I
would
don't
you
mind
lie
sharing
in the
that.
first place if you
That's
made content and we are all in the true crime community? Why would you lie
Hi,
in the first place?
hi, Dates. It's me. Hi, hi,
He's
hi.
Thank you.
They're just pissed off because I debunked Eve on that one.
Is that my lawyer on that just jumped on panel? I think it is. That's a better name.
And I really
No,
did.
you
You know what?
didn't.
That's
You
why
can't.
we're
Okay,
I did.
okay. Pause. So this is just an don't, girl. You gotta stop that. So
No.
it's no problem with just showing the location data, and then if you know, I have no problem dropping the link to your debunking of it, Sleuthin, and then people can compare and decide for themselves what they feel on that. I have no issue with that at all.
Okay.
Can I just
That
offer
is
Dates
just
a
my question.
virtual Mr. Pibb and a virtual hug, virtual, just all the things. All Dates, you get
Pibb.
them all today.
No, I know
All.
anyone.
How pretty she is.
I know, she's
Lovely.
stunning.
This
Stunning.
is like bags under my eyes.
Hey,
I'll take those bags any day, girl.
hey,
Any day.
hands off my weed. Hands off my weed.
So what do you want me to show, Eve? Do you have a link or something specific that you want me to show?
Yeah, let me grab it.
Okay.
Sorry, 1 second.
Dates, can I ask you another favor, please? Could you also, there's one crucial thing that's being missed. I know this is you just one way. One, really? I know,
Just
I know.
one.
I'm sorry.
Really?
I'm sorry. There's a repeated thing that Crime Sleuthing has stated about what Eve is doing to this family. She'll repeat that refrain.
Thank you so much, Tony. You rock.
over and over and over again. Does Crime Sleuthing have any evidence of what that might entail exactly, please? Any of it?
Her own words.
Isn't that like a learning curve? If you,
Frank, please,
if you-
just please, just let her answer, please.
Her own words. And then
Yes, ma'am.
and then what Stacy told me.
Right. So if that follows for Eve doing that, do you realize you're doing the same thing to Sebastian Rogers' family at the moment?
What are you talking about?
Have you checked
You know what he's talking about.
your own community posts?
What?
When you're making statements about what Chris Proudfoot could have possibly done, and you put up your little, are you taking flyers down? Okay, love.
What are you talking about where I talked about what Chris did? What are you talking about?
What,
you got me confused with somebody? I don't
No,
go
no.
after families.
No, it's you, love.
What?
Do you want to go and check your own community posts? I think that would be a good idea.
Oh my God, it's fucking deflecting bullshit. We're gonna stay on topic, okay?
Oh, that's
No, it is
scamming.
the topic,
No,
because if you're
it's
saying
not.
saying
distracting. It's just
no,
distracting.
it's entirely the topic, because
No, it's not. You're bringing
it
up another
suits-
case and another victim.
it suits you when it's your opportunity.
I like that. You're bringing up another case and another victim. Interesting way to put it.
Opportunity to go at Eve.
Well,
It
then
suits
just
you
we
then.
can. I already addressed that on my last
Unlike
live
you,
on my main
Crime
channel.
Sleuthing, I have
Unlike
been
you,
here
Crime
the
Sleuthing.
entire duration of Michael's case. Unlike you,
You
I have
have
been here, love.
no idea. If you're going to sit there and say that, then you haven't watched my live in which I addressed that. So
Your
I would
live
just
in which you addressed
everything related to Sebastian. So you
right,
can
but
go and watch
you're
that.
flip flopping. So we were talking about
Flip flopping. I'm
Yes.
direct.
Okay. Nothing against Frank, but if you notice to the side, he does not have an Adam's apple. Just saying, he does not have one.
You to the correct information, ma'am.
Please do carry on. Carry on.
what I was gonna say before I got mushed is that I mean, arguments are part of true crime, right? I mean, it's all about debunking each other, but making like a big deal out of it. I mean, of course, we're all going to make statements. I mean, we all have our personal feelings based on.
What in the fuck is he saying or even talking about?
I don't know, trauma, history, whatever. But making a big deal out of it, I don't understand that. Like, just do like a 2-part episode about that and just leave it be. Don't freaking
Frank,
hash out your
respectfully,
feelings.
but do you have the context of what's going on here?
I do.
You do?
There seems to
Queen Bee will have him on panel. Beats him will be like, Laura's such a bitch.
be like a pattern, and I know.
Okay, what are my issues with Crime Sleuthing?
I do not know.
Okay, that's the problem. You know, respectfully, but you don't know what is even going on here.
Well, sorry for giving my opinion.
No, I'm just respectfully, you know, like I think it's very easy to sit there and say, yeah, can't we all get along? That would be great. But there's a lot going on here, a lot of dynamics, a lot of issues, and it's easier said than done.
No, it is okay for them to debunk me, Frank, but it's not okay for me to debunk anybody. That's basically
did
what
it
we're
on your own channel.
That is
you
what
just get mad when there's a response defending ourselves.
No, that is what
But you
this
just-
bullshit from Eve is
nobody's-
all about. Her response has been attacking. It's just stupid.
For the record, so
my
for the record,
content.
not for anybody else.
I am free to do whatever videos or lives I
And
wish to
we
do
are
and express.
too.
Don't
For the record,
interrupt me.
I wanted to hear what Frank had to say. Frank's voice matters.
No, it's all good.
Hashtag justice for Frank.
Okay.
Well, it
Frank,
does.
if you want to say something real quick, go ahead. And then we're going to take a little break. Watch this. And then I will. Sorry, I just burped in the mic. My bad. That was really bad. Then we are. And if Sleuthin,
You're making a habit out of that.
I know it's pretty bad.
She is.
If you want to drop the link to your debunking of this, I will drop it as well.
Could you tell me the
Hold
if you
up.
can go? I have a question for Dee. Could you
Frank,
hover over
did
where
you
it
just
says,
have a channel terminated recently
Yeah, I did.
for interfering in a true crime case?
No circumvention because I had a second channel.
Because you were already banned, so it got
Because
banned
you were already
again?
banned.
Yep.
Yeah.
My second
Yeah, he
channel is still
explained
up.
all that.
No,
on
but
another
just like you
channel.
said, you're not allowed to have a ban evader on the channel, right? You can't even have somebody who's on a 7-day ban, right?
You can.
You can.
Oh,
we know,
well,
Frank.
that's
She's
perfect.
using
Yeah,
that
we
at
know
this
that you
point.
can.
Which
I'm being facetious, but
Frank, if you had been here for the
Good
prior
try,
part
MJ,
of
good
this
try.
conversation, you would understand why that's pertinent right now. It's
Yeah, we
not
know
a
you're
direct
fine.
attack at
Oh,
you.
so
It's
somebody isn't okay. Gotcha.
it's a reference to
yeah.
something else. It's not towards you per se.
And it's
feelings all hurt.
twisted
I
a
was like,
bit
what
there,
the?
Frank. But anyway,
It's not
Dee,
twisted at all.
could
Oh, my
could you hover over where it says 2 months ago and tell me that date so I can look at my videos? Where it says 2 months.
January 26, 2024.
Thank you.
All right.
That's so
So
funny,
Greg,
Melissa.
You showed crime
grab
scene
your
photos of Delphi?
enjoy what?
Is that what you showed, Frank?
yeah, that's
You
what
showed
I'm
the
talking
crime
about.
scene? No, did you though? Is that what happened?
I showed an AI version. I didn't show the originals. The AI version was already out. So that's not what I got, man.
I don't know how to feel about this.
I don't know either.
Me neither.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't
Trust me,
laugh.
it can't be morally questionable. I didn't.
Yeah, I think Frank.
Well, I think it's against terms of service. You're not allowed to show AI victims of minors in a crime.
Well, you should check some bigger community that still have them on them.
This is true. Honestly, that is true. There are several that we can name that do have that on there. And I'm not defending it.
The
I'm saying
chat
that
is saying
is
it
bad.
was not AI. It was the actual photos.
Well,
I never saw it.
I did it.
What was it?
So can you tell us a little bit more about it, Frank? I'm sorry. I know we want to get to this video, but before I stay up here, I got questions.
I know. This is very interesting. So yeah, you're up, Frank. We'll pause this for a second because this is
the reason why I did that is because one YouTuber with a certain narrative that was extremely disturbing, going for the defense, showed the partial images of one of the bodies. And I decided, instead of that false narrative, to show the images so people can make up their minds. And
Of the minors.
So you showed
I know.
So you showed
dead.
Go ahead.
So you showed
naked.
2 minor females dead and
In
naked
their
so
crime
that
scene.
you could debunk what another YouTuber showed partially?
Yeah,
I
because
don't think you have any room to speak, honestly.
that is fine. Really, I still have good contact with the family, and they understood what I did.
Oh, and you contact the family.
No,
Oh,
I'm not
always.
frustrated at all.
Lord have mercy.
I just
Yeah,
don't think
respectfully,
this is,
Frank, I don't think
I don't
think
know
this is the
anything
space
about
for
this
you.
situation, but just knowing that you showed
Like
I thought you said they were AI.
photos.
And
Yeah,
just
you did
partial.
just say they were AI, but people are saying they were the full video or full pictures.
I should know. I mean, what other people like to
Delete.
have contacts to, that is fine. I didn't show the originals.
What did you show? Because it wasn't AI.
And it wasn't the originals.
And it's not the original. So what was it?
Well, it was a layover. It was AI. It had an AI layover over it.
Hang on, let me ask my Delphi
Hold on.
person.
Somebody just said he was trying to debunk the Odin slant from the defense. Was the defense who you were trying to debunk?
Didn't debunk.
Or a
anything.
YouTuber?
Well, okay. So Frank, what do you call it? Maybe we just have a different terminology over here. So
Yeah, it's possible.
because you were saying that somebody was putting out this specific narrative and you knew it was wrong. So then you showed like the full thing so that the correct information could be put out there. That's debunking to us. What do you call that?
I gave my vision on it.
While showing the crime scene photos.
He doesn't have an accent. I don't know why people saying he has an accent. He just doesn't speak right. He speaks really low.
The crime scene photos of 2 female minor girls who were
naked.
How did you get that? My
murdered.
Well, I
They're
do know they
saying
were
he
sent
added
to
a
a lot of
filter.
creators.
They were sent to a lot of creators.
But you
I
chose
do
to
know
show him.
that.
But I got
Publicly.
the Delphi resident.
Oh,
Yeah,
thank
you
you,
chose to show him.
One of the phrases that Frank has used before to explain this was whistleblowing. Would that, if you explained a little bit down that path, Frank, I think it might help you a little.
No, I get why people find it morally questionable, but I did it for a reason.
I'm
Oh, you
asking
had a
so that
reason?
you can make other people understand, because right now nobody understands. I think that would help
Well, that
if
is
you
it.
tried that.
I showed them to let people understand the seriousness of the question.
Got it. That makes total sense.
What did he say? He cut out for me.
I know he keeps cutting out.
sorry.
So you showed it for what reason again? Can you repeat that?
To show how serious the leak was.
To show how serious the leak was.
Excuse me.
Okay, so I
Oh.
just got confirmation that you did show the pics with an oil overlay filter. However, you could clearly see the girls underneath of it.
Yeah,
That is
Danny
right.
C
And
said
I
the
am
same
not the
thing in
first
chat.
content creator to do it. Just
So
look
does
at
that
True
make it
Crime
okay?
Design.
And
If
and
you
you said
murdered,
Like I said,
you say,
it can
"Hey,
be
somebody
it
murdered
can be
before
morally
me."
questionable. I totally agree with you. I have the
It
same
is.
feeling.
That's really gross.
so you
That
sent
is
numerous
gross.
emails and letters to the judge. What for? What did you do that?
Yeah, that's right. They're 2 ex
Why?
partes.
Bro.
Because I knew the origin of the leak.
So
And
you knew the origin of
you
the
are
leak,
the
but you
leak
still
too. You
leaked them
get that
even
right?
more?
No, I'm
Like,
not the leak.
You are part of the leak now. Yes, you
bro.
are. You are
Oof.
part of the
You
leak.
Were
would
you
be
named in
part of the
the
leak
court
if you
in the
put.
docs?
What was that? Sorry.
Were you named in the documents and all that and had to go to court with the other YouTubers that
I
were
was
a
not
part of all
named.
that? You were not. Okay. And you're glad you did this.
To be
You feel
honest,
like, yeah, I mean, I just want
it's
to know, like you felt.
at the moment, it felt right.
And in this moment,
How many subs did he have? Did he have like millions of subs or no?
To be honest, I really do not have an opinion about that because that was a in the moment thing. Would I do it again? I don't know.
Oh, you don't live in the. I don't know. I don't want to know where he lives. Please don't say where. I mean, this
Netherlands.
person just said you don't live in the U.S. and that's fine. But like, you
Danny
wanted to
seems
be
very
named?
knowledgeable. Yeah, Danny's been right on everything so far.
When Frank previously
Yeah, what
talked
is?
about this with Morbid, his explanation, whether it was led there or not, more orientated towards that phrase of the whistleblowing and the leak thereof, rather than the detailing within the imagery. I find it kind of curious that the story has evolved slightly.
What? Yeah, like what do
It's still
you?
the same.
Can I
What
ask
is?
what credentials do you have to track a leak and things like that?
I have no credentials whatsoever, but apparently I'm pretty good at it. So
I have another question though. When did you do this?
I think I'd argue that.
let me see. October the leak happened. Month after that.
So after this leak happened, and they were trying to shut it up, or shut it down, you knew that like the defense was taking all this heat for it, and you then decide, let me just put an oil overlay on it and show these brutally murdered minor girls.
Because this happened way later, right? That I did it. It was just, I think, 2 weeks ago.
Were you messaged to
So,
come here?
so way after all this, so after you know that they're in court for that didn't make it any better, Frank.
Yeah, because it shows the severity of the situation, doesn't it?
Oh, when we find that out in trial?
Right, weren't we just
Oh,
talking
yeah,
about the
find out.
emotional damage that's inflicted upon the families of victims a wee second ago, and here we are. This is
Shit.
cool.
People,
I
it,
mean,
it could
what?
affect people who don't want to see it.
Right.
Absolutely. That's
How
me.
did you find this panel tonight?
That's like Nunya, yeah.
All right, I probably shouldn't say this, but I'm going to say it anyway. I have more of a problem with his reasoning than what he actually did, because I do agree with Crystal. You know, true crime is not pretty. It's not wrapped up in a bow. It's gross. You know, there's autopsy pictures. It's disgusting. It's just the way it is. So I have more of a problem with his reasoning than I'm actually doing it, if that makes sense.
Just by sheer
How'd you
luck,
find this panel tonight, Frank?
Yeah.
just by clicking on the live button.
Just clicking? You just found it through the algorithm?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that's the thing. I wouldn't want to see two little girls naked. And for a guy showing it, it makes it even weirder, you know?
Hey, algorithm, go ahead on, Deets.
I mean, that's fine, but I do think like everything that you have done is completely opposite of what I stand for to the victims and their
Absolutely.
families. So I'm going to ask you to please step down if you don't mind.
Yeah, I'd
Thank you.
rather have Denmark Andy, please.
Mhm.
Absolutely.
Thank you for respecting that. I just needed to understand that a little better.
What do you think about it, Crime Sleuthing? But just before we
I'm
leave
just
that
saying,
topic.
I don't have any words really. I heard him explain on some panel that it was that he had created AI images.
Yeah, that's her
And that it
friend,
didn't
so
show
of course
anything
he's
involved.
gonna.
That's all I heard. So that's why I shut
Well, he
up,
did
because I was
say
like, what?
he did say that at first. I'll give you that.
Now, there was no reason to show their genitals and stuff. There's just no reason for it.
I mean, he did. He came in and said AI, but then he clearly, once we found out the truth that it wasn't AI, it quickly changed.
Shout out
it's
to
folks
Danny
like
C
that,
for
man.
coming through with the
Yeah.
facts. Good on you,
Yes,
Danny C.
thank you, Danny.
Yeah,
And
why
the
did he come
other
on panel?
information.
That was
I
not
don't
okay.
know.
That was not
No,
okay.
it's not.
Yeah, that was
It's
not
not.
okay.
Well,
Those
he was
girls didn't
saying
deserve
in
that.
the
They
chat.
deserve justice,
Yes,
and it's
malicious intent.
already
Crime Sleuthing
enough.
knows,
Like,
Frank, right? Don't you, Crime
what is
Sleuthing?
going
No,
on?
let's not do that. That's not.
And like Marie said, that's fucking Morbid's friend. That's all I need to know. Just saying.
Thank you, Shay.
I couldn't hear
right, let's-
anything because y'all were all talking.
I
What
know.
happened?
I'm trying to move on. That was a bit much to hear. So let's take a little break and thank you for that too, Shay. So let's take a tiny break and play I need to gather my wits. That was a lot to hear. So we're gonna play Eve's video. I could not think of her name. We're gonna play Eve's video. Wow, I'm gonna say this and then I'm gonna push play. It is just it's heartbreaking hearing that stuff. Those girls, they didn't deserve their death, and they don't deserve to be treated like that afterwards either. It's just that's sick, Frank. If you're still listening, that's sick and wrong.
I look like an asshole.
Well, he's
And-
really mad about what Brooke said earlier. She let
I'm
his head out of the
so-
bag about what somebody else supposedly told her to do.
You might need to slow it
Tell him
down.
that, because I don't remember the exact quote and I don't want to get it wrong.
Brooke said that Stacy told her to lie to her about the tip about the backyard. So
Not
Eve
Stacey,
told
you mean
Stacy to
Eve,
lie to
okay.
Brooke about that.
Hold on, I'm trying to.
So Eve told Stacy to lie to Brooke about the tip, calling in the tip about in the backyard.
No.
That's what she
Really?
said.
Can you
Yep.
believe that?
And there was a couple
Let's
other things
pause
that she said that she was supposed to lie about too. I don't remember.
Right. Zero proof of shown of said claim, but here we are just putting it out that that's apparently what Eve has done.
No,
That's
I
kind of why
believe.
I came up here to ask that question earlier.
No, I
Specifically.
believe that she was referring to a live that another creator did that did show receipts.
No, she mentioned the creator's
Where?
name. I think you could say it.
I don't know. Let's just continue. It wasn't. That
No,
wasn't.
no, we're not going to just continue. We're going to get the receipt if it's there. Do you know
Right.
if there's a receipt?
Can you play back exactly what she said again?
Yeah, I'll play it
This
back,
was a
but
live that Brooks had done. She was the one. She did several interviews with him, and like 3 or 4.
All right, let me just point something out here. The lab is a liar and a scammer. Crime sleuthing is a liar and a piece of shit and a psycho. Yaya Heidi, I think, is Marissa's old bed slug. And Crime Lions and Lies is also another liar. So great panel she's got going.
And had been talking to him for a while.
Oh, his girlfriend. That's right.
yeah.
Right.
So
Marriage counselor. Marriage counselor.
Right.
Yeah.
Tip about the backyard. So
Not
Eve told
Stacey, you need
Stacy to lie to Brooke about that.
Well, I'm trying to.
So Eve told Stacy to lie to Brooke about the tip, calling in the tip about in the backyard.
No.
That's what she
Really?
said. Yep. And there was a couple of other things that she said that she was supposed to lie about too. I don't remember what they were.
Wow.
Yeah, but Eve told Stacy to lie to Brooke about it.
And does Eve deny that?
She wouldn't answer that. And I'm
But-
sure Brooke has it on recording because
Well, she denied the $300, but we all heard him say it.
yeah.
I would never tell a suspect in a missing child's case to lie about him lying. That's ridiculous. But Brooks from Crime Lies and Lies, if you have the truth in the recording, put it out there. Let's see it.
There's his mod. She can drop it.
So what? Why would? I mean, I know why. That's just that is so unethical. It's not even funny. If that is true, if what you're saying is true, if Eve did tell Stacy to do that, that's one of the most despicable things I've ever heard.
Yeah. Because he's exploiting a missing child. And she's backing that.
Is Eve here? Is she here?
Oh, she was.
Would she come up? Can we ask her? If Eve gave him that advice, well, you just got more bad advice. Doing what you said you were doing.
Okay.
And no, Eve, you weren't summoned. I was just asking if that was true or not. I mean, you obviously have
Sorry, my
the
dog's
right
snoring.
to defend yourself or whatever. I'm just asking if the guy is claiming that you told him that. I mean, I would think that even she would admit that that's a problem. Well, that's a problem too, Eve, because he could very well be lying about you. He is a very well-known liar, it appears. Said I wanted to do him, which is friggin' disgusting.
If I'm not mistaken, Crime Sleuthing is the one that wanted them to play this.
I mean,
Look, I don't know. I mean, from what I understand, that Eve's major problem is that she thinks that Tyler and Brandy should have been watching Michael better. Is that the thing, or that they're just indirectly responsible for it?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you're gonna have to get over that because that's not a crime. What you're trying to say, it's not.
Your device is not connected.
It's just not. It's not their fault. And
no.
To pretend that it is, and to try and spin it that way, is wrong. I don't care.
See,
Personal
they
feelings
are so
aside.
obsessed
Look,
with that.
People would say, "Oh, what if Don is innocent?" Then he's innocent. Then he's innocent. But that doesn't mean that he's not a shithole person.
Right.
That doesn't. Eve, Stacy is saying that you paid him $300 and coached him.
Never.
Okay.
I don't know who he said that to. This is the first time hearing that he said that I edited photos and that I coached him. I absolutely did not do that. And I would really like for the proof of this, if that's what he's saying, like, who did he tell? When? Because I have a right to defend myself, first of all.
Let me also state a scammer that's trying to get money is going to lie and say that so-and-so gave money prior. For example, if I want 10 people to donate, I will say Red donated $50 to me and Marie donated $20 to me and Little Irish girl donated 15 to me, and ABG, how come you're not donating? You're next on the list. So I'm going to tell, Denise might say, well, how much did this person donate? And I could say, well, she donated $10,000 just to make you want to donate more. It's just, so I don't trust that this guy didn't lie.
Definitely.
And the receipts matter, which
I
is what
agree with that.
that's all I'm wondering. Because
agree
there's
with
been a lot of lies tonight, and I would like to clear that up.
Look, you absolutely have the right to defend yourself. Look, taking anything that Stacey says right now with a grain of salt, I mean, he very well could have made that up, or maybe it never happened at all. I don't know. But I've heard this for a couple of days. I mean, $300 is steep for an interview that you're going to coach somebody. I'm not saying that you did that. I'm just saying that's what's
It seems a little excessive, money-wise.
Well, I would never. I don't know
Do you
why
see what
people
they're
think that I'm
doing?
some horrible criminal assistant just because I have views and opinions. I mean, that is just ridiculous. And in my opinion, criminal in itself, I would never.
So let's move on to the biggest topic that I think is even more upsetting: to be
Give me
accused
pause.
of manipulating and editing data sent to me from Stacey Wandra due to the fact that I have some.
Okay, so there has been no receipt to date on any of that. I don't know why, but for so many people to dogpile me on a live channel and then have nothing to say when I go up there and say show the receipts, I would really like for that to be cleared up. If you know anything about that, Crime Sleuthing.
I would refer you over to Brooks. So I believe there were several channels that he was saying these things to on interviews. So I would just refer you back to his interviews on many, many channels.
He's never said that. I coached him on any interview ever. I've watched every single one of them.
You need to be real careful to give the context of what happened then, not what has happened since.
Okay, I can agree
Where
with
we were then.
Mhm.
Multiple creators had spoken to Stacey Wandra, and multiple creators were paying for said access in various different ways. Some were paying for food, some were paying for various things, some were making outright financial contributions. But curiously, this panel has come together to only ask about Eve's involvement with Stacey Wandra. And that is important because there is one person on this panel who had also had contact with Stacey Wandra, and nobody asked that person the same questions. That's where we are.
And
emergency room. So I want to show you guys all that. That was one of the pictures I have of her on the 25th, so you guys can verify. This one that was taken at the Arby's parking lot the day of the night in question. Oh, you'll see right here, 400 South 6th Street takes you directly to the Arby's building, which is, keep in mind, July 27th, 2021, 3:37 p.m. There's this to show y'all. Arby's was exactly on that road right there. Or sorry, not Arby's, A&W. And then this one. Was taken.
Please pause. Please pause.
After leaving.
Oh. So if you scroll back just a little bit where it shows the arrow pointing down, that's the details of the iPhone that he was explaining before he recorded this. So when he backed up his account, because he shares this with Sarah Wandra, these photos, it tells you right there what device was taken, which the police have.
Okay, so that was his phone was the 12 Pro Max, and his images come from that.
On July 27th. Now, the gray button to the where it says Pay at Idaho and the locations to the very right, you can't edit the location unless you had that iCloud account to go in and do that, which again, he doesn't have because it's with the police.
Can I point out one thing on the screen?
So on the, hold on. So on the top right, July 27th, 2021 at 3:45, there's a pencil to the right. You cannot edit the date and time with the phone that he has currently because he can't access the cloud. It only adds, when you hit that little pencil, it only adds a caption. Add a caption. You see that below it? Otherwise, you cannot do anything else with the phone that he has because, again, that's not what took the photo.
Can you show us again really quick? Because I'm trying to take note. What photo was this? Can we go back to the photo for just a moment?
The hat.
Yeah, yeah, that one wasn't even, really relevant.
Okay.
It's very relevant because it's showing exactly where he was at 3:45. Very relevant on a day.
You can't, if the button is clickable, this is where we agree, where we totally disagreed, and why I emailed her.
Oh, but little Irish girl, 2 people fell in love because of Summer. There was a wedding because of Summer. And you can't forget all that.
She had said to me that if a date and time and location was already on the picture when you took it, you couldn't edit anything. And I sent her back a photo that I had taken years ago with the location already on it. And I changed all of those and emailed them to her to show her that
Did
yes,
you use the same iCloud account or connected
these
to
are
that account?
saved. These are actually, these photos on that you're looking at are saved to the device. These are not iCloud. These are not retrieved from the iCloud. These are
They
on
were
the
backed
device.
up by the device.
But you can edit that date and time on
Not
this
without
device.
that device. Not
No,
without
you
the
can.
device.
You
Okay,
can.
let's play the video. It's not true, but let's.
All right.
I really have no idea.
And he's been sober for the first time in 25 years. 25 years. Ziggy keeps him clean. No, rehab keeps you clean.
Well, I explain it.
All right.
Was taken after leaving the parking lot of A&W. And I'll go back so you guys can see. You'll see, you just zoom in real close. Highway 95.
Oh, wait. Look. Oh, my God.
We'll go back.
He said on an interview, he said specifically on an interview that his good friend Eve helped him with these photos. He
Did
said
you
that
ask him
on
to
an
prove
interview.
it? Did you
So
ask him to
that is why everybody went, what?
Did you
Not
ask
just
him to
me,
prove it?
many people. It had nothing to do with what I said, Eve. The anger that people had toward you was because of what he said on an interview.
Pause. I think there is a little bit of middle ground that you both miss here. Honestly, I really do. I know you hate me right now.
Have you gotten any?
But I guess for me, the question I would have to that is, if I'm understanding it correctly, his phone was confiscated, held as evidence, whatever you want to call it, by the police department, by law enforcement. They have these photos. They have the metadata from those photos. I guess I don't understand why anybody helped him or assisted him or encouraged him to go and show that to the internet. Like, wouldn't that be potentially interfering with the case of what?
Jen, he's in a halfway house. He couldn't relapse if he wanted to. But as soon as he gets to Ziggy and he's free, yeah, good luck.
Law enforcement may be keeping close to the vest for some reason.
That is
Maybe,
correct.
but this is also a person, no matter how you feel about them. This is a person being crime. Can it?
Go ahead, Eve. I'm listening.
Can it? Because I'm explaining the reasoning.
It's not
no matter if you
defensible, but go
agree
ahead.
or not, and whether you agree or not is different. When you are accused of a crime, or if someone is accused of a crime, and they feel in their hearts that they are innocent, it doesn't matter one way or the other. Wouldn't you go wherever you could to clear your name, because it's affecting everyday living situations, just like you would
felt
want
sorry for him.
a mother.
Ugh.
Hold on. You would want parents and families of a missing child to go out and beg and plead for their child who is missing. It's the same.
I
just
totally
on a
get
different.
that. You have had.
I don't have.
You
I
have
don't
had more empathy
filed against him. That's what you.
But they already.
Well,
It's
that's
they
not
already.
true, though. Let me say
It
something
is
very,
true,
very
crime
important
sleuthing.
right now,
It is
because
true.
I
They
know you're defending Eve. I
already
get
have-
it.
No,
that
I'm
you
not.
Does it ever show that you cannot edit an Android photo in Google Photos or wherever this is saved in a cloud or whatever? Is there a demonstration that
saved in
can't
Google
be done?
Photos.
These are photos saved on the device, and she tried to say that you can't edit them, but those were the iPhone photos and not even like the relevant ones.
Example or the demonstration that the metadata couldn't be changed for the Android photos.
Congratulations, little Irish girl. Shit, I've been clean for what, 20 years? Almost 20 years. I'm still working on myself.
I have a link in the back chat that you could use, Deets, to answer her question.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so manage your location history. In a Google account setting that creates timeline, a personal map that helps you remember places to go, routes to destination, trips you take. It can also give you personalized experiences across Google based on where you go.
Okay, I lied. I'm 16 years.
Location history is on even when Google apps aren't in use. Your precise device location is regularly saved to your devices and Google servers. To make Google experiences helpful for everyone, we may use your data. things to know about location history. The location history is off by D.
All right, I've had enough of this. That was a lot. But there's one thing I do want to close off on. Speaking of recovery and all that stuff. I said earlier in my stream, and I really want to clear this up. I said earlier in my stream how, you know, people like me for who I am and that I'm never going to change and that I'm always me. Well, someone left me a comment and I just want to clarify something. Of course, I've changed and I've grown and, I change who I am as a person every day. Knowledge is key. And, I learn things every day. I evolve every day. I learn things from outsiders. I learn things from my kids. I learn things from, YouTube, not much, but seriously, I learn things all the time. So when I say I'm not changing, I just mean the core things that make me who I am, those things will never change. The things that got me sober, the things that, keep me strong every day, that kind of stuff will never change. I will always remain who I am and my core beliefs deep down. But of course, I'm going to grow and I'm going to mature and my views are going to change and my outlook may change. But the core of who I am is never going to change. So I guess that a lot of people don't understand that. And they think that, I'm talking about not growing in life or not maturing in life or, not ever learning anything new. I'd be complete idiot to say that I don't learn things every day. And life is all about evolving and changing and, becoming a better person or a better you, I guess I should say. Not a better person in someone else's eyes, but a better you. And every single day I strive to be a better me. I strive to be a better business owner. I strive to be a better mom. I strive to be a better YouTuber. I strive to be a better, Patreon. Every day I strive to make a goal that is going to make me a better person. And I've been doing this for years and years and years and years. But the core value of who I am, that's never going to change. The core of my morals, my beliefs, that's never going to change. My spunkiness, my attitude, even if you grow and evolve and all that stuff, you still have to stay true to who you are. And I know that I'm not for everybody. I know that, some people may not like me. I'm okay with that. Not everyone's going to like me, just like I'm not going to like everyone else. I also like people who don't like me, and that's just life. Just because someone doesn't like me doesn't mean I have to not like them. That would be a horrible way to go through life. And I also understand that people are gonna not like me for who I am. Okay, I'm not gonna try to change their mind. I'm also not gonna try to cater myself to their liking. It goes back to Field of Dreams. Build it and they will come. And I really believe that. And I live my life by that. That if I build an empire, people are going to come. People are going to see it. People are going to acknowledge that. So I'm a big believer in that. But again, I'm always going to strive to be a better person, to learn, to, I really am a big believer of knowledge is key. And to say that I know everything is a blatant lie. I know nothing. I'm like a little kid. I'm a sponge. I want to take in everything. I want to learn everything. I still watch Candle stuff and I'm not really learning anything, but I'm going to try. Yeah, build it and the right people will come. Exactly. I still try to learn. I try to think hey, is there something else? You know, how can I make this better? What can I do to make this better? What can I do to put this out faster? You know, so I don't know. I'm just a big believer on that. And those beliefs are never going to change. Those beliefs are who I am. So even if someone tells me, oh, you're making $1 million and you can't get any better. Oh, yeah, I can, because there's always room for improvement. There's always a way to get better. There's always, you know, a way to get higher. And I don't mean physically, but there's always a way to improve your life, no matter what it is. Even like the simplest little thing. I'm going to smile at somebody on the subway. I'm going to walk past someone and I'm going to give them a smile and maybe make their day. I'm going to open a door for someone that maybe I wouldn't have opened the door for yesterday. But in order to be a better person today, let me open the door for them. That's who I am. And some people would disagree with it. Well, that's just me. So I wanted to say that all night, and I just didn't get the right time to say it. So I figured it was a good ending statement. But yeah, so if anyone was confused on that earlier, that is what I meant. That I'm just me. And that's not going to change. But I'm certainly going to change, you know? Because you can never, ever, ever, and this is like words to the wise. Don't ever think you know everything, because you don't. Don't ever think you can't do better, because you most certainly can. Don't think that you know everything about someone and they're never going to grow or they're never going to change, because no, you do. You have to. Oh, thanks, Sally. I love you too. You know, just learning is everything. And you always have to learn, always. And it's like one of my pet peeves when someone's like, oh, I know everything there is to know. No, you don't. You absolutely don't. I know, right, Jen? My life coaching. But seriously, though, it's just one of those things that it really is a pet peeve when someone's like, oh, I know everything there is. No, you don't. You know nothing. None of us know anything. You know, absolutely nothing. So I take all different channels, don't care about drama, but will troll the fuck out of tragedy pimps. That's okay. You love these talks? Ah, it's true though. I mean, I for lack of a better way to say this, I was raised in a good family and my dad was amazing. And my dad taught me all these things. He really did. He was like he was a life coach. He had all the right answers. He really did. He knew everything about anything. And he once taught me that. He's like, you never stop learning. And the day you stop learning is the day that you need to realize that you can't stop learning. I was very fortunate. No denying that. And I love that I grew up in such a great home. And I love that I grew up with two amazing parents. I wish I could have given my kids that. But they got stuck with just me. It is what it is. But on that note, I've been on for 5 hours. Mel, I'm glad. Maybe I should end every live with a speech. With a pump me up speech. At the end of each one. Hey, that would be a good thing. But also, don't forget, just so you know, I changed candles to 25% off. It's an automatic discount that goes for pretty much any candle. You get a 25% off. That's a big, big discount. And exactly 5 hours lower on these motherfucking streets. 25% off all candles. So get them while they're hot. I love you too, sweet one. And I want to thank everybody for the super chats and Tony for the memberships coming in left field at the end while you're building a house. I was going to ask you how the house was coming, but I figured I'd ask you after. Buy more. Sweet one, you better order some candles. But yes, I do need to work. I'm leaving for New York on Thursday. I need money. If you spend a certain amount. Shipping? No, people were screwing me on shipping. So I had to take off shipping because I got to pay for that. So I changed the shipping. I took off the local. So 25% off all candles. And that's that. I'm glad, Gina. Laughing is good. It's good for the soul. That it is. So yes, everybody order candles. Help me out. Yeah, free shipping is over $99. That stays. That doesn't change. I don't know why. And if it doesn't work or it's showing that it's not free, put in free shipping on the whatchamacallit, in the discount code, and it'll come off. But I know some people miss it and it doesn't go automatically. So just put free shipping. No, it won't work for overseas. That it won't do. It will not work for overseas. Sorry, guys. I just sent yarn 2 candles and it cost me $45 because I made a mistake on an order. So to make it up to her, I told her I'll pay for it. So I sent her 3 candles actually, and it was $45. I can't do that for everybody. Yeah, I have to go to the doctor again tomorrow, and then I have some candles to make. But I want to get all the candles made before I leave Thursday, so this way when I come back, I could just mail them right out. Thank you, Gina. Tony, I'll send you a candle for your housewarming. It'll be a small candle, but I'll send you one. No, not another shot. I need a pre-auth. My doctor's a dumbass. And the only way I ever get anything done is if I go there in person and make an appointment and pay my $15 copay. Then I get shit done. But I have to get a pre-auth for medicine. I fucking hate insurance companies, I swear. They drive me insane. My doctor is a nightmare. This is my regular doctor. Yeah, I could fit. There's a certain one I could fit in an envelope. And I know you're working so hard on your house and everything you've been through. So yes, I will gladly send you one, a small one. You start swimming? I think your country is the only one that I haven't sent one to yet, Tony. But I mean, a small one, I can't imagine it being that big, that bad. And by the way, I found the right wick for the paint can candles. So I'm going to add those to the website probably tomorrow because I'm kind of tired and want to go to bed. But the paint can candles are going to be $15, but those aren't going to be 25% off because, I mean, that would be like, $7 a candle. I can't do that. But the paint can candles are going to be $15, but I did find the right wick for them. So now they're not going to melt. And I guess that's it. This is like a Deets 5-hour live. So I'm going to get off. I'm going to go to bed. I will see you beautiful people tomorrow. Don't forget, order your candles, energycandles.com. They are my new product, never sell price, new stock. Exactly. And, but yeah, they're going to be $15 a piece. They can't, they won't. What they can't, they won't. What's they can't, they won't. No, someone told me that the wicks I was using was making it too hot. And that's why I haven't put them on the website yet, because I had to find like the right wick for it. But I did. I found the right wick. I've tested a bunch of them. And they're good. Dippers. Shaking my head. Cigarettes dipped in embalming fluid. What? Hey, what about me? I want a boat, Tony. All wicks matter, exactly. All right. I know I should have been in bed hours ago too, but I'm going to hit the sack. Thank you guys so much. Welcome everybody that's new. And again, check out energycandles.com, ENERGIE candles.com. You will not be disappointed. And I will see you beautiful people tomorrow.